It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. The heart of Massachusetts should be freedom, justice, and liberty. Freedom-led pilgrims to Plymouth Bay. Salem trials had justice too late. The sons of liberty spilled the tea, and then the redcoats spilled their blood. The shot heard around the world rang out from the Bay State. Boston strong and ready to defend. It's where revolution started and end. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day. Quincy Market, Freedom Trail, Charles River, Boston Harbor, Bunker Hill, Griffin Wharf, Fenway Park, Omar Charge. It's been such a long time since Boston led the way. It's more than a feeling. It's Mike and Tom to start the day.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. I hope everybody's doing well. We had a couple technical difficulties going on. Let me get this out of here. We're trying some stuff out. We got a new microphone for everyone that's interested. I got a couple other things that are definitely going to make our lives just a little bit easier. Not much, but just a little. It's a good deal. It's a good deal now. Uh-huh. Everyone had a good Easter with their family. Easter Bunny came, brought you guys all sorts of good stuff. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Oh, that's nice, but that's set up. People, I'm really getting sad with some people in their behavior. I'm really getting just expected more for some people, especially when you go out of your way to help them so much. The book I'm gonna write, oh my God. People want their 5 minutes of fame. Oh, they're gonna get it. Oh, they're gonna get their 5 minutes of fame. They're gonna get lit up. Ah, yeah, they're not gonna be happy when when I'm done with them. I don't know what to say, but enough is enough. You want to act like an idiot and pretend you're all cool, right? That's okay. That pretending shit, real nice, real nice. I'm not. I'm not gonna allow bad behavior. That's just unacceptable. And if you're gonna try and screw me over, then the world's gonna know about it. Wherever you go, that will be in the little bio. That will be in your bio. Really disheartening. Go out of your way and help somebody. Have them screw you over that way. Yeah, it is hard. Yeah, you call me anything you want, right? But when you call me a pedophile, when you're gonna do that, and you're gonna sit there and do that and call me that, and then expect Me not to respond? What do you mean not respond? Oh, just let it go. Yeah, just let it slide. It's okay. Maybe they didn't mean it. I just don't believe they would actually say that. I've never, ever, 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 ever touched anybody inappropriately, let alone fucking child. I'm a licensed foster parent in Massachusetts. These people could never get that. They're not smart enough to friggin' foster kids. But now that you want to go out there and throw that word pedophile around, that's okay. Free world, right? But guess what you just did? You just ensured that I'll never be a fucking foster parent again. So how many kids did you just absolutely screw? How many kids now are gonna get sent to the the shuffle where they send kids here and there just to get them out? Yeah, the shuffle. And not once would these people do anything for a stranger, let alone a child. They would not do a thing for them. But hey, look at me, look at me, look at me. I'm on TV. Yeah. I mean, it's all fine and dandy until you get called a pedophile, right? If I called you one, would you be okay with that? And let's slide. Not a big deal. It's an accident. You didn't mean it. People be getting held on accountable. And that's the beauty of it all. People love to hold me accountable, but I can't hold anyone else accountable. That's messed up. Yep. My attorney, Mr. Mark Mendoza, he doesn't think it's funny. You know, I am a public figure. He don't think it's funny at all. He wants to do stuff about it. And I'm like, I think that's a great idea. So let's see what happens. Yep. The person who said it is someone that came along, I want to say maybe three-quarters of the way through the Kieran Reed case. But oh, don't get me. Oh, I've been around the whole time. I'm OG. And they don't want me around filming. Messed up. Yeah, stick information. Guess what? I think you're right. Yep. You got, if I'm get my skipping, if I'm skipping, it's the weather because I mean it's raining out and the cloud cover is pretty thick. So can't go out. Ugh. On our way to court, guys, again. And it's funny because, well, it's raining. I don't think I'm going to go today. Those are the people, right? Those are the people, the real hardcore supporters. Jimmy, I'll be all right. No, I'm used to doing this alone. I'll do it alone again. Not a big deal. I got this. Not my first or not my last. Definitely won't be the last. Tell you that much. Nope. Yeah. Traffic's bad, so they got me on the back roads. GPS an hour and 7 minutes, and I left earlier than I usually leave. Figure that one out. Uh, we got some nurses that are sick. I'm not sure if you guys have heard about that, but we got 25 nurses. I'm sorry, 26 with cancer. And I'm not sure if it's the same cancer amongst all of them. I believe it is. And that's just like, what are the odds of that? And you know what's funny? Is the person that said that, they're all being rooted on and prodded and poked and so you go girl, you go girl. They're being rooted on by all her friends. So anyone that would say that, it's funny because they've been hanging around me for a year, and that word's never came up once. Not one time has that word ever come up. But now, oh, let's talk. Let's use that word now and get him out of the movement. Why the frig would you want me out of the movement? Think about that. Why would you want me gone? Yep, it ain't right. And then if I call him out, oh, I'm an asshole. You don't gotta say that, and oh, he didn't mean it. Maybe he was having a bad day, or everyone else is allowed to have an excuse. Not me. Not me. And I'm not perfect in any way, shape, manner, or form. I mean, no way. The last perfect person they hung on a cross. And I have my flaws and I have my character defects. But you know what? I'm the first to admit them. I'm the first to say, okay, let's try and fix it. Not, oh no! I'm gonna go take a ride down George Street today. I can walk there from my house that I grew up in to George Street. Is, geez, I don't know, 1.1 miles. 1.1, not 1.2. 1.1 miles. I can walk there in 23 minutes at a round about 2 mile an hour. I mean, you want me to pull up, bitch? Did you say that? Did I hear the word pull up, bitch? You want me to what? Pull up the 42 George Street? I can do that. That's a fact. I think I already did. My friend Josh Rolano. Yeah, go up there. He still lives there. What is not please thing? Opening statements today. We're going to hear from Karen's attorneys. Can't wait for that. It's still early, guys. I bet Mike a link. He'll pop on. I tried doing the members only on the ride in for you guys. Didn't work out too well, so here we are. Here we are. What did I do? I went to Foxwoods on Sunday, and I went to the Red Sox game yesterday. That was good. They won. So, why would I do a members only? Because I feel bad because I haven't done much for my members. I want to give the members some background, some extra stuff. That's why they pay memberships, bud. Trying to take care of them. I care about every single person. I care about people that aren't even members. I try and care about everybody that comes to my channel, right? And the like and subscribe, that stuff. You know, it's just nice. That Mike's fine. I'm early, guys. I'm early. Don't worry about it. Mike's here. Mike will be here. I promise you. Mike will be here. I'm just wicked early here, so the traffic is ridiculous. I'm in Dedham at Top Call. I'm now a professional. Yay! Yay! I'm also a producer because I sold my footage. So if I sell my footage, that means I'm a producer. And you know what's even better? Here's the best part, guys. The whole buffer zone thing, right? We ain't gonna be able to do what we did last time, which means that the footage that I have now is worth even more money because we can't get there'll be no in it just what the judge has done has helped me in ways that she doesn't even realize how she's helping me yet. Um, what else? Oh, I'm trying to get all my footage put into audios so I can do a Spotify thing. Yep. I do. Where's my banner? Hold on. It's CPUTOM. My Venmo and Cash App is CPU Tom. What else? Yeah, I know there's people that are gonna purposely try and get me going. It's not gonna work. I've been doing this too long. Hi, Kristen. Good morning. JLR, he ain't got the balls to come by again. I don't think he does. That's just me, though. I don't see JLR. Oh, I'm not taking the bait today, ladies and gentlemen. I am not taking the bait. Save 3 minutes. The traffic is getting worse. No, thank you. Wow. And so it's 7:30, and the traffic is getting worse and worse and worse. Now it's 7:49. Wow. The GPS took me back roads because the highway's jacked up. That's awesome. Awesome. Nice. New comment. Let me see here. I'm just disappointed. If you guys knew what I knew right now, you'd be crying. I can't believe it. I'm absolutely in freaking utter shock. Just absolutely wow. I can't believe it. I can't fucking believe it. Wow. Okay. Okay. The stream's not muted, people. I'm sorry. Okay, well, that's nice to know. Mike's gonna lose his mind. Oh my god. Yeah. Well, I guess I don't have any mods. Two of my mods are over in Resistance to Silence. I guess I didn't do enough of them. Or I'm just a bad person. Or whatever the case may be. Loyalty means nothing. I don't fucking believe it. Talk about rubbing it in your face. Oh my god, that's just inconsiderate. I don't fucking believe it. So fuck people fucking suck. Just want to fucking cry. What the fuck? What the fuck? The fuck would do something like that? That's just inconsiderate. That's just a rude, unbelievable. I don't understand. I don't get it. Why? Why? I don't get it. I don't understand. I didn't think people would use me like that. Bye. Go to Resistance to Silence. Go have fun over there. Go. Bye. I mean, I only asked you to mod here, right? I guess you can't. Bye bye. I don't know what I did to you, but hey. Nick, what did I do? Nick, come on. Nick, please. Nick, please log on and explain this to me. I'm trying to understand it. I can't. I'm asking for Sorry about that, guys. I was trying to explain. I got 3 messages that 2 of my mods are in Resistance to Silence, having a ball. I get 3 messages, 3 texts while I'm doing this. What am I gonna say? I'm supposed to have mods here. 7:30 in the morning. I don't understand. Don't call me up and yell at me and then not let me tell my okay. Yell at me all you want. I don't, if you're gonna yell at me, yell at me. But guess what? When you don't let me respond, it's kind of pointless. I get 3 messages that 2 of my mods are in Resistance to Silence, this chat, having a ball. I get 3 something coming in my phone. I'm trying to do this. Great. I got no mods in mind, but that's okay. My fault. 100% me. All me. All my fault. 100%. Jesus Christ. I guess they weren't in that chat. I guess they were over there. Call me up and yell at me, but you don't listen to a word I say, which means your mind was made up way before that. You can't even have a discussion, even talk. All I know is I get 3 messages. I have them. They're still in my phone. I didn't delete them. Don't call and yell at me. I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't do anything wrong. Good morning, everybody. How was this? Uh, good morning, good morning, good morning. On our way to the Karen Reed trial, I will tell you that the traffic on the highway, it seems stopped. Just seems like the traffic is just stopped. Here we are. Now we're moving. Thank God. So today, we give you a little rundown of what's going to happen today. Not sure we're going to see Karen much because of the buffer zone. It's okay, but um, stop with the freaking messages. oh, that's beautiful. Hey, Boston Brandy. That's just love it. Don't be looking at me. That's on you. wow. Wow. Yeah, traffic is really bad on the highway. I suggest try to avoid it if you can. I'm just hurt. I'm so hurt. I'm so hurt. I guess humans don't have feelings, I guess. I don't get it. Who said that? All right, let's just get this out of the way. Can we not? Let's not talk about anybody's channels. Let's just not. I have enough problems with my own. Let's just stick to this, please, because I do this for you guys. I don't do this for the hurt or the pain or the other stuff. Call names, all that stuff. I'm gonna handle this like an adult. Absolutely, legal way, simple. This is stop. This is uh, I don't. That's the one thing I don't really want on this. I don't want people blasting anyone else's channels. I don't want that. They may allow it. I don't. So please, just that would be great, and I appreciate it. So thank you. Welsh girl. Oh my goodness, Welsh girl. Thank you so much. You didn't have to do that. Really, really. I'm flattered. Thank you so much. This stuff's gonna give me gray hair. Wouldn't be got the fire truck, right? Gotta have fire truck. Hey, Brett. Good morning, Brett. How are you? Good to see you, my dear. Brett does a lot for the movement. See her on the internet all the time. Mike's on his way. Mike is on his way. My goodness, tell me. Getting there, guys. Almost there. Coming around the corner. And the traffic is just horrendous today. We'll see what happens. Mm-hmm. And it's 8 o'clock. Wow. And a half. Good morning, I am Matthews Candle. Good morning. Yeah. Another red light. Getting there, guys. We're getting there. Ah, ah. Yeah, crazy. I love that. That is, I'm take that as ah, love. Yeah, happened last time. Oh, they're walking across the street. Lot of people. Got it. Hold on, guys. I gotta mute you. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, charged up and charged up. I'll take this. Where's my little battery? I need one. This. That one. Okay. Come on, guys. Don't leave me nowhere here. Don't leave me. Oh, don't leave like that. Tell me you're gonna work. Negative. Negatory. This. Yeah. Damn it. Oh, oh, me. Come on, guys. Let's check something. Didn't think so. That, that, that. You guys hear me and everything? You hear me good? StreamYard. I can't see, guys. I'm checking. Come on. Well, I can at least start walking for you guys. Awesome. Hold on. Oh, I need the freaking um. What do you call it? Uh, I need the transmitter. That's what I need. And that should be where in this bag. Yep, I know it is. I know it is. No, it is. Come on. Come on, where are you? Whoopsie. Give me that. Okay, one, two. Good morning, everybody. That don't fit. Kristen, thank you. Oh my God, Kristen, thank you so much, Kristen. Wow. Wow. All right, so there's the camera crew, news crew. Now that everybody's here, can everybody kindly hit that little thumbs up, that little like and subscribe button? Is that a possibility? Look at this. Look at everybody crammed in like sardines. Totally not fair. Totally not safe. God forbid somebody hits that fencing. Morning, guys. It's got bad situation written all over it. Someone's going to come down here, right? You're going to see the protesters. They're going to be more focused on the protesters. They're going to hit somebody in the rear end, careen off and into the freaking fencing. That's what's going to happen. People are going to get hurt. How come I can't see it? I can't see the fucking chat. Oh, no. How about now? Check. Can you hear me? Remove that. All right, now. Why is this still fucking doing? That's why. Can you hear me now? Hold on, guys. Come on. It's not showing up on my phone here. Why? Good morning. How are you? You having a good day? You having a good Easter? Excellent. We make sure we clean up before we leave. We leave it cleaner than we was when we got here.
Just come down here, take a look, see
Oh,
what's
yeah?
going on. Yeah. Yeah.
Nothing new.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, they
Thank you.
like it. They like the flowers too. Actually,
Thank you.
talking about the flowers
Thank you.
popping.
Thank you. Yeah, you got a good crowd today, huh?
How big's that roadie? That roadie's been there for a while.
Oh, that's a long. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a good turnout today.
Yeah?
Yeah. You know,
Pretty big. How long do you guys get to hang here? Then they kick you
all
out?
day.
Oh, really? They're not going to kick you out today?
They can't. Where are they gonna pick up to? That way?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, right now as it is, just someone sees it over here,
Yeah.
doesn't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Rear ends the person in front of them, screens off,
Oh,
and
yeah.
takes out 30 people with the gate.
Yeah, no, that's not good.
Disaster waiting to happen.
Right.
Because people are attracted to the people on the side of the way.
That's what I
And they're not
worry
gonna
about
see it.
down here. Yeah.
What are you gonna do, right?
Yeah. Well, at least they've got this up here. Last time they didn't have much protection
Yeah.
here too, because
But-
people were.
But again, I had to walk all the way down here to even cross the street, and
Yeah.
there's no crosswalk.
I
there's no
know.
nothing.
Well, there's no sidewalk on the
Nothing.
other side.
Zero. So what do you do, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Exactly. Well, anyway, have a good day
Yeah.
out there. You guys
here's
gonna?
your house.
Thank
Beautiful house, my friend.
Thank you, my friend.
Well, when was it built? 2 fireplaces?
House, yeah. That one over there. It's
Yeah, that one's awesome. How many rooms is that?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, I love that house. That's my favorite house.
That's famous because George
The
Washington.
fucking
lived there.
garage bigger than people's houses.
I know.
That's the carriage house. I'm going, you're kidding me.
Yeah.
It's massive.
Oh, that's 1700s there.
That's beautiful. I love your house, though. Have a good day, my friend. Good morning. How are you? Good. Happy Easter. Welcome back. Doing.
I'm going to be going off the ledge. How are you?
How you been? Huh? He was just checking, seeing what things up. He just looks out of his house. He sees people. He's like, "What the hell?" So he knows what's going on. So, what's up? Huh? You good with it? Yeah. No, it's not flowers.
Yeah.
That's not a big deal.
Yeah, right.
So, how you been? You feeling okay? Hey, the guy lived.
Huh?
That guy lived in the diner.
Oh, he died. I asked him today.
Are you shitting me? No.
Stay with his house.
They told me he lived.
I know they did, but I talked to the owner.
No. I know. Oh, no. No. That sucks. But still, did my best. Sucks. Don't you be doing shit like that. I mean, fucking killing me, man.
Woke up this morning.
You here all day?
Yeah, I got here at 5:15 this morning. Wanted to get a parking spot down.
Did you get one? Every 2 hours they're gonna pick it.
No, you gotta move.
Yeah.
Big deal. I got about 6 in front of me, so hopefully everybody just moves up.
Up a little bit.
Yeah, it doesn't start till 10, 8.
Pam, thank you so much, Pam. Pam, thank you.
Oh, thank you. My aunt gave it to me actually. It's still behind the way.
If this you can burn later if you want. So,
I got some too.
yeah, okay. It's up to you. It's just- I don't know about your heart and shit like that, you know? Well, we don't want that.
Come on.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the sad part. It really is, man.
Stop doing that. That might not be on the other side.
Whatever side. That's the thing, right?
That's the thing, yeah.
This is what we got every day. We wake up and we're here.
Probably something better anyway.
Yeah. There's the girl with the camera. What's up, sweetie? Good. How are you, sweetheart? You okay? Everybody good?
Oh, yep.
Feeling good?
The tip of my toe was on a napkin.
But don't talk about. Don't talk about. Don't. No. 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 We don't want that.
No.
No.
Oh, right, that was pretty good.
No. And Brian's out there.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, no. Morning.
Oh, no, we're just coming to see Erica.
Morning. Good. How are you?
Good.
Good to see you. Having a good day. You want to say anything to anybody on? Sweet.
All right, I'm gonna go run.
I'm so involved in it, but it's also the whole fact.
Yeah.
And that's when we find out that.
24.
I can't.
They're all for sure.
Morning. How are you, sir? Morning. Hi, guys. How are you? Good. How's everything?
Good. I haven't
Good
seen
Easter?
you forever. Yeah, I had a great Easter. How about you?
Excellent. Couldn't have been better.
With my grandkids, I'm good.
I went to Foxwoods with my sister.
Nice. Did you win?
No, you never win when you go to Foxwoods. Yeah, no. Went to play bingo. Really? Really?
Yep, always. I walk out of there with no less than 1,600.
Oh, shit. When you going next? I know, right?
Yep.
Oh, well, that's awesome. Then I went to the Sox game with my nephew yesterday.
Nice.
That was great.
I love it.
So heads up. No. So it's been a really good couple days, you know?
Gotta do it. Kathy shirt. Is it? Got it. But I love the shirt. Kathy, I'm ready to make that.
No, I just have to do it. I walk through the seconds of the day, that I'm aware.
You know,
I'm not sure if there's any questions you guys in the chat want to ask, but ask away.
Morning. On the right. I'm praying for her all the time. All the prayers.
Hey, bud, how are you? Good to see you. How you been? Good to see you guys.
Good, all good. Let's go. Spot the mic on.
Well, the mic is not on yet. Not yet.
Is he sleeping?
No, I was talking to him this morning. He's probably on the phone right now. I mean, that boy, people call him up and just start going at his head, filling him up. Oh yeah, what about this? Blah 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 blah. Oh yeah,
Off this case?
about everything.
He's a genius.
He's-
That's why. Everything.
They just like gravitate to him, and they just
Yeah.
start unloading on the guy. And he's all new to this. Don't forget, all of a sudden, boom, you're in the middle of the deep end. Good luck swimming. Why would they? This is all evidence to them. Think about it. They have the first grand jury, then they have the state grand jury, then they have the trial testimony, and then they'll have this again.
How the hell does people get that? That's different math.
Every time. That's right. And the FBI is good because they have a 96% conviction rate because they get all the time in the world. So with the FBI, the investigation's only gone so far, and they learn a new piece of information today, restarts. They get 2 years to wait it out. So they're allowed to. That's the FBI. That's what they do. Right?
Just that this is still going on.
I'm with you, but I haven't had much interactions with FBI, but the people that I know have said this is unusual. Like this is all unusual. So it's like they can't even compare it to a prior case or anything like that, because it's just different. So what do, right? If you look at what they've done already, okay, that makes sense, that makes sense, that makes sense. So
You know who's the biggest wrestling going in this?
oh, yeah. So everyone that's here, if you notice, right? They got us all penned up on the sidewalk right here. So if anything was to happen, God forbid. Hey, morning, Aiden. How you doing, bud? Look good. Look good, bud.
Right here. Where? Yeah, he's no picture.
Yes, that's the plan. Yeah.
Excellent.
Thank you very much.
Are you for a picture? Yeah, no. Perfect. Read an updated one.
Of course. Want a picture? I got it for you. Go right in the go up. I got it. Send it to you.
Take a picture.
Yeah, I got you.
Sorry, you want to?
Yeah, sure.
Ready, 1, 2, 3.
Get a picture. Can you grab one?
Thank you.
David, does it say 9 or 10? 9, right? Okay, 10. I did not.
I don't know.
I'm not gonna name any names.
Here. Yeah.
All right.
Nice to see you again.
Yeah, come on, come on.
Yeah, let's do it. Happy birthday.
Ready? Oh, wait. That's a great. Wait, let else get it. Thank you. Nah.
Get in there, Mel. Mel, get in there. Aiden, wait a minute. Get back in there.
All these pretty girls.
Deal.
Oh. Gotcha.
You're in that photo bombing.
Check.
Thank you. I'm you, me. I'm
Wait a minute.
Clean that straight down.
You got to pick.
Nathan, I got new project. I don't want to wear my oh. Oh. They're not
Oh, goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Sidewalk.
Morning, my dear.
Don't bust my face.
Oh,
It's morning.
any puddle morning. All right.
Yeah, might be funny. Been around for that. How are you today?
How are
You
you?
look good.
Right there. All right, how do we do that? All right, so you. Ready?
Thank you so much. Thank you, Meredith.
Good morning.
Big fun.
You're welcome.
Oh, thanks a lot. That's what you're doing before you leave. I mean, I'm playing. But it's got 3 things.
Good morning, dear. How are you?
North Shore Nacho people are saying hello to you, Tom. Say hi.
I'm proud of the North Shore Nacho people. You guys have been doing dynamite. Keep up the great work, and I love all of you. You guys just make me like No, you guys, but how long you been doing this?
11 weeks last night.
Man, you guys are doing great. Keep up the good work, really.
Yeah.
And send me an invitation, please.
You don't
No, I want one.
need Monday
I want one.
at 6 o'clock.
Listen, I'll file it. I need paper invitation, or it doesn't get half.
Tom needs paper, so someone needs to send it to Tom. So he needs to be officially invited to Nacho Night on Mondays from 6 o'clock on.
And I-
JJ Grimsby's Tom.
And I was born in New Mexico, so when I was younger, I thought I was born in Mexico.
Yeah.
So I told everyone I was Mexican. When I was younger. There we go. Enjoy, guys, but we'll see you soon. And
Yeah.
keep up the good work. You're doing such great work. So,
Tom.
thank you, guys.
Tom saved somebody's life last week at the diner.
No, you died.
Died.
You died.
Died. But Tom did save his life. He lasted 2 weeks and he died. But that's all right.
I
Tom,
just found out today he died.
Tom got his heart going.
Yeah.
And he died 2 weeks later. All right, I gotta hide. Yeah, but you did a great job, Tom.
I tried.
Wait, I gotta hide from that. Yeah, Tom.
Okay.
There we go. All right, good stuff.
Gotcha. Yeah. Bye. How are you? Good to see you. Hi, Elise.
Hi, Tom.
Hi, Tia. Good to see you. You look good today. You lose a lot of weight? You can see it. Yeah. You can see it. That's great. Look at that. You look really good.
Thank you. You too.
Free care, reach here. Go ahead. All right, ready? So one, three. One, ready? 1, 2, 3.
Free Terry! Free Terry! Free Terry! Free Terry! Free Terry! The process is trying to get that flag from the picture of it. I want to use that to open it. I don't. It's okay. It's perfect.
No, you can be punching here. You gotta stop, yeah, you gotta stop when you're at the side right now.
The sound waves stop. They
Yeah.
turn around and come back our way after they hit the buffer zone.
Yeah.
Out of their mind. Out of their ever living mind. Makes no sense. Like, they've done a great job at quelling the noise, but I'm taking them to court, in federal court, and I'm suing them for every single person here to allow us to sit up at them stairs and do what we're doing here.
John and Mike, right?
Yes. Yes.
Facebook had some stuff the other day.
How about like all women? Or like all people? Oh, everybody. 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 For everybody. 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 You don't need to be right. It don't need fucking yum yums.
Yes.
What then? Why do you have to be?
Yep.
You be
Listen, it'd be better if you didn't have a bra on. Out of their minds. No, you don't need to be loud. No. Tell her to go up there at the stairs and do it.
Why are you whispering? are you whispering?
Cousin and my girlfriend.
And the family.
If you guys just sit around for a little bit just to hear what people had to say and then start to scream. We don't need you with us.
Or with you.
We don't want you with us though. That's the thing.
We're about happiness.
You seem real happy.
All the things going on. Brown people getting deported with no due process. Beyond
Ah, here she comes. Ah, that's right.
The cop, but we don't care.
Hey, we're going for all the extra. I think.
He's just
So last time we got sectioned.
white woman, and she deserves better than this. Bring in the law. Deserves better. You're not allowed to have a full board order here. Oh, we can get right to the box on the top already.
This is a buffer zone.
You're not allowed to have it at all. But it's
Okay, let the cop come up and tell me and I'll stop you.
Oh, well, thank you. No, we got your house. We don't pay for you.
Everybody,
Our only turtle boys? I thought it was for everybody. Just handed her all
Say no to white people being prosecuted.
Yeah. I'm so glad you guys all came out with this. It's the most important thing going on in the country right now. The beautiful white woman in trouble. And you
Talk to you. Yeah.
Aren't you that rent-a-cop that lost his job? Yeah, I think you do know. Well, I married the Italian soccer player because you throw yourself on the ground a lot and to blame other people. So it's like watching a World Cup Italy game.
Listen, a good thing you just bounced. If that was me, that was you.
No more white. Even if
Like three black people, well, they're not coming out of our house for that.
Guys, I'm doing this so that we don't get blamed for this. This isn't anyone to do with us. So if they say something or does something happens, this needs to be documented so that they know who did what. It is not any of the people that are here generally. We don't need that.
You're gonna get us all, you're gonna get us all, they're doing it. So you guys probably.
Yeah,
No, well, you're not. It's not us. It's the problem.
Oh, I don't know. We're just standing there. You guys just feel like you have a problem with your head.
You're talking about danger here.
Absolutely.
You're not.
Special free speech zone.
Yeah.
What's the free speech?
No, it's not.
Oh, okay, now it's-
prosecute white people.
That's your mistake. That's your mistake. It wasn't
That's
mine.
not allowed
You're
here.
gonna come down here and get a bunch of punks. That was your first mistake.
I don't think you get it. We're with you.
You're not with us because we don't talk or act like that.
Hey, say that again on that bullhorn. What were you saying?
Here we go.
Trying to start splitting everyone.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah, they're agitating. See you later.
Set them out.
Na 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 na.
That's not one of us.
Yeah.
McGalvin. Put your McGalvin shirt on.
Yeah, exactly.
How much you get paid?
Yeah, how much are they paying you?
You could tell they need the money.
Dog store.
You gotta be on something, because that ain't normal behavior.
You guys need to realize what's going on here. They're doing it on purpose to get us kicked out of here. On purpose. So, like that's why. And this is the only incident, and it has to be documented to prove that it's not us.
No more anti-white racism.
Don't say that. She one. He's one. We're not called white. You're racist.
You know, you saw it. You're the definition of the definition
You
of
are
ignorance.
racist.
Uh-oh. Hey, Johnny, you can knock her out. Johnny, Jake. Johnny.
Tell her how it is. This one right here with the big mouth.
Yeah, right.
I didn't say anyone was to be in here. I'm saying that Kathy. You know what that should be. It's about
White racism.
No, it's not right. No.
99.
I'm glad that you came back. Support a white lady when none of us to support you. You're welcome.
We're mostly all white, and we don't want white people to be prosecuted.
Yes, it's us. It has nothing to do with you.
Anyone know why? Then
You were gonna get us in trouble because of this.
Okay.
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, yeah. Within the buffer zone.
Okay. At all. He's real big guy here. I don't have a problem.
Good to see you.
Why? I want to sing Karen's praise.
Don't do that.
This is intentional. This isn't intentionally trying to get us kicked out.
Why not?
Hello, everybody. Like, watch them, but so they're here. They're here. Oh boy, that cop needs to go take care of that. This is gonna be good. Hey, let's get him after them. Get that cop after him. The cop. You can't see him? Real stuff.
Tom.
Morning, how are you, dear?
Shame.
Isn't it bad?
Shame.
We've never done anything like this.
Why not?
I've never heard any words like that out of any Karen supporter
No.
in any way.
Ridiculous.
And then people be
Ridiculous.
fighting and shit, and I ain't heard them words.
No, this is ridiculous.
It is. We don't need that.
Of course. It's my son. It's his first time here.
Hey, how you doing, buddy? How are you? I'm Tom. Nice to meet you.
This might happen.
Unfortunately, this ain't us, dude. We're better than that. Sorry, you gotta hear it. We're like this down this way. This is how we are. Just chill. Everyone just hanging out, holding signs. How old are you? All right, good enough. Civics lesson. Civics.
He's
You know,
in his civil,
oh, no kidding. Good for you.
but he was like, yeah, it's like correct the teacher. He was like, oh, hold on,
Oh,
let me.
by the way, you know what you're gonna want to be when you get college and stuff?
I'm gonna be a hairdresser, but I love learning about the criminal stuff. So
Tough business.
Yeah,
Here, it,
yeah.
it's pull a lot out of you.
Counts up a fashion.
Do with that.
Oh,
Go that way.
he's
Go
like,
that way. Go that way. Go that way. Please go that
Like,
way. Tax money. I know. I want to see. It's a year of school. Do it. Do it. Get 20 grand. Yep. Get them spending your money. It's only 20 grand, Mom. 20 launch.
at least I told him.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta be right.
Hey, I saw you. I thought you were down there arguing with them still. Morning, sweetie. Good to see you. How was your Easter? You're good. It was good.
Got to hang with my grandson all
Yeah,
day.
is that the best thing? I went to the Red Sox game yesterday with my nephew. I loved it.
Let's go with the wood.
I mean, I got the point there.
Gonna go for a while, I think.
Yeah.
But these yums, yeah, these guys got issues. Who that? What?
He does that.
You know, it's funny. I was telling that lady, I've never even heard that language from anyone here. We've been doing this a whole year. A whole year we've been doing this, and I never heard language like
I
that.
think it's
Yeah, something. There's something ain't right.
Stop.
She knows who I am, and how would that tell you? Good citizen, thank you for realizing that. That's exactly what I'm doing because that ain't us. Hi, Jack. How are you? Welcome to the stand out. Put that on film? Yeah. No. Check out this sign. That's awesome. That's a great sign. Love it. So again, thank you so much for that.
In a bag of something. Go.
That's so nice of you to make that.
It this to me one day and it text this.
Yeah.
And so that's what it says on your bag. Awesome.
So it means so much more to me now.
So physically,
That candy? The candy. The candy flowers on the cake. All right, guys. Enjoy the day. Thank you guys for coming out. Really, it's nice to have some. So how old are you? So you know what's going on, right? Following this whole case.
Yeah.
What do you think? Insanity, right? This is just insanity, right? It is. But no, you have to. You got someone has to hold that sign. Like somebody has that you're taught to carry. So yeah. Unfortunately, my torch is about this wide. No, my pleasure. But no, it's good. I so love when parents teach their kids about civics. This is your future. Because we're gonna be gone soon, and we're leaving this to you. This is what you got with the boat. So if we fix it now for your generation, you'll be better off in the future. Everyone will be better off. Her kids, him, looks like that. Hey, what's up? How have you been? Good to see you. Everybody good? Hey, Ethan.
I was quiet. I was getting ready for break was over to me.
Yeah,
So I started again to set up yesterday afternoon. So I spent Sunday, it's just Sunday getting ready, you know.
gotcha.
Cool. How about you? How are you? I feel I see you in the mornings.
I'm doing well. Doing well. Yeah. This freaking lady. I tell you, out of her mind. Yeah.
Wrong with the shit that makes me think.
Listen. We've never said those words in that way. Anyone, not one person here has ever said those words. Ever. That's what they're saying. Not one. And we've been together for a year, and none of it's been said.
My first Christmas, that you know,
Yeah.
from New York, Black Lives Matter.
Yeah. I've been to a few of them. It's ridiculous. This is just. We don't need her.
Matter signs, you know, but I'm not bringing them here.
What's up, bud? How you doing, my friend? How are you? Good. How's everything? Typical Easter? Yeah. Good. Awesome. Yes. Very good. This is kind of an active place down here, I think. Yeah.
What do you guys think to come down here?
Yeah. I spoke to the cops already. I put it on mute, and I spoke to both of them, and they know, but they have to wait. Yeah. And nata. So. We're ruining a whole bunch of people's lives. I I told her she'd get more attention if she took her bra off and jumped around the way she was jumping. Because other than that, it's just a waste of time.
Are we allowed to say boo to her?
Oh, look at the
I know. That's not.
no, unacceptable. We don't need this. We don't need this. This is, yeah, I know. This is. You know, I know. I don't talk about it. They're out of their mind. Look at her screaming. Ugliness. Ugly, 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 ugly. So, yeah, the other side actually. Oh, thank God. Take them the fuck out of here. I don't know if you guys can hear that from over here. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Good try.
not big.
Big with gravy.
Why not? I think it's like, I used to when they cross the street, they go down the street.
Yeah, Red Street.
Yeah, so,
Morning, Tom. How are you? Morning, Mikey.
it's the day that's still. Yeah, I take it again down the
Go down
stairs.
the stairs, yeah.
Yeah. And then if not, there's some places further that, you know, restaurants. I know. Restaurants.
Restaurants.
Yeah, culture.
How about now?
How do you think? I know.
I was in Boston yesterday and I saw the lady who does the New Bedford standout. Oh my god, I see her face. There's Shay, my girl. What's up, lady? How have you been? Happy Easter. Did Easter Bunny come and see you? Yes. Were you good for the Easter Bunny? Don't run.
Hey!
Hold the flag up, Shay. Hold the flag up.
I love that sweater.
All right. I saw that. Felicia, thank you for that message, Felicia. Thank you for that. Yeah.
The cops here are very disrespectful and almost arrested me for just getting there. All I did was just ask them where I'm supposed to go and sent over 4 other cops. And then he arrested someone, manhandled them, and threw them in the back of the car. Yeah, very constitutional of our rights right now, huh? Yeah, telling me that they're gonna throw me in a paddy bag, and all because I asked where I'm supposed to go.
Oh, Jess, Jesus just showed up and they're already jumping on you.
That happens already.
Oh my God.
My camera phone trying to get a hold of manhandling, freaking someone inside the back of the camera.
Mm.
Are you fucking kidding me? Yeah, I didn't get all of it on film, but I got the ending. Court TV sure got a hold of it. Right there.
Damn.
Wow. Wow.
You hear that, bud?
Wow. Yeah.
Hold on, let me turn you up. Turn you up.
Yep.
Try again now.
Yo.
Oh, much better. Much better. I can hear you clear as bell.
Yeah, you sound good too.
Mikey, hold on a second.
Yeah. And you do hat. Come on, man. Yeah, I just got back from a doctor's appointment. Sorry, guys, I'm late. Yeah. Wow. Wow. What did I miss? Anything good? Yeah, so it looks like they're arresting people. Oh, yeah, I know. I'm here, baby. I'm here. I missed everything, huh? Excitement, man. What the F? Holy shit. Well, if this is a preview of what we'd see in the courtroom, if these people are just this hostile out front of the fence, not even near the courthouse, I can't imagine what's going on. What is going on, man? Is that Meredith? That's Meredith right there. Holy shit, dude. Hey, did Tom tell everybody we're looking for some mods? If anybody's interested, email Tom, CPU Tom at Gmail. But it's just an adjective trying to make FKI look bad. Yeah. Someone and Justice said that they were, she asked for directions and they were giving her crap. This is exactly what they wanted. The antis, these guys don't want to arrest anybody. It's fucking paperwork. When you think about it. I wonder why he's got me on mute. Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. Yeah. We need some, man. Yeah, Jess would be, yeah.
Hey, Mikey.
Yo, what's going on, dude?
There's some people down here that are just being a little bit loud and they're saying some inappropriate things.
Right. The crowd looks good.
And the people that are here. Hi, Jan. How are you? I got your sign ready this morning. I promise we got it.
All right, as long as everybody knows, they can't investigate themselves.
So these people show up, Mike, right, with a bullhorn, and they're trying to make it seem like we're the bad one.
Wow.
And
I
they're
sent you. Go ahead.
and they're racist too. They're saying racist stuff that are
What?
yeah.
Wow. Anyway, I sent you the link.
It's bad.
I sent you the link to Law and Crime.
Patricia's giving her a piece of her mind.
Do you hear what I said?
Oh yeah.
Do you hear what I said?
Huh?
I gave you the link to Law and Crime.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Well, there's some issues here. We're going on.
I know. Who are those?
And the
people
thing
right there?
and these people are trying to get arrested, Mike, right? So it looks like we are.
Oh.
Erica. Sarah. Here. They are.
They're like, I'm gonna.
There's that girl.
I'm gonna do whatever I want because of my speech.
This is not going to be good. The girl wants to fight. I don't think Erica wants to.
So she's holding an FKR sign but yelling obscenities.
Hey, lady. Hey, listen. You do me a favor. You got to go back with Mama. This is not a good spot for you. Okay. Thank you. It's really contentious around these two people here.
Holy shit, huh?
I know. Who's going to give it to her?
Me.
It's funny they went with me.
Mommy.
How you doing? Good morning. Very well, thank you. Yeah, but they're gonna make us look bad. That's the problem, and that's what I
Wow,
don't want. I don't want
Yeah.
to happen. I don't want them to think it's us because it's not us.
wow. This is crazy, dude.
Listen, you didn't have this on your bingo card, did you? Two
Nope.
crazies, two crazies and a bullhorn.
Was GLR there or no?
No, no.
Sign. One was the top one out.
But that's exactly what they did. Is exactly what he does. But he does it when he's in the crowd. He'll push you around and stuff like that. So when he was here, he kept pushing me from behind, and I'm like, "That's it." And I asked him to stop. He didn't do it. So
Is that one of them right there? Yeah.
so yeah, I'm trying to make sure that they know.
Oh, the tie down.
He's working the crowd. She comes again.
Oh Jesus, local media is there.
So yeah, I'm all ready to rock it when we get out. I can set up the link and everything, but I mean, what do you want me to do?
You want to put it as a small screen, like next to me somewhere?
I can't. I have to go into the car to do that, which means leaving the buffer zone, which means leaving this.
Your call, man. You decide. I mean,
Anybody? Anybody? Anybody?
You guys want to watch? You guys want to watch the trial? I'm looking right now. Hold on. No one's really saying anything.
Guys, you have an option here. We can
You guys want to
watch
stay out?
the crazy on the sidewalk or the crazy in the courthouse. Which one?
Okay. They want to watch the ceiling fan still
How
going.
are
But
you?
by the time you get to your car, it might be all right.
Hold on, let's do this.
They want to go to the courthouse, go to breakfast. Tom is saying. Oh wow! Look at the ball. This is nuts, man. What the F?
We've been here for over a year, and that lady yelling is the loudest that we've been like loud that way. We've been loud supporting Karen and stuff, but like we're not like that. It's been a whole year. No one's been like that. So I don't know where they came from, but you all can tell which ones are the good ones and the bad ones. So have a good day, guys. All right. They're bailing. That guy's from the Associated Press.
Great. That's great. Just what we need.
All right. So let me run to the vehicle. We'll get that going. Mike, I got an inverter so I can run the laptop in my car.
You're telling me. It's awesome.
So
What a morning so far, huh?
yeah,
Jesus Christ.
it's definitely been busy. Busy.
Right. Wow. Any problems with you? You're good?
My whole life's a problem, Mike.
I guess I walked into that one. You're right. Okay. I'm gonna go get a cup of coffee. I'll be right back.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Get the lady out front taking pictures. Hey, everybody, you're all welcome. Thank you so much for everybody being here. I really appreciate it. Do me a favor, hit that like and subscribe button. That'd be a lot too. We could appreciate that. So, yeah. All the flowers are blooming in New England. I think those are cherry blossoms, the white ones. Yeah. Yeah, the ambulance for the guy, whoever they took in the cruiser, they roughed him up and put him in the ambulance, I think. The way she was describing it. Yeah, I know, guys, we know court's on. You have to give me a minute to go in and get my laptop set up. Unless you want to run StreamYard in the background for me and pop it on the screen, it'd be great. But I can't pop it on the screen until I get my laptop running, which is in my car. So I have to get to my car, turn the laptop on, which is going to take a little bit, connect to my Wi-Fi, connect to the link, put the link in the chat. Working on it, guys. I promise you, I promise you. It's just formalities at the moment right now. We'll get you, we'll get you, we'll get you, I promise. All right, there's the car. Come on. Oh, every time I go to the standout, I come out, my pockets are full from people giving me stuff. Hmm. All right. That, that. Hang in there, guys. We got this. We got this. Hold on. Hold tight. I'm getting it. Hold tight. Hang tight, guys. That power cord is where I need this. You guys understand how much it takes to do this stuff. It takes a lot. Yeah. What do you do? Power cord. Love it. Yeah, I know. Stop. What the fuck here? A little better. Sorry, guys. Here. 'That's where we're at, guys. Okay. Laptop, workspace. Get it. So give me a second. We're getting there. I know court's on. I'm working on it. I promise. Be with you in 1 second. One second, guys. Almost there. Come on. What's up? All right, guys. I think we're almost up and running. Forrest Gump. You must running. Yeah. Connected here, right? I mean, I'm actually pushing the freaking maximum freaking internet ability here. And watch. Yeah, stupid nonsense. Off, off, off. Jesus Christ. Off. Yes. Go away. Go away. Thank you. Now let's see if this works.
Yo.
Hey yo. Hey,
Yeah.
can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, I'm just getting the laptop up and running so I can swap over to the court.
Okay.
So give me a second here.
We still have the fan. I have it on. I have it on my big screen in my office. So I have a 60-inch in my office.
Okay,
So it's just a fan going right now.
just spinning circles.
Yep.
Okay. Oh,
What a morning.
yeah, no doubt, Mike. The people in the buffer zone that bothers me because they're gonna make everybody look bad, and that's their intention, right? And
That was a domestic terrorism right there.
yeah, it was so not right. It really was. I feel bad for the people. I feel bad for them, Mike. If they have to go to that route to do what they did, I'm sorry, dude. They're not good people.
Like legit. Like, do you think they were hired guns? Honestly,
I don't know. I don't never seen either one of them before.
interesting.
It is. I agree with you. It's very peculiar, Mike.
Yeah.
They
I'm going
hung
to
out.
Dead. I'm going to Dead and Company this weekend, guys. Sorry about that. It's this weekend. Yeah. I'm sorry. Go ahead. What?
They hung out for a little bit, Mike. So like I don't know if they definitely intended, you know. Oh, Buddha. Come on.
Auntie Bev just said, according to Aiden, that they can't mention Ocker in open statements. They're at
Why?
sidebar. I don't know. They're at sidebar right now.
But why wouldn't they be able to do that?
Mm. I don't know, man. The shenanigans are starting already.
Can you believe it? I mean, really?
Yeah.
And
So
that-
the traffic going to Dedham was crazy, dude. I don't know
Did
if you
you-
caught it or not.
Oh, did I catch it? Oh, what
Oh.
happened?
Right. It was. I don't know. Was there an accident?
It had to be like 5 of them, dude. It was so
Oh.
bad. My GPS took me back roads to Dedham the whole way here.
It was. I was like, it took me. So I live in Canton, right? Literally, it's Dedham is like 8-minute drive, 9-minute drive by highway or whatever. It almost took me an hour. An hour. I was like, what the F?
Yeah.
Hey, my blood pressure's like rock on, baby.
Good. We like that.
Just so you know, like it's the best it's ever been. I'm like, oh, good. I'm doing something right finally.
Good deal there, dude.
I know. I'm happy.
I wish I could say the same. My doctor's not giving me that type of good news.
Well, your health is your wealth, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fucking poor.
Was it Hardman that arrested somebody out there?
No, somebody else, Mike.
Right.
And they were trying to get it on video, but it happened so quick they wasn't able to do it. Come on,
Auntie
damn
Bev-
laptop.
13 minutes ago, Auntie Bev was ruling on motions filed over the weekend. She's not letting Hank Brennan have actors read Karen and John's text messages. She said Brennan could object if he wanted to during the opening. Ooh. Wow.
Is that really necessary, Mike?
Well, yeah,
Seriously.
I don't know, man.
It-
I don't know. But we still have the fan going on. So the jury's not even seated yet. These are just motions that are going back and forth that they're not even putting on TV. But if we had Zoom, like we should, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
I'm trying.
No, not you. I'm just, you get what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just feel like it's,
I got this. I just
behind the
need,
ball. Go ahead.
yeah.
Did you get everything over there?
I got everything set up. I'm just waiting for this thing to load. And I don't understand why it's not loading. It loads on my phone.
Maybe we should get a new computer.
I just dropped $900 at the freaking store.
I know. But not on a new laptop.
Not a new laptop, no. Which
So was JLR there today or no?
negative.
All right, so that
No.
was just bullshit.
Correct. He was he ain't coming.
No. Why would he? For this stuff. Oh. So
He's just not. He's another guy. Mike. He's not nice. That JLR guy there.
Yeah.
Bad guy. Yeah.
I wonder if Mega Beth is in the house today.
You really think she'll be here?
I don't know, dude. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, it's a thought, right?
All right.
I'm trying, people. I love you all. Thank you all for being here. Please like, subscribe, give us a little bit of love.
Was today members only?
No, this morning I tried to do a members only stream for the ride in, and it didn't work. I screwed that up.
Okay, just asking, man.
Yeah, I tried, but I think we can do that, Mike. Right? Do a members only just for the drive in.
Yeah, I guess so. Whatever you want to do, bro.
Sound good to you?
Yeah.
I like it. And then we'll do regular stream when we get here.
So, Aaron O'Keefe is sitting next to Paul.
192.168.113.39. Okay, I got an IP.
And Paul's wearing a dress jacket. Wow. SWAT code, I mean. Interesting.
Paul, huh?
That's nice. He looks good. Yeah, Jeannie, thank you. No problem, man. It's been a rough week, man. Been a rough week. Not gonna lie.
But I went to Foxwoods. I didn't do good there. Went to the Red Sox. That was good.
So they're in a 20-minute recess right now too. I got a source that's leaking stuff to me. So
okay,
I'm not gonna divulge my source. I get some
don't need to.
inside.
Nice.
I'm in communications as we speak. Secret squirrel. Tommy, here's the CPU guy, Tommy, trying to get shit done. I'm over here just on my phone and I do have a 60-inch TV and a flat monitor and I get more equipment here. I got my 2 dogs too. So yeah, that's
there you go. That works.
So I get all my comfort food, my comfort dogs. 10 minutes ago, Aiden Carney, Paul O'Keefe smiled and mouthed something to Karen after that sidebar was finished. This is apparently funny to him. Speaking of funny, he just posted a picture of him again. Oh my God.
What a dick.
Why does he do stuff like that?
Dick.
Why would he? Why would he just do? Everybody's crushing him on Twitter right now. Oh my god.
As they
I wonder if
should.
Well, dude, I don't know. I was talking with Flip this morning on the ride in,
Yeah.
and man, his game is on. He's got some stuff ready to release once these people testify and stuff. So he's ready.
Yeah, I
to
can
go.
imagine, right?
Yeah.
Ready to drop the hammer any second. I can tell
Yep.
Trickle, I'm dropping the hammer. And I think
After
Olivia's screaming, no, you're not.
Nice. I think he's waiting until after testimony. He's not going to put it out there before.
Right.
After the
Right.
people, yeah. So this is cool. I was pumped. We talked for like an hour. He's ready, man. He's fired up. Like he's literally like, I've never seen anything in my life like this. I've never seen anything so corrupt in my life. I'm like, and I don't know any different. Like, you know what I mean? Because I live here, and I just you kind of become immune to it.
And
You hear
exactly.
somebody-
You're
Yeah.
so right on
Yeah.
the money.
Yeah, you hear somebody else from another state say it, or maybe watch another case or something like that. They're like, you don't realize how screwed up this is, right? Like how bad this looks, and I'm just like, oh Jesus, I guess you're right, man.
It really does, Mike, and it's sad.
Hey, Tommy, Cherry saying, check your DMs.
I'm trying to do 8 things at once, sweetie.
All right, like you can't find that IP out. You can't use your phone for a hotspot, or you're trying to.
I am using my phone as a hotspot.
Right. All right,
It's
man.
like they're blocking me from getting any connection here. I have the connection, and my phone works. My laptop's connected. It just won't go on the fucking internet.
Why don't you clear your cookies?
It ain't about the cookies, my friend.
Oh, good.
No,
Clear
it's something else. I'm working on it.
All right. We're already off to a boxing match today, folks. Ding ding. Here we go. It's all about the cookie. Tom, where's the
Think
white
something's
list?
done.
Tommy, two phones.
Oh, see what happens.
Wow, Mass State Police, Joey Bag of Donuts, Mass State Police stormtroopers are arresting people in Auntie Bev's unconstitutional buffer zone.
Oh no. No. We don't need to make that moves.
Aiden just posted some yeah.
That's bad.
Oh, hey, you know who got arrested?
Who?
Yum Yum.
Oh, JLR?
No, Yum Yum. Boink, oink, whatever his name is. The Asian kid.
Bow?
Yeah.
Bow?
Yep.
Did he really?
Yeah, he's in handcuffs.
No way.
Yep. I'm sending you a picture right now.
Fucking sorry, but no.
Oh my God. Bow. Oh my God. He's in handcuffs in the back of the trailer. Who's Bow? Bow is Krusty Pants ally. Wow. Yep, it's Bow, YouTuber Bow.
That's him.
Man. Yep. A harmless homeless man who travels the country filming public officials was arrested without warning by Sergeant Hardman. 2 troopers were directing Bow to the buffer zone. He was not refusing their orders and didn't have a chance to move. Hardman immediately ran over to put him in handcuffs while streaming. So, Tommy, nothing anything like him, but it looks like they're not taking any shit from anybody.
Listen, I told you. Did I tell you they're no joke? Mike, I'm sure they have money about who gets me in cuffs first. How much you bet?
Yeah. Yeah.
There's a side pool. Even the Dedham cop knows my name. I never seen the dude in my life. Tom, we
Right.
got it. Thank you.
Right. Okay. Hey, how we making up with new mods? I got a couple DMs, but anyways,
We'll take care of that later. Don't worry about it.
all right.
I'm worried about this freaking unit here.
Dude, I thought you said you were gonna make it. It seems like he's gonna log on to the internet and go to that station. What's the problem?
So it's a lot of problems.
I thought.
But
Okay.
at my house, I do this and I connect. No problem. Everything get up.
Move the car.
I could do that.
Right.
Yeah. I didn't think about moving the car.
Move the car. Go find a hot zone. Oh, so it's on.
I got four bars. So it's not like I don't have connection, Mike, right?
So she's back up there. I don't know there. I don't know what she's doing.
Oh, let me move my car.
Let's see if anybody else is yeah.
I just need to get into it for a minute to swap it over. Once I can add it, then we're good to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm in a parking lot, guys. Don't worry about the seatbelt. I'm good.
Well, I wish we had somebody at home that could do this.
You
How do I do it?
at the bottom says prevent.
Yeah.
Go
So I
to
just
the
gotta find this.
website. You
All right,
you open it, and then you go to prevent.
All right, hold on.
Yeah.
Do it.
Close this out and try Ed. So, Mike, you see it, right? Mike.
All right, there you go.
All right.
All right,
So you
now.
got
Okay, I have it.
okay.
Now I
So
just need to-
at the
Now
bottom, you go to prevent.
Yep. Okay. Share screen.
Yep.
Okay.
You see the window? You pick the window that you want.
Yep. Okay. There we go.
Pop it up.
We're up. All right. It's all the way up. Can you guys hear it? I can't hear it.
No, I don't even see it.
I got it up on my screen.
Do you have the prevent at the bottom?
I thought I hit it, dude. Just tap. Okay, we just do it again. I don't know what to. Okay.
So at the bottom is present, and you go up to the top of the share screen.
Yep.
Another window opens up.
I'm just trying to find the stream, bro. Hold on one second.
Okay.
Yeah. There's that live one here because it's not showing me YouTube. Okay. Oh.
I probably may have to choose a different window.
All right, there we go. So I got it on now. Okay. I was forgetting my password and shit. Oh, this is crazy.
So when you share that, it should put it right in the big screen and will be on the left-hand side of it.
Trying to do it right now, bro.
Yeah, yeah.
Come on.
These terms and the elements of the crimes will be explained to you in detail at the end of the case.
Resend it.
Please remember that Ms. Reed starts this trial presumed to be innocent.
Yes, it's me. Here we go. Continue.
It's just a piece of paper. It just makes an accusation. But you know the formal manner of
Oh.
and bringing that person to trial.
Site can't be read.
But it is
Come on now.
You can decide whether the prosecution has proved its case. If the government doesn't do that, it's up to your innocence alone.
All right. There it is. So I'm actually on I'm on YouTube. So do I have to close it? I'll go to StreamYard, right? Then go to
No, you
present.
leave it open. Yeah, present.
Yeah.
You go to the YouTube one that you
Hold
want
on.
to present.
No, present to share screen, image, video file. What? Share
The
screen.
bottom one. The bottom one.
Yep, share screen. And then it asks
Yeah.
me Chrome tab, window tab, entire screen. Which one do I want?
The first one should have the YouTube over to the right. If it doesn't, hit the next tab over.
All right, so I got that Karen Reed one. Yep. So then that one's on there. So share this one.
Yes, click on it and share it.
All right. Share. Okay, what is this? Skip ad. Okay, there we go. Okay, that's up. I have it up. Did you see it?
No, but let me change the layout.
Okay.
That to there. No, it's not up.
Well, I'm view tab livestream.com. Okay.
And let me see if I can do something here. Wait a minute.
It's live, bro. I got it going, man. So share
yeah, but
screen.
it's not shared. We have to figure out how to share it.
No, I got it up again. Share screen. Live Karen Reed. Window. Entire screen. Share. Okay. Hide. I don't know what to tell you, bro.
See, that's messed up.
I got it up, dude. It's going.
On your screen?
Yeah. Well, no, it's on my computer, and I did everything you told me to do. Yeah, you told me.
Yeah.
You told me to do.
If you go to the bottom, present, and the first one up is what?
I did, yeah. So let me just do it. I did it again. Let me do it again.
Yeah, but what's the first one up? When you hit the bottom button, what's the first? All right, present. A window comes open to the right.
Yep, and I pick on the YouTube
one. You see the Karen Reed one. You click on that.
Yeah.
And then you just hit OK.
Yeah.
You may not have it. That's a step, but that's a StreamYard permission. Son of a bitch.
I don't know what to tell you, bud.
You can see it though, right? Can you try and share the whole screen instead?
Yeah, I tried doing all that.
You just don't have permission. Damn it. Wow, StreamYard.
I don't know, man. Can you get it up or what? Can you get it going?
No, I can't.
Are you
I have
serious?
zero. Dude, I can get internet. I'm on it now. Hello? The laptop connects, but it won't get to the internet. It's not, it times
Share it on your,
out.
share it on your phone then. Share it on your
I
phone.
don't have the present button. That
Why?
button that you see there, present,
Yeah.
because I have a mobile version because I'm on my phone. They don't give you the ability to share the screen.
Oh my God, dude.
That's what I was trying to explain to you. That's why I brought the laptop, because they don't let you share the screen. Not on the mobile version.
Oh,
All right, so listen, you want me to stay here or go home and do and
Go home. Go home.
stream it up? All right, so let me shoot home now then.
All right, man.
By the time I get home, they'll be done with this sidebar.
Maybe. This is crazy. Oh.
What have you heard about the trial so far inside? Anything?
Hey, one of my screens down here, it's like, okay. That's the other screen. Okay. Present. It's saying to stop screen. Okay. I'll stop screen. Present.
Yeah, see, you have permission, but you don't.
Right.
God.
Oh, this is
Well-
horrible. Also share audio system. Okay. Okay.
No, you're doing it right, Mike. It's
Yeah.
definitely not. It's not you. 30 minutes, Mike. Can you wait 37 minutes?
Yeah.
That's how long it take me to get home.
You got it, buddy.
Tell me,
Do
Brian.
you want to log off and I'll take it from here and
You don't mind?
no, drive home, get out of it.
Give me a break. Yeah, I'm zippy-da-doo on my way. I can read the chat.
Yeah. And just
Yeah, all right, let me.
yeah, I'll watch it from here.
All right, but I'll be there in a bit. On my way.
All right, man.
Bye.
All right, well, people, just bear with us. Sorry.
You folks are the most important people in the courtroom. Your function is to determine the facts. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. You alone determine what evidence to believe, and what any evidence is that you do believe, and what conclusion all the believable evidence leads you to.
All right.
You will have to consider and weigh the testimony of all the witnesses who will appear before you, and you alone will determine whether to believe any witness and the extent to which you believe any witness. You can believe all of what a witness says, some of it, or none of it. It's entirely up to you. It is part of your responsibility to resolve any conflicts in testimony that may arise.
You guys all there? Sorry about that.
And to determine where the truth lies.
I'm just trying to get it somehow.
Determine whether or not the Commonwealth has proved the charges beyond a
I could do it my way.
The lawyers have their own important role in
So-
this trial. They are
Any exhibits that are admitted into evidence,
any
any facts that I tell you have been agreed to by both sides, and any facts that I indicate to you may be taken as a matter of common knowledge. Questions to witnesses, no matter how artfully phrased, are not evidence. Only the answers which you receive from the witnesses who are testifying are to keep secret evidence. So, if a witness is asked, isn't it true that after you learn that your uncle left you money in his will, you poisoned him?
evidence.
And the
If I
witness's
agree with
answer
an
is
objection
no.
to a question, the trial will
Based
use
solely
this
on
standard.
that question
You
and
can
answer,
disregard that
there is
question
no
and
evidence
do
that
not
the
to
witness
speculate
has an
as to
uncle,
what the answer
that
might
the
have
uncle
been.
had a will,
In the same
that
way,
the
to
uncle left
disregard
the
any
witness money,
evidence
that
that
the
I tell you
witness
is
knew that he
stricken
did,
from the record.
or that the witness poisoned him.
If I reject or overrule an
Any
objection,
information
I'll
that you
permit the
may have
witness to
read,
answer.
heard, or seen about the case outside of the courtroom is not evidence.
This
My
happens
instructions
a lot.
to
You'll
you
find
and
this
any
during
other
the
comments I
closing
may
time.
make,
If I
the
let the
lawyer's
witness
openings
answer
and
the
closing
question,
arguments,
but you're
and
not
any
allowed to give
comments
the
they
answer
may
any
make
more
are
weight than
not
you would have
evidence.
no
I
objection
will
to the
emphasize this point
Please
because
do
it's
not
crucial
hold it
to your
against the
understanding
lawyers
of
if
your
they make
role.
an objection.
If the
That's
lawyers
the part
right,
of the important part
make
of the
any
lawyer's
comments
job.
during the
The
trial,
lawyers have
those
to let you
comments
know
are
when
not
there's a
evidence,
potential issue
and
about
your
the
verdict must be
admissibility of
based
certain evidence in
only
trial.
on the evidence. In Massachusetts,
You
lawyers
must
are not
decide this
allowed
case
to make
solely on the evidence
comments other than
presented
during
in
opening
this
statements
courtroom.
and
This
closing
will include the
arguments.
sworn
They are
testimony of
permitted
witnesses
only to ask
and may also
questions,
include
but
any
they
exhibits
cannot
that are
comment
admitted
on
into
the
evidence.
witness's answer.
Any
If
facts
a lawyer
that I tell
comments,
you
you are
have
to
been agreed to
disregard
by
it.
both
In
sides.
this way,
And any facts
communication in the
that I
courtroom is
indicate
not
to
like
you
everyday
may be
conversation.
taken as a
If a
matter
lawyer
of
seems to
common
agree or disagree with an answer,
questions
or if
to
a lawyer
witnesses, no matter
expresses
how artfully
confusion or
phrased,
any other
are not
reaction or emotion,
evidence.
you are to
Only
give
the
no
answers
weight
which you
to what
receive
that
from the
lawyer
witnesses
does.
are testifying
Any
under oath
interaction between a lawyer
evidence.
and a witness,
So,
you may
if a
consider
witness is
only the
asked,
witness's
isn't it true
testimony
that
as
after you
evidence.
learn that your uncle
In a
left you
similar
money in
way,
his
any
will, you
comment
poisoned
I
him?
make is
And the
not
witness's
evidence.
answer is
But of
no.
course, you can't disregard what I
Based
say
solely
when I
on
provide
that
you with
question
instruction and
and answer,
direction.
there is no
Remember,
evidence that the
however, I'm the
witness
only one
has
who
an
can
uncle,
instruct you or
that the
direct you
uncle
in
had
any
a
way.
will,
Finally,
that the
on this
uncle left the
topic,
witness money,
if one of the
witness knew
lawyers
that
or
he
I
did,
refer to
or
some
that the
part of
witness
the
poisoned him.
evidence and that does not
Any
coincide with your own
information that you may
recollection,
have read,
it is
heard,
your
or seen
collective
about the case
recollection which you
outside
are
of
to
the
follow
courtroom
in your
is not
deliberations.
evidence. My instructions to you and
In
any
this
other
case, I
comments I may
anticipate
make
that we will go by
about the
bus
lawyer's
to an area
openings and
that you'll
closing
hear about during the
arguments,
trial. You
and
may
any
consider as
comments they
evidence
may make
anything
are
that you
not
observe
evidence.
about the
I will
layout of the
emphasize this
area,
point because it's
including
crucial
the
to your
scene of the alleged
understanding of
crime
your
when we
role.
do go there.
If the
I will give
lawyers
you further
arrive
instructions prior to
with any
leaving for the
comments during
jury.
the trial, those comments
Now,
are
in
not
this case, I'm
evidence,
going to allow
and
you
your
to
verdict
take
must be
notes.
based
Any jurors
only
who wish to take
the
notes
evidence.
during the course
In
of the trial,
Massachusetts, lawyers
except
are
during
not
opening
allowed to
statements and
make
closing
comments
arguments,
other
because
than during
remember, those
opening
aren't
statements and
evidence.
closing arguments.
If you wish to
They
take
are
notes, you may
permitted
do so
only to
once the
ask
evidence
questions,
begins.
but they cannot
Notebooks,
comment on the
these
witness's
pencils
answer.
will be
If the
provided to
lawyer
you.
comments,
The
you are to
notebooks will be
disregard
collected
them.
each
In this
day,
way,
and they'll be locked
communication in the
up,
courtroom
and
is
they
not
will
like
be
everyday
confidential,
conversation.
and
If a lawyer seems to
destroyed at the
agree or
end of the
disagree
trial.
with an
Nobody
answer, or
sees
if the
them.
lawyer expresses confusion or any other reaction or emotion,
Entirely up to you.
to give
Some
no weight
jurors
to
may
what
feel
that
that notes are
lawyer does.
helpful,
In
particularly
the
in the case
interaction
involving
between a
any
lawyer and a
witnesses
witness, you
or
may consider
complicated
only
issues.
the witness's testimony as evidence. In a similar way, any
Testimony
comment
or
I make
evidence,
is
such
not
as time,
evidence. But
places,
of course,
dates,
you can't
name,
disregard what I
relationship.
say when I provide you with instruction or direction.
All
Remember,
right.
however, I'm the only one
Sorry
who
about that,
can
guys.
instruct you or direct you in any way.
Holy jeepers
Finally, on
creepers.
this topic,
We had our
one of the
our
lawyers-
mods. I don't know what happened. I really don't know the story, but they're no longer with us. I don't know what happened. They decided to branch out on their own and try their own thing. Good for them. I'm happy for them. It's awesome.
In this case, I anticipate
But,
that we'll go by bus to an
You
area
know,
that you'll
so
hear
we got a
about
little
during the trial. You may
got a
consider
little
anything that you
got a little
observe
technicality going on, but not for too much longer, right? She's just talking shit in the court still. I got people. I got the inside person going on. I got Auntie Deb in my stream, so we're in for some laughs. But nothing's really going on.
If you wish to take notes, you may do so once the evidence begins.
Let's see though. Yeah, Deb's still talking. Thanks, guys. Oh, so you guys might be watching it from a TV at home too. Okay. Yeah, we'll have it done before lunch. We'll have it done within the hour, Ranger Joe. Yeah. Let me see who's one of Tom's gone through that. Okay, so new member, X Animo, Tooch and Man Family Fun, resale $2. Thank you so much. Fuck them all. Eye on the ball, Tom. We love you. Please pass the pepper. $5, Tom. Don't lose sight of the mission. You can't control the chaos, but you can fight for justice today. It's all about Karen. That's your lanes. Own it. Welsh Girl 74, $50. Wow. Tom Snack Fund. Thank you so much, Wells Fargo.
Do take notes. I
Tooch Man's Family Fun again, another $2. Thank you so much for the sticker. The Petty Paralegal, a new member. Thank you so much. New member, Tooch Man Family Fun resale. Bongo from Quincy. FPR. Thank you, Tom. Add to your snack fund. Donna Roach. Donna, thank you for the 20. Let's fucking go. Karen Reed. Christina from Manhattan. Kristen from Manhattan, $10. Thank you so much. Tom, hope you are adored and appreciated. Hope your day is brighter. Thank you so much, man. Jay Sibo, $5. Thanks for all you do. Stay safe. I know. DW, thanks for $10 for Tom, man. Felicia, awesome, man. Tom, because of your coverage and supporters of the rules, Tom, because of your coverage and of the supporters, the trolls will target you for a reaction to get you booted. Ignore them completely. Don't engage. I agree. Thank you with that. I agree with that. That was well said. Yes.
Now I'm going to address the issue.
Thank you guys so much. Again, if you want to help the channel out, all the funds go to Thomas. We can buy Bitcoin's up. All right. Yeah, look at this. Can you guys see this? This is another guy trying to do the same thing Tom was doing, you know, from the cars and stuff. And I think Tom's laptop is shit, to be honest with you. So she's just giving jury instructions still.
Advocating for one outcome or another with great intensity, but unbound by any oath.
Oh God, should be what live tweets yesterday. That's cool. That Aiden's inside the courthouse for some live tweets.
This jury selected for this trial.
Oh Jesus, Mark Better will be on tonight at 6:30. That's good, man. Some good people covering this thing now.
Ultimately, this jury will decide whether the Commonwealth has carried its burden.
Appreciate you guys hanging around and doing the right thing with us. We much appreciate it.
People outside of this building have rights, and we know.
So I went to Dedham for a doctor's appointment, and I live in Canton, so I couldn't get over the traffic. There must have been a couple accidents right past the exit. So it took me literally an hour from my house to right where the standouts are, and I just took a right there. An hour. It was nuts. I was like, wow. I was actually 15 minutes late for my appointment. I was like, what the F? Oh, goodness gracious. I hope everybody had a great Easter. Man, Marathon Monday was great. Tom took his nephew to the game yesterday. Right?
This includes your family and friends, and even your fellow jurors.
Someone gets arrested. Bao got arrested at the standout. Holy shit.
You must not conduct any independent research
It's
about
nuts.
this case, the matters in this case, and the individuals involved in this case.
Oh, so TV will be live every night that the trial is? Okay. You won't be just live tweeting. You're going to do a show every night?
Information from any source outside the confines of this court. Please be very
Okay, what's this,
careful with
Joey?
your social media
Like I got
posts.
HP
Please do not
i7
use X,
Screamer.
Twitter,
Can do.
Facebook, Instagram,
Yeah.
and Reddit. Though you may never
Definitely
have seen
do,
anything
Joey.
about this case before on your social media feed. You
It is
cannot
spring break. You're right.
control
That's right. There was a lot of kids there
You
today.
should
Yeah.
also remember that use of these platforms can be public and traceable, and any searches undertaken or information received by you can and likely will be discovered. So please be extremely cautious.
Well, she's warning
If you
the people not to
inadvertently
get
see
any
something
information
about
from the
this
internet
case,
from people or.
Please disregard it and let us know.
Oh,
As best as you
God.
recognize them, please have no contact with any of the participants in this trial or anyone associated with either side, including the lawyers. Please do not.
There's a Sandra Birch will stand out May 17th in Stoughton, across from the town hall. Okay.
Remember, you were
Cool.
instructed that you must not, and you assured us that you would not read, watch, or listen to any account of any aspect of this case in any news.
You know these two cases are connected. Why hasn't the federal government, why hasn't the state government brought charges against Matthew Farwell yet? Has anybody thought about that? Only the federal charges. That's so fucked.
When you took that oath, you promised
Right?
that you would
Because
not
that
ambiguously
would,
try the issues between the
what would that
law
do if the
and
state was to
defendant
actually
according to the
admit
evidence
that
in the
they
law.
fucked
If
up?
you follow that oath,
It would have an effect. It would have an effect on this
don't
case
mind
because the same
and make your
people
decisions
in the
fairly
Birchwell
and
case
without
are involved
prejudice
with
or
the
bias
Reed
or
case.
sympathy for anyone.
we can go down the list. We don't need to. That's really the gist of it, if you think about it. So the state police or the Massachusetts has not brought charges against anybody in the Birchmore case. Okay, so here comes Yank up to the podium.
At 6:04 a.m. on January 29, 2022, the alarm bell sounded in the Canton Fire Department. Firefighter Committee not all knew that night. His heart skipped a beat. He raced to his equipment. He picked up his bag. It was meticulous. There was a sign and a signal, and then there was a voice demanding that there was cardiac arrest. The most serious of calls for a firefighter department, that means that the person's heart will stop. He didn't know who it was. He didn't know where it was. He took his bag. He had just gotten to the station, and he rushed to the ambulance. He was one of the most senior paramedics that morning.
Please do not use X or Twitter. Please do not use X or Twitter.
The door shut, and they headed off to 34 Fairview Road. As they drove, firefighters could not see anything.
Please do not use X or Twitter. Please do.
Other than the engine of the fire, the ambulance. He could feel it sliding across the road. It was near blizzard conditions.
Yeah, I don't know if this is going to be a jury sort of Oh, you want me to put it to this way?
He looked around the back of the ambulance to make sure all tools were in place. The ambulance was meticulous as well. This was Anthony Fumati's ambulance.
I don't know if that works or not, but maybe I'll change it around in my office. It's my office. I don't really. It's my dog's. Right there. Huh. Yeah. There's my other one's on the couch back there. There's my spear gun, my telescope. Got a little man cave going on. I don't know.
He saw a man lying. He walked up to the man and he reached down and he tried to find any sign of life, pulse, anything. And he found nothing. And he got up and he walked over to the woman and he walked over to that tank, Carly, and he told her that he thinks that that man is gone. And then he heard the yell from Anthony from that. And he said, "Come back, let's go."
Okay, let me do this.
Because you'll learn that if you pull, somebody's heart stops.
A mom arrested for allegedly plotting to kill her ex-husband, but police say the supposed hitman she told she wanted to pay to make her ex, quote, disappear and be put underground was actually an undercover cop. But that is just part of this twisted.
They bring him to the ambulance, and see on the videos that other first responders speak to the defendant. One first responder, for that she will say, "I hit him, oh my God." And then she was interviewed or asked questions for that kind of information, not a investigation. And she was asked questions about that kind of third conversation, long term, to see the defendant with a person by the name of Jenna Cade and a firefighter in the block. She felt the fire block with her first responder. They bring Mr. O'Keefe to Visionary Hospital and one is home. Doctors work feverishly. They can't find him safe. They fight along his course. And unfortunately, firefighting not on the first instinct. Exactly.
Yeah, Lucas, we're just getting ready to log on.
So we are here today because John O'Keefe was killed by the actions and conduct of that defendant, Karen Reed. You will learn in this case through facts, science, and data. You will learn that on January 29th, 2022, when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe were in front of 3450 Road, all the way to the left side, down the corner near a flagpole, you will learn that Mr. O'Keefe got out of the car. He got out as he stood by the side of the road after an argument with the defendant. That argument, that anger fueled by heavy intoxication, will learn from the science and data as he stood by the side of the road. The defendant.
Could you guys all hear that? Tom should be home any minute. Yeah.
We are here today. John O'Keefe was killed by the actions and conduct of that defendant, Karen Reed. You will learn in this case through facts, science, and data. You will learn that on January 29th, 2022, when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe were on 3450 Road, all the way to the left side in the dark corner there in flagpole, you will learn that Mr. O'Keefe got out of the car. He got out as he stood by the side of the road after an argument with the defendant.
This is a tweet from Aiden. Hank claims that Karen put her car in neutral prior to gunning it in reverse. This makes no sense. However, if the text stream data shows that she put her car in neutral, this would make a lot more sense if it happened when the car was being towed. That's a good point. That's a good point because you got to put the car in. You do put the car in neutral. Well, you put it in park on the flatbed. Yeah, they're still sticking with I hit him. Yep.
Snow, Alexis tire spun backwards. She went backwards at least 70 feet. She clipped John O'Keefe. He fell backwards. Hit his head. Broke his skull. There he lay. Corner of Fairview Road. On the ground. Lying on top of his cell phone. Alone. And then the defendant will later tell that he left. He didn't look mortally wounded. Yet he looked. And she simply broke away. Now, before I tell you about the data and the facts and the science that I walked through that, I'd like to talk a little bit about John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe was a young man, a local kid, a very well-liked love. John O'Keefe is the son of Peggy O'Keefe. John O'Keefe Sr. and the brother Apollo. Grew up in Camden. Park car.
He didn't grow up in Canton. He grew up in Braintree.
Back to the police officer at the Boston Police Office. It was a small,
A really small little fraction of his life. You're a piece of shit, Hank. Come on. He's totally winging this. Yeah. Foundational lies. You're right, man. Totally. I think Bev ran the marathon yesterday. And her marathon's to the liquor store and back. She's under 8 minutes yesterday, folks. New record. You know, no challenges.
Successes there is of all parents. And you raise children that help people community with the help of the problem and help
Enter the Dashley Karen Reed. Joey Bag of Donuts is going off. Oh man, Twitter's blowing up. Aiden Karen, says, Hank claims a jury will hear Karen Reed say, I hit him. I don't think so, unless he has some sort of dash cam video not played in the first trial. It's a lie. Wow. Wow. We don't know if Arthur can be mentioned yet in the opening statements for the defense. Banky is lying his off. He just missed. John didn't grow up in Canton. He grew up in Braintree. Hello.
You will see the tension and the unraveling of the relationship.
Oh my God! Hank is laying it on thick, man.
You'll see that with more calls, they will become.
Sure, ran a marathon. Her liver has ran a couple marathons. Oh my God. Anyone sitting in this courtroom can go home, tell people about their observations of the jury, and there's nothing the court can do to stop people from posting about it on social media. Okay. The only people who are not allowed to report on that are the credentialed journalists in the courtroom. Blatant First Amendment violation. But what else? So those guys that are sitting in there cannot say anything about the jury, but anybody that is not a journalist can. Interesting. Interesting, huh? This is fucking nuts.
It also will have healthcare data will show if somebody is moving.
I think Lally's taking a lesson here. He's learning.
And it tracks the temperature of the cell phone battery. That will be critical to your analysis of the temperature of the cell phone battery. And so with that, I want to take you back. After the Discord, both the defendants, so he decided they would meet at a bar called a party. Around the party was a local bar of visitors and people are getting together on the South Shore. They go to the party, you see it here at the party. And you will watch both trophies, friends, and the defendants alcohol.
I know the temperature of the battery doesn't make any sense. That's huge.
They say 9:45. You consume at least 7 of those drinks in less than 2 hours. The last thing you'll see when they leave the bar, put it under jacket, they walk out, they go to another bar, meet other friends, all the waterfall. They reach the waterfall sometime around 10 p.m. When they go to the waterfall, you'll see in video, when I said second move, you will see a group of friends in the giant beach, many who are friends with and you see them and enjoy and see many hugs between John and his friends and the defendant and many of the people. And they spend some time together, did drinking, and they all do a shot. That will be at least the 8 grand within 3 hours. You will see from the data, not just yourself, this is other.
He's fucking out. He doesn't know what he's doing, man. You know they get a trooper outside of his house 24/7 too, right? At Brennan's house. That's whacked.
And so they leave the water all out, and you'll see that the ignition goes on to the defendant fluxes. And both John O'Keefe and the defendant in the car decide that they're gonna go back 34 years.
Aiden Carney. Hank says the cell phone battery temperature is going to be critical to this case. If the battery temperature doesn't reach 18 degrees, which it was outside at 18-degree weather for 5.5 hours, that means the phone wasn't outside for 5.5 hours. Spoiler alert, it won't. Eden. Hank's now claiming that Karen only needed 35 feet to hit 24.2, not 62 feet. Just a reminder, I recreated this to see if it was even possible, and the 62 feet was not enough room to reach 24.2. If she could reach that velocity she couldn't reach that velocity in 62 feet, then how if she definitely couldn't, then how could she even reach it in 35 feet? She couldn't reach it in 35 feet. Wow. Aiden dropping bombs. He's got a link to it too. So basically, they're reconstructing the crash zone from 62 feet to 35 feet. I wonder what the crash daddies are going to say now about that one. They're going to be like, dude, no one hit anybody. Oh, yeah. Oh my God. Court TV is announcing that a Karen Reed supporter, Bao, was arrested. He's not. He's a View2 streamer. Oh, my God. Wow. That's all they wanted. They wanted the soundbite. It's people. Wait, it's a machine, man. I'm telling you, it is a machine. Aaron O'Keefe is back in the Jory's box too.
You will know that John O'Keefe was in that car, that Lexus, and didn't move because it's helping get there. It's not moving. It's not moving until 12:31:56. At 12:31:56, he didn't move. You will have 20 seconds before it falls. 20 seconds. He gets out of the car, the Lexus, and then 20 seconds. You'll hear user initiated evokes at the phone, at the text message that is not called.
Dan Merritt, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Tom CPU. And the mods, Karen's factually answer. You're right, man. Colleen, we had some technical difficulties with Tom at trying to get a signal over at the courthouse. So he's on the way home to stream it, and then I should be able to do it, but for whatever reason, I don't have the access. And a couple of our mods decided not to work today. So we're looking for new mods, people. I don't know what that entails, but get a hold of Tommy at cputom@gmail. You want to do it? I don't know how to do it, but we could use you. You want to be part of the team? I'd be a mod for them. Yeah, I know. A lot. It's hard. But if you're, stay home mom, or if you wanted to get involved, what do you want to do? Joe, flip ahead. Karen reverse 70 feet before clipping GA. That's due. 62 feet last trial. That's not also what the data says. Just keep making it up. Yep.
It's 12:37.
Spanky really just said that this theory is that John O'Keefe got hit by the car, but didn't fall for more than 20 seconds. And in his last 20 seconds, he read text messages from Jen McCabe. I didn't think it could get more ridiculous than that last time, but Spanky found a way. Are you kidding me? So he got hit and then read. Oh my gosh. Wow. Catherine, thank you. Are you jumping in? All right. Law and crime just kind of breaking up right now. No big deal. It's crazy. It's getting worse and worse. Yeah, I know. This is nuts, man. If I wasn't reading right there, so if I wasn't reading his tweet, like, come on, man. Yeah, just remember the guy that got arrested was not a Karen Reed supporter. He took no position. But I've seen pictures of him in Krusty Pants car before, so I don't know. I don't know. So Brennan says GLK accessed his phone to read text messages from Jen McCabe after exiting the Lexus outside of 34 Fairview. Brennan tells jury JLK was struck 7 seconds after that. Wow.
Screaming that thing.
This is crazy what he's saying. He completely changed the timeline. Yeah, so Tanya Tebow Craig is not there this year. This is a guy that's an intern that's behind all the graphics and presentations. Look at Liza Lulu. Just
but they don't help raise kids and they interact. She had nothing to do with the night before. It wasn't at the bars. It was home with her family. She calls her and says, I think John, wow. I need to stay. I'm very good at information, call 911. She calls hospitals, to get her voice. She's concerned. Okay. And then she gets another call from the defense. And she tells the defense,
wow, this guy's just lying.
I will help you. And I was so drunk last night, I don't remember.
Do we miss Lally yet, guys? Do we miss Lally yet? That's my question. Do you miss me now?
When she does, she didn't care.
Wow, thanks for hanging in there, guys. You guys are awesome, man.
So both cars, by Ken Roberts and then Jen McCabe, with the defendant, she'll see a regular girl. When you see her go over the house, they look that point, then 60, and back there we were, they decided to take one car, everyone take charge, she's gonna drive. They leave, because we left the driveway, and they drive back towards the very.
Yeah, Fargo pop. Yeah, telling us he didn't watch the first trial. Well, telling us, yeah. I can't believe the change in the timeline. Like, if she was guilty the first time, guys, like if they thought she was guilty the first time, why are they changing it?
She starts kicking the door, let me out. Everyone stops, she sees the defendant flying exactly to your joint, it's the dark.
Oh, stop it, Hank.
Every time the car starts to walk towards where the defendant is, and she's.
That's bait. That was just bait.
She might talk. There's no mistakes. She realizes one of the best friends in the world is John. And she starts trying to move them. And once it hits herself, they start to move them. The Collier hits that cell phone back across 50 to 40 feet. And they cry, something all around one. And that's when a police officer arrives. That's all that is shut down 37 degrees. Everyone picks up, puts it in their pocket, and immediately starts to form, and she moves to help get starts again. At that point, nobody knows what happened.
Wow, gold's at 3,500. Holy shit. Oh well. Wow.
They don't know what the old parts want, his own information. They don't. And so that point, you can see the world.
What's the matter? Stop. All right. All right. Thanks. No, I don't think they have a time limit, Ian. I don't think they do.
They go to the Good Samaritan Hospital, and Karen Roberts is walking, and he's going to go see her son, the husband. And she walks down the hall, Karen Pete is also in the hospital. See, there's some reports of maybe she was upset or suicidal, so they said, that was basically say, you're here, able to tell her she walked. She walked by her, and a baby she saw, she said, Ellen, what? And then the parent was excited and young, and he did it. She thought it was something. So, that's it.
I wonder what Tom, Mike and Tom should just come over. Got you on. I mean, you got you on stream now. I don't know what that means. Sorry, man. The jury already knows Hank's deceitful. Looks like Tommy's home, so cool. Be ready to stream this thing.
Three charges against the defendant's case. The first one, second degree murder. The multiple death murder. She was somebody who's lying on the premeditation. Our audio will start going a lot. Not going to track that here, but I can tell you clearly, we are not going to try to prove that Karen Reed tried to kill John. We're not going to try to prove that she intended or wanted to get. That's not second degree murder. What we would do to you is she engaged in an intentional act, driving back at him at that speed in the storm, in the darkness, knowing that it just started out of her left. She intended that act will cause a plane, a strong plane to the thing. That's what we would do to second degree murder. Also, operating a vehicle with alcohol, and it's part of what we do is she drove her Lexus recklessly. She hit John Reed. And because she didn't resolve that, she caused death. The third charge is seen that no cause of death. Again, she hit Mr. with the car. She knew he was injured. This case will come down to science and the data. The science and the data, the cell phone is the best of the story. Nation doesn't suffer. Nevertheless, it doesn't suffer from emotion. It is facts, it is data. And that facts and data will lead you to the truth in this case. But after Ms. Reed was charged, she began to towards a campaign. A campaign that made public statements. By planning that line, about 25. And we had an opportunity to get many kids to put it in show up. And her statements to you will confirm what you already know on the side of the data. What you already know about what she did that night.
You know, like, I'll get up on stage.
What's that, buddy?
Can you shoot me the link and I'll get?
Yeah. Yep.
What was
I
it?
already
Long
did.
crime? Long crime?
I already gave it to you. Every shot's you. It's in your let's see, yes, it's in your X.
Over 1 million people are watching this right now.
Yeah. It's on that. It's in your X.
I got it.
The link.
I got it.
Yep. How's the ride home? Was it traffic and shit? Yeah.
It was all right, you know.
Heavy?
Yeah.
There you go, buddy. I can't hear it though.
All right.
Will bring you to the truth. And the defendant
Better?
Thank you, Jackson.
Perfect timing, bro.
to readjust.
Sure, the court officers will be kind enough to help you.
May I, Your Honor? The evidence in this case will establish above everything else 3 points. There was no collision with John O'Keefe. There was no collision. There was no collision. John O'Keefe did not die from being hit by a vehicle. Period. The facts will show that.
Mary.
The evidence will show that. The data will show that. The science will show that. And the experts will tell you that. You'll learn that the Commonwealth has pinned its entire case on a brazen and a flawed assertion that is untethered, unconnected to the facts and to the evidence. And their assertion is contrary to science. Because at the end of the day, folks, there was no collision with John O'Keefe. So how did we end up here? How does Karen Reed end up sitting in that chair on trial for something, for an event that literally never happened? Well, the evidence is going to explain it. And it can be summed up in the following text message at the very beginning of this investigation. A text message of a now fired Massachusetts State Police officer named Michael Proctor. He was the lead investigator on this case, and he was talking about a fellow officer, a fellow cop, who owned the property where John O'Keefe's body was found. Text message with a buddy. Question: is the homeowner going to catch any shit? Answer: nope. He's a Boston cop too. That quote defines the lack of integrity of the Commonwealth's entire case, its entire investigation, and this prosecution. During the course of this trial, you'll learn much more about Mr. Proctor, why he said that, and what it really means. What you'll see and hear in this courtroom in the coming weeks is not just a story of a tragic loss. And make no mistake, John O'Keefe's death is and was a tragic and tragic loss. But the story you'll hear is about an investigation that was riddled with errors from the beginning, a rush to judgment, conflicted and corrupted from the start. Corrupted by bias, corrupted by incompetence, and corrupted by deceit. Finally, it was corrupted by a deliberate effort to avoid and to cover up the very truth that you are seeking. You'll find when you hear the evidence that the Commonwealth's case is the literal definition of reasonable doubt. They won't be able to talk their way out of it. They won't be able to explain their way out of it. They won't be able to excuse their way out of it. And they can't meet their extreme burden of proof, which the court will tell you is beyond any and all reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. Members of the jury, Karen Reed found John O'Keefe dead on the front lawn of a Boston police officer, Brian Albert, at 6 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Picture the scene. Blood-curdling screams, ambulances, emergency lights on, fire engines, ladder trucks, paramedics, patrol vehicles, patrol cruisers, police officers, first responders, firefighters, all swarming all over Brian Albert's lawn, literally feet under his bedroom window. Yet Brian Albert, a sworn peace officer, a first responder himself, never came outside. Never went outside to see what the chaos was about, never went outside to see if he could assist a man in need, never walked outside his house to see if he could help a fallen fellow officer on his own front lawn. More shockingly, you'll learn that lead investigator for the Massachusetts Police, Michael Proctor, never set foot inside Brian Albert's house that day. Never engaged in any investigation inside that house that day, even though a party with much alcohol had just occurred in that house, and even though a Boston police officer was found dead or dying just mere feet from the front door on that lawn. He never secured the crime scene, never separated and secured witnesses. He never properly collected evidence. He never secured the evidence. He never searched for signs of a struggle inside or outside the home. He never properly canvassed the neighborhood. Michael Proctor never did any of these things, even though fellow officers of his, of Michael Proctor's, actually mentioned, in their words, not mine, that it looked like John O'Keefe may have been, quote, in a fight. You'll have questions about that conduct. During the course of this trial, you'll find that the Commonwealth will not have answers. You'll see from the evidence in this case that this case carries a malignancy, one that is spread through the investigation. It's spread through the prosecution from the very start, from the jump. A cancer that cannot be cut out, a cancer that cannot be cured. And that cancer has a name. And his name is Michael Proctor. Now, you didn't hear his name in the prosecution's opening statement. Not once. And I suspect that was probably by design. But make no mistake about it, the evidence will show in this case that Michael Proctor is the very definition of the Commonwealth's case. And he's also their Achilles heel. He was the lead investigator on the case officer, the architect of the entire prosecution. You'll learn there's not a single part of this case, folks, not a single part that he didn't touch, that he didn't direct, that he didn't orchestrate personally. Every single bit of it has his fingerprints on it. You'll learn that Michael Proctor was a longtime family friend of the Alberts. And he's been disgraced by his own agency, not by us, by the Massachusetts State Police. Investigated, suspended, and fired. The evidence will show that Massachusetts State Police found him guilty, found Michael Proctor guilty of bringing dishonor to the department for his conduct, not in some other case, not in some tangential case, in this case. The investigation of Karen Reed. Conduct that included bias in favor of his friends, the all-powerful Albert family, and bias against my client, Miss Reed, the outsider. Do you have any idea how hard it is for a state trooper to get fired? Well, the evidence is going to show that Michael Proctor earned it. Every bit of it. You'll hear that within hours of a Boston police officer being found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, Michael Proctor, the lead investigator, who had investigated exactly nothing up to this point, right at the beginning, made an early pronouncement that Brian Albert himself was not going to, quote, catch any shit, end quote. And that was for one reason and one reason only. He's a Boston cop. The evidence will show that Michael Proctor made this statement in a text conversation with his high school buddies. A text he never thought would see the light of day, certainly never thought we would get a hold of. And when he thought no one was looking, he actually said the quiet part out loud. He's a cop too. We'll give him a pass. You'll learn that in Michael Proctor's world, rank has its privileges. And the evidence will show that's privileges that you don't get and I don't get. But apparently a Boston police officer, Brian Albert, and his friends, they do get. You'll learn that in Michael Proctor's world, he didn't care about finding the truth. In his world, his priority was to protect the brotherhood, to protect that blue wall, to protect his friends who were at the Alberts' house that night. I want to take a step back, if I could, and spend the next few minutes talking a little bit more detail about what the actual facts in this case will show, not based on speculation, not based on surmise, not based on guesswork or conjecture, but the actual true facts that you will learn through the course of this trial. On January 28th, 2022, it was a Friday night. John and Karen had made plans to meet up with friends for drinks. It was a happy and normal night for them. They were affectionate, they were loving, they were in good spirits, nothing out of the ordinary. They started at a local watering hole called C.F. McCarthy's. You've heard that name before and you'll hear it again. And eventually they made their way over to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, another bar where they ended up. When they got to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, the Albert family was already there, already heavily drinking. You'll learn that this was no ordinary family, the Alberts. The Albert family was a well-known Canton family. Some might even describe them as a very powerful Canton family. Brian Albert was there at the Waterfall. You'll hear that he's a longtime Boston police officer. His wife, Nicole Albert, was there with him. His brother, Chris Albert, a powerful Canton politician. He sits on the select board. The select board actually governs the police department, the Canton PD. He was there. His wife, Julie Albert, was there. Their daughter, Caitlin Albert, was there. His sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, was there. Her husband, Matt McCabe, was also there. They were all there drinking before John and before Karen ever arrived. You'll learn that a man by the name of Brian Higgins, also a law enforcement officer and longtime friend, longtime pal of Brian Albert, he was also there. And the two of them, the two Brians, had been drinking most of the night together. You'll see video footage from the waterfall, which will show you that Karen and John were happy. They were affectionate. They were caring. They were loving. Just business as usual, out on a date on a Friday night. But that exact same video footage which lead investigator Michael Proctor plainly chose to ignore that video footage. It paints a very different picture of Brian Higgins. You'll learn that Higgins had romantic designs for Karen. That becomes important. Brian Higgins had engaged Karen in flirtatious texts, but days earlier she had put a stop to it. She had ghosted him, in common parlance. In other words, just ignored him. The evidence will show that the first time he saw her and was in her presence after being rejected by her was when she walked into the Waterfall Bar and Grill along with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. At 11:58 p.m., just minutes before John ultimately arrived at the Albert residence, you'll see a video at the waterfall of an unsettling interaction, troubling interaction between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. And unlike the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, in this case, you won't ignore that evidence. As the bar was closing around 12 midnight, the Alberts invited everybody back to their house for a get-together to just keep the night going. And you'll learn that Karen and John ultimately pulled up to the house. They got out of the SUV to make sure they had the right address. You see, neither John nor Karen had ever been to 34 Fairview. They weren't even sure they were at the right address. And the evidence will establish that John got out of the SUV and went into the house. Let me say that again. The facts unequivocally, the data, the science, the witnesses will all unequivocally establish that John O'Keefe went into the Albert home that night. Eyewitnesses and forensic data will establish that fact. When he didn't come back out, you'll learn that Karen grew increasingly frustrated. She got upset. She was left alone in a car in the cold, in the middle of the night, with the car idling. John had gone into the house. She expected him to come right back out. And when he didn't, seconds turned into minutes, and minutes started to clock away. She left John a voicemail, then another voicemail, voicemail after voicemail after voicemail, text messages. But he was unresponsive. He didn't pick up a single call. He didn't respond to a single text. The longer he didn't respond, the more upset she got. The Commonwealth will intimate, as they already have in their opening statement, that these voicemails are evidence that the two were fighting. The actual evidence in this case, however, will show the exact opposite. You'll hear that Karen was very agitated. You'll hear some voicemails where she's swearing. You'll hear voicemails where she calls him names. There's name calling. But you'll also hear the context of those voicemails. And every single one of those voicemails was left for John after he failed to come back out of the house, after he failed to respond to her voicemails and to her texts. Karen believed John had just left her sitting there, grabbed a beer, was partying with his friends. The evidence will actually show that John and Karen never had a crossword, not a single crossword that entire evening before he left that SUV and went inside the house. And you will learn what Karen had absolutely no way of knowing at the time. It wasn't that he wouldn't respond to her. It's that he couldn't respond to her. And the evidence will show you why. Let's talk about that. We'll introduce you to a doctor named Elizabeth Lopesada, a renowned forensic pathologist, a medical examiner, and a professor at Brown University. She will tell you that the injury to the back of John's head, first of all, was immediately incapacitating. And that has meaning. At the moment he suffered that fatal head injury, he couldn't walk, talk, grab his phone, cry for help, nothing. He was completely incapacitated, completely unconscious from the moment he suffered that injury. He was completely still and incapable of interacting with anyone or anything. But the doctor will tell you something more, and just as important. She'll tell you that John O'Keefe did not suffer from hypothermia, as the Commonwealth will undoubtedly allege. His body showed no signs of it. No frostbite, no cold-induced injuries to his organs, no damage based on cold or frost. Ladies and gentlemen, the scientific evidence and the medical evidence will establish that John O'Keefe had to be injured somewhere else, somewhere warmer, and his body had to have been moved out into the cold. And that's where, ultimately at 6 a.m., Karen found him the next morning. You will learn that John did not have a single injury consistent with being hit by a car. Let me say that again. The evidence will establish that John did not suffer a single injury on his body consistent with having been hit by a car. Not one. You'll learn that John's torso, his ribs, his chest, his arms, his hips, his legs, his knees, his ankles, his feet, all of them, no broken bones, no fractures, no contusions, no torn ligaments, no internal injuries, not even a bruise. Nothing consistent with a car accident, despite the Commonwealth's contention that he was slammed into by a 6,000-pound SUV. Not a bruise. Dr. LaPosada will tell you with medical certainty that, in fact, John was not struck by a vehicle. Medically and scientifically, he could not have been struck by a vehicle. Therefore, as I said, there was no collision. She will tell you that the patterned abrasions on John's right arm, the patterned abrasions you see over my left shoulder, they're not the result of being struck by a car or a taillight. You'll take one look at these injuries and you'll agree with Dr. LaPosada. The evidence will show that these injuries are from an animal, like a large dog, like the large dog that was inside the Albert house that night. You'll learn that Brian Albert has actually admitted that his large dog, the family dog, is, quote, not good with strangers. And of course, John, never having been to the house before, was a stranger that night. You'll also learn that oddly, very oddly, after having their family pet for 7 years, a short time after this incident, the Alberts got rid of that dog. They called it rehoming her, but she was gone. Dr. LaPosada will also tell you that the injury to John's head was not the result of falling backward onto a flat lawn, cold or otherwise. Rather, Dr. LaPosada will tell you with medical certainty that the injury pattern to his scalp was produced by an impact from a raised or ledged surface, a surface that does not exist on Brian Albert's front lawn where John was found. The medical evidence will establish no hypothermia, no injuries from a car strike, no collision with a motor vehicle. And forensic analysis of John's cell phone, Mr. Brennan mentioned that in his opening statement. The Commonwealth's own expert will ultimately support the exact facts that I just told you, including the temperature data. John O'Keefe was injured someplace warmer, and he was moved. That alone is reasonable doubt, but there's much more. You'll also learn that there were many people at that after-hours gathering at Brian Albert's house who would have left by the front door just feet from where John O'Keefe's body would have ultimately been, had he actually been there, right after 12:30 a.m., which is what the Commonwealth's claim is. There were nearly a dozen people who walked out that front door directly adjacent to the precise spot where John O'Keefe would have been lying. Not a single person, not one, not a single person saw a 6'2", 216-pound man laying sprawled in the front lawn in dark clothing on a light white dusting of snow. Not one. Then the evidence will also show that every one of those same people drove by that same spot, not walked by it, drove by it to leave the house, and still not one of them saw John laying in the yard when they left between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. in the morning. But you know who else you'll find never saw a body on that lawn? The snowplow driver, a completely independent witness charged with plowing the streets in Canton that night. You'll hear that Michael Proctor, oh, he's not done yet, Mr. Proctor. You'll hear that Michael Proctor wrote a report where he claimed that Fairview had not been plowed that night. You'll learn that that was completely false. That was a lie. Michael Proctor did not want any more witnesses. He didn't want the truth. And he falsely claimed that the road was never plowed. You'll learn that he wouldn't look for the plow driver, but we did. And we found, and we'll introduce you to, Brian Loughran. He plowed Fairview that night, and what he's going to tell you is that there was no body on that lawn at 2:30 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Loughran passed by 34 Fairview, traveling right next to Brian Albert's front yard, and at 2:30 a.m., John O'Keefe was not there. But you'll see that the plow driver also provides some other troubling information, troubling testimony for the Commonwealth. You'll learn that after making that pass at 2:30 a.m., he showed up with his plow an hour later. He stopped at the entrance of Fairview. He was looking up Fairview to decide whether or not to plow it, but he saw an obstruction. At 3:30 a.m., he looked down the street, and in the very spot precisely where Karen would later find John's body laying at 6 a.m., there was a car parked in front of it, a Ford Edge. You're going to ask yourself, who's moving a car at 3:30 in the morning into a blizzard on the side of the road? You'll learn that Michael Proctor, the lead investigator, intentionally ignored this fact as well. He did no investigation to find out who owned a Ford Edge, but again, we did. And the evidence will establish that Ford Edge happens to be a favorite model of the Albert family. More than one Albert owned a Ford Edge at the time. You'll learn that those facts will add to the mounting and the overwhelming evidence that there was no collision and John O'Keefe's body was moved onto that lawn. You'll find that this is yet additional reasonable doubt in the case. You'll be introduced to science and physics, even from the Commonwealth's own experts. That science will establish that Karen Reed's SUV was not damaged by hitting a pedestrian, and conversely, John O'Keefe's injuries did not come from being struck by a vehicle. The Commonwealth mentioned triggering events, but what you'll actually learn from the experts, some of them the Commonwealth's own experts, is that a triggering event is not evidence of an accident. It does not evidence a collision. That's why we're here. A collision. And there's no evidence of one. Zero. You'll also find that those exact sort of triggering events that the Commonwealth will rely on are relatively commonplace on Karen's SUV, and none of them are associated with a claim of a collision. Folks, the science will not lie, and the physics cannot lie. And that science will tell you with certainty there was no collision with John O'Keefe. You'll add that to that rising mountain of reasonable doubt. I want to take you back to the night in question, January 29th, for just a few minutes. Remember, Karen had gone home after dropping off John and John walking to the house. While Karen was asleep at home with John's 13-year-old niece, what were the people who had been at Brian Albert's house that night? What were they doing? While she slept, what you'll find and what the evidence will show is that they were extremely busy. You'll learn that after a long night of heavy drinking, Brian Higgins left the Albert residence, but he didn't drive home. Rather, he drove over to the Canton Police Department, where he kept an office at about 1:25 a.m. Not a Canton police officer, but he kept an office there. Why go back to his office at 1:25 a.m.? Why go back to the Canton Police Department at 1:25 in the morning on the night of a blizzard? You'll learn that while there, Higgins made a call at 1:30 a.m. Higgins will later deny that he made that call. You'll find that curious. And his explanation for that late night visit to Canton PD, you'll find that it changes nearly every time he's asked about it. You'll learn that after everyone left Brian Albert's house, Brian Albert actually claimed he had no contact with anybody else except his wife. No contact. Until he woke up the next morning. So he says. Then you'll learn that that too is a complete lie. His phone records establish that he placed a call to none other than Brian Higgins at 2:22 a.m. shortly after Higgins completed that late night visit over to Canton PD. You'll wonder, what did they possibly need to talk about at 2:22 a.m. that night? The evidence will establish that Brian Albert called Brian Higgins first. Brian Albert then disconnected that call when Higgins didn't answer it. Seconds later, Brian Higgins returned the call. Brian Albert then did answer that call. They spoke for 22 full seconds, had a conversation, then they both hung up their respective phones. You'll learn that when they were asked about these calls and conversations, both Brian Albert and Brian Higgins lied about it. Both of them. They said they never had a call with each other. But then ultimately, when they were confronted with their own cell phone records and they could no longer deny the calls, they were asked independently, explain yourself. And they both came up with the exact same explanation: a butt dial. The evidence will make you question, why did Albert and Higgins speak at 2:22 a.m.? And why did they both try to cover up that phone call? You'll also learn after this incident, and within days of one another, both Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, both police officers, both trained investigators, got rid of their phones. Both of them. And what else you'll learn Brian Albert got rid of? Shortly after this incident, Brian Albert got rid of his house, the whole thing. Just sold it. His childhood home, a home that had been in the Albert family for generations, he literally sold it mere months after this incident. Dog rehomed, phones destroyed, house sold. You'll learn that all these things happened shortly after the incident where John O'Keefe was found unresponsive and dying in Brian Albert's front lawn. And you'll also learn that Michael Proctor looked the other way. He did not investigate any of what I'm telling you. He pre-selected Karen Read from the start, and he ignored everything and everyone else. Let's get back to what was happening with the others while Karen slept. What you'll learn during this trial is that Brian Albert's sister-in-law, you've heard her name before, Jennifer McCabe, she was at the waterfall that night, and she was over at the Alberts' house that evening as well. She left the after-hours gathering about 2 a.m., a little before 2 a.m., got home around 2 a.m. And you'll learn that according to the Commonwealth's own evidence from a forensic software program called Physical Analyzer made by Cellebrite, it's considered the gold standard for forensic tools. You'll learn that a Google search was discovered on Jennifer McCabe's phone. A Google search that Michael Proctor and his investigators never revealed to us, but we found anyway. A Google search that was time-stamped, according to their own data, at 2:27 a.m. 5 minutes after that 2:22 a.m. call that Higgins and Albert denied having. And that Google search on Jennifer McCabe's phone read, Hoslong to die in cold. Hoslong to die in cold. Now, she misspelled the first word. Hos is supposed to be how, but the meaning's the same. How long does it take to die in the cold? Time-stamped 2:27. And then that search was also noted by the same Cellebrite program as having been deleted. The evidence will force you to ask, why is there a search on her phone? Why is it logged at 2:27 a.m.? When the Commonwealth claims that she first learned of John's death and where his body was hours later at 6 a.m. So what you'll learn is that while Karen slept, here's what was actually happening by some other very busy bees. 1:25 a.m., Brian Higgins makes an unexpected visit to Canton PD. 1:30 a.m., he makes a phone call that he later denies ever making. At 2:22 a.m., Brian Higgins and Brian Albert talk. They both deny and lie about having made that phone call. 2:27 a.m., 5 minutes later, a Google search appears on Jennifer McCabe's phone Hoslong to die in cold hours before John's body was ever discovered. A Google search she denies making, and that she later, or at least it was later logged as deleted. Meanwhile, at 2:30 a.m., the plow driver confirms that O'Keefe's body was not on the lawn of Brian Albert's house, not at 2:30 in the morning. And at 3:30 in the morning, that area was obstructed by a Ford Edge like the one the Albert family liked to own. The evidence will show in the meantime, Karen dozed in and out of a fitful sleep for the rest of the night, only to awaken just before 5 a.m. And that's when she realized, in a panic, John had never come home. And you'll see, it wasn't like John to not come home. That morning, you'll see and hear evidence that Karen's emotions had morphed. It'd gone from frustration and anger, which you'll hear in the voicemails, to abject fear. Fear that something bad had happened. The evidence will establish by this time, Karen was panic-stricken. She had a feeling something was very, very wrong. She was unable to get a hold of John. Karen went to go look for him. She got in her Lexus and she backed up to leave her garage at One Meadows. You'll hear a lot about that address, One Meadows. That was John's house where Karen was staying. She backed out of the garage, and during the course of the trial, you'll hear that she actually struck another car with that right rear taillight. During the course of this trial, the Commonwealth is going to desperately claim that Karen Reed's taillight was actually damaged by hitting John O'Keefe. They'll have no evidence of it, mind you, none, but they'll make the claim. We'll show you a video of exactly how that taillight was originally damaged, or exactly what happened at 5:07 in the morning. The facts will show that it was damaged in John's own driveway at 5:07 when Karen backed up and made contact with another car in the driveway. This is 5 hours after she dropped John off and he went into the Albert residence. As a result, the taillight was minimally cracked, but it wasn't completely shattered or damaged or broken. And that's the condition of the SUV when Michael Proctor got a hold of it. That becomes important. You'll hear from an independent police officer, an eyewitness to the damage on that SUV, someone not connected to Michael Proctor or under his control. And he'll tell you that he saw the taillight damaged before it was in Michael Proctor's possession, but it was not completely shattered. And you won't have to speculate how that taillight got cracked originally. You'll see it for yourself. It's on video. You'll learn that part of the reason that Karen's Lexus hit that car at One Meadows is because she backed out looking for him at a time when she was absolutely panic-stricken and grief-stricken. Where was John? Why hadn't he come home? What had happened to him? Is he hurt? Is he passed out somewhere? Her mind was reeling. The evidence will establish she wasn't giving anything away. Everything was on the table. What could have happened to John? You'll learn that when she woke up and he still wasn't home, she was just racking her brain for what could have happened to him. And she was worried about possibly the worst. He had gotten out of the car. He'd walked to the house. She was confused. And later, when she found him at 6 a.m. on the lawn, where she last saw him going toward the house, her mind started reeling, oh my God, did a plow hit him? Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? What could have happened to him? And that video clip that you saw, out of context, when she said the words, he did not look like he was mortally wounded, she's not talking about at midnight. She's talking about at 6 a.m. when she found him. That's what she was talking about. Your job will be to make sure that the evidence isn't presented to you too cute by half. She was saying all those things. Did a plow hit him? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? She was saying that to herself and to other people. And the Commonwealth, very obviously, will try to seize on that panic and twist this into some admission. But here's the actual truth. That's not a confession. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Could a plow have hit him? That's a person trying to make sense of an unexplainable circumstance, a natural concern of a bereaved significant other, a woman desperately trying to piece together what could have happened on this tragic night. John didn't come home. And the evidence will show that Karen Reed never said, I hit him. Never. Not in the background of the 911 recording, not on any dash cam video, not on any audio, not on any police body cam, not to a first responder. It's never mentioned in a single report. It's never reported in a single report from January 29th, not by one person, because it never happened. The evidence will show that the evidence will show that there were at least 13 members of law enforcement or first responders and 2 civilian witnesses that were intently focused on what was happening at that scene. They were all over the lawn. They were all over Karen. Officer Sarath, Mullaney, Good, Lank, EMT Nuttall, Flamati, Kelly, Walsh, Woodbury, Whitley, Becker, Robery, McLaughlin, Carrie Roberts, Jennifer McCabe. They were all there watching and listening. On January 29th, when John O'Keefe was found, not one first responder reported having heard Karen Read say the words, "I hit him." Not one. Not one civilian reported having heard Karen Read say, "I hit him." The facts will show that the first time this improved statement was ever claimed to have been made was some 24 hours later by a single EMT in an interview. Now listen to this. In an interview coordinated by a Canton police detective named Kevin Albert, Brian Albert's brother. And remember, Chris Albert, the other brother, is a board selectman to whom the Canton Police Department reports. And what's more, you'll learn that Katie McLaughlin, that's the EMT, that's the single EMT, the first person to have claimed to have heard this unrecorded and unreported statement, is years-long close personal friends with a young woman named Caitlin Albert. You heard that right. It's Brian Albert's daughter. During the course of this trial, you'll become familiar with and you'll realize that the Alberts are indeed a powerful and indeed an influential family. And that will mean something. You'll learn that there are other major problems with the prosecution's case. The evidence will establish that Michael Proctor himself, the lead investigator and architect of this entire case, has a long-standing and personal relationship with the Albert family. Yes, that same Albert family. His sister was close friends with Julie Albert. He personally sat at head tables at weddings, or at a head table at weddings with the Albert family. He entrusted the Alberts with babysitting his own children. You heard that correctly. And yet he was the lead detective assigned to investigate the circumstances of a Boston police officer laying dead on the Alberts' front lawn. That's not just bias, you'll learn. That's not just coincidence. That, folks, is corruption. And you'll see how far it went. Michael Proctor was alone with all the critical evidence in this case, along with Karen Read's phone, along with John's phone, along with video footage, along with the taillight material, alone when he claimed to recover evidence from 34 Fairview. He wrote the search warrants. He transported the evidence. He secured it. He submitted it. He did it all. That's Michael Proctor. And he did it without any reasonable oversight. You'll see during the trial that he intentionally lied and fabricated evidence during the course of this investigation. He lied in reports, warrants, he lied under oath. He lied about the time that he actually secured Karen Read's vehicle. Why? Why would he lie about that? The evidence will give you the answer. He lied because he did not want it revealed that he had access to that vehicle and he had access to that taillight before any taillight fragments were found at 34 Fairview. Appreciate that. He had access to the vehicle before a single piece of taillight material was ever found at the scene. You'll find that there were 2 searches. The first and second search found 0, nothing. Nothing around John's body, nothing in the street, not one piece of taillight fragment. But once Michael Proctor had that SUV and had the taillight in his custody and control, suddenly items started magically showing up. And not just a few items, 46 pieces of bright red taillight laying in the snow, supposedly found in the exact same spot that that was searched not once, but twice by independent officers. Came up with 0. To be clear, you'll learn that before Michael Proctor had access to that taillight, not a single piece was ever recovered at 34 Fairview. That will become vitally, vitally important. And what about those shards of plastic, by the way? What about this DNA that the Commonwealth mentioned? They're going to try to dazzle you with talk of DNA because it sounds so scientific. DNA was on the taillight, but you'll learn that there was no DNA on the actual shards that they claim came in contact with John's arm. None. There was no blood, no tissue, no skin, no DNA on a single shard of plastic that they claim cut deep abrasions into John's arm, the arm that you saw overhead. The DNA that was actually found, the actual science will show, was found outside of the taillight housing where anyone with access to that vehicle would have touched. And it wasn't just one male's DNA. In that exact same sample, there were 3 men found, John and 2 unidentified males. So unless the Commonwealth is going to shift their theory that that SUV hit 3 men that night, their entire theory falls apart. And speaking of DNA, the evidence will further establish that John O'Keefe's shoe, the one that he was wearing when he was found, was sampled. And that DNA revealed 5, count them, 5 unidentified males. Recall that the evidence will establish independently that John was injured someplace warmer and had to be moved onto that lawn. 5 unidentified males touching that shoe. You'll also learn that you are not the first person, not the first to hear about the Commonwealth's theory of this case, that John was hit by an SUV. That's their theory. The Commonwealth presented this exact same claim to their own medical examiner, a woman by the name of Dr. Irini Scorti-Bello. And you'll learn that after reviewing what's called a law enforcement accident notifier, with law enforcement's theory of the collision written in it, defined in it, after conducting the autopsy herself, after examining John's injuries in detail, she refused to conclude that John's death was a homicide based on the Commonwealth's presentation and their theory. That's right. The Commonwealth's own medical examiner will not deem the manner of death in this case, a homicide. She won't do it. But they're nonetheless back again trying to present the exact same theory to you in this trial. Again, the evidence will show that that is reasonable doubt. Throughout this trial, the Commonwealth will try to convince you of paranormal events, phones calling themselves, messages deleting themselves, Google searches made and then unmade, evidence magically appearing and evidence magically disappearing. But all that smoke and all those mirrors will not ever reach their burden. Because that's what this case is ultimately about. It's about the Commonwealth's burden of proof. You'll learn that during the trial, the Commonwealth bears the highest burden known to our justice system. They must prove every element of every charge beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And you'll learn that moral certainty means the highest level of certainty known in human affairs. It's not a small thing. They're not going to be able to do that. Not when every piece of this case was handled by a disgraced investigator with a motive to protect his friends, not when the physical evidence contradicts their very theory, not when their own medical examiner won't call this case a homicide based on the exact theory that they're presenting to you, not when the conduct of those in the House and the utter lack of investigation speaks volumes about those who actually have something to hide. By the end of this trial, you'll conclude that Karen Reed is not guilty of hitting John O'Keefe with her SUV. There was no collision. She's the victim of a botched and biased and corrupted investigation that was never about the truth, folks. It was about preserving loyalty. You'll find that this case is the very definition of reasonable doubt. And at the end of this trial, we'll ask you to return the only verdicts, all 3 of them, that are consistent with the evidence, the science, the truth, and justice. Not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Folks, why don't we take our morning recess?
Wow. Wow. Did you guys hear that? Muted, Tom.
Boy, imagine
Wow.
that.
That was
Did you hear that?
No, I'm so glad he did the opening. I'm telling you, United's good, but Jackson that was awesome. That was awesome.
Love it, love it, love it.
He's a showman, man. He can grab your attention. He kept it the whole time. And what I liked a lot is that he said reasonable doubt. I can't tell you how many times he said it. He said it a lot, and there was no collision. And you and I were talking.
Brian.
We were talking. We were talking about the body was moved.
Yes,
we talked. We talked about that.
Yep.
He put it up. Like he put it out there in his open statement. We're gonna prove to you that his body was moved. It didn't happen from the ground.
Nope.
I mean, he just basically laid out the whole defense case for them and said, "Do your best. You know, come on, give me what you got." And you know, if you got anything that can prove me wrong, I am saying this in the opening statement. Are you shitting me?
Zero evidence of a collision.
Zero. And Hank,
Zero.
you're in the car probably. I don't know if you heard it, but Hank moved the footage from 62 to 35 feet now. Karen only backed up 35 feet.
Oh, so she's got good grip and good traction now. Is that what the problem is?
She said
She's got it now.
She put it into reverse, rev the engine up, and put it into reverse. So she put it to neutral, revved the engine, and slammed it into reverse, went back. And John got hit, but stood there for 20 seconds and answered a text message to Jen McCabe at the same time. and then wandered off and fell off into the snow. Yes.
He said that in court.
He said it, dude.
Did he really?
Dude, he got hit by Karen and then answered a text message. What the fuck?
I don't understand that. Hold on 1 second.
Oh my God. Jesus Christ, man. That was absolutely nuts.
I like how he said there was not one civilian said that she hit him.
No.
Not one civilian.
Dude, nuts. Hank's story is whacked.
Did it make any? Did anything? Did he bring anything to the table, Mike?
He mentioned that the phone is gonna the temperature of the phone is gonna be show you some evidence that he was outside for that long. And
Hank said that.
Yeah.
Okay,
so
good.
This is how good Jackson was. I really don't remember anything Hank said.
Wow.
Yeah, that's how good Jackson was. And he wasn't pacing like Hank was. And then Hank says, and John grew up in Canton. He grew up in Braintree. He blew it there, you know. He said he was a Canton guy, but went to Canton. He's from Canton. He's from Braintree. You know, he missed it there. Oh my gosh. That's why I really didn't listen to last year's like I did this time around. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I'm just really blown away how good Alan Jackson is.
Oh, he's the best, right?
Well, I mean, I guess he exceeded my expectations. I didn't know. Because, he's going to prove that he moved the body. And he also says,
right.
Tom,
Oh, you heard that. You heard that, right? You heard what he said? Moving the body. We didn't talk about moving the body last time, did we? We're talking hard evidence of moving bodies now, he's saying, right?
The professor from the University of Brown, the Rhode Island chief medical examiner, is going to prove that in her direct from Commonwealth. I mean, from the defense,
which we kind of knew, right?
Well, yeah, we did. We didn't read that, so yeah. But
And we can't
he
just
was
go telling people that. So we're sorry.
go back to last year when you said John got hit and he was instantly gone. Got
Yes.
shot to the back of the head.
Yes.
Once that happened, he was completely incapacitated. Jackson
Yes.
said there was no him
Lights
answering
out.
the phone. There was
Unfortunately.
there was no phone calls, no texts. But to have Hank Brennan say he was hit by Karen's car, he stood for another 20 seconds, right? Answered a text message, fumbled around in the snow and fell down. Okay, I'm gonna leave that there. We didn't hear last year that there was 5 DNA types on his shoe either. Remember?
5 different DNA types.
Yep, 5 male DNA type or different. I should say different DNAs than John's on his shoe. Interesting.
Boy, that don't make no sense, Mike.
Nope. And
how can it be? How can that be? Wait a minute. 5 different DNA swabs
on his shoe.
Okay.
And then his pants had 3 additional DNAs.
And John was maybe a little kind of a neat freak, maybe, would you say?
Oh my God, yeah.
Just a little, maybe?
Oh my God. I'm like so like fired up right now. Jackson just blew the roof off the court. Blew it off. I mean, you talk about having like he stood there and just looked at the jury. Hank was pacing up and down.
Really?
Yeah, he was pacing back and forth,
I know,
saying what he had to say.
I can't
But
help it.
But Jackson
It's just so different, right? They're
Oh my
just
God.
2 different ways. Just and Alan's he's what's engaging. He brings it to you in a way that is just I get what I understand what Alan says. Hank, I gotta figure out maybe this and it's
Dude,
just
whenever he said, okay, he get hit by a car, wandered around for 20 seconds and answered a text message. Are you kidding me?
Did he say bring a 6-pack? Is that what he said?
Oh
Is that what
my
he was trying
God.
to bring beer?
I don't know
Yeah, Hank.
what the hell was he thinking? He's trying to change the timeline a little bit. I don't know, man. Yeah,
It's a hard timeline. They've had 4 bites at that apple, dude.
Yeah, I know. I think wow. And I like the fact reasonable doubt is held to the highest moral standards that you can achieve. You know what I mean? He hammered that home.
He also mentioned burden of proof, and he tied it together with beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yeah. And no collision. Yeah. Okay. No problem.
Yeah, no collision. There was no cell phone data that said that this happened.
And it sounds like he's going to let him have I hit him with the plow hit him. He's going to actually if you guys want to play that and make it a non-distracting, fine. Anybody in shock would say that, you
Dude,
know?
Who calls that a distractor? It's not. It's a piece of evidence. Whether the weight of it is less than something else. That's all. It's not a distractor. It's a freaking distractor.
And he's calling on Timmy Nuttall to say that he heard it. He's the guy that said that she was wearing a fluffy puffy jacket.
He works in Brockton now, I think.
Yeah, he works with the firefighter over there. He left Braintree. Left Canton. But he's Nuttall's the guy. We had to cut his jacket off. It had fluff everywhere. Remember? And John wasn't wearing a puffy jacket.
No. Did they mention something about the house, going into the house?
Did who? Did Jackson or Brennan? I don't think so.
Because they got to bring that. They got to bring that. If they mention it, they got to bring it.
Well, Jackson brought it up that Brian Albert is a first responder.
Oh yes, you heard that? Didn't even get out of his. Didn't even get out of his bed.
No, that was crazy, dude. Yeah, I know. All right, listen, I'm gonna take 5. You got this? I'll be back. All right,
I got this, big guy. Hey everybody, hi. And now is the time to go take a break real quick, stretch your legs, do little exercises, get some more water. real quick. It's like a 7-inning stretch. So, how do you think how do you guys think the Open went? Actually, I'm gonna get up and stretch my legs. I am going to put the long crime thing back up real quick so you guys see it. So you know you don't stroke out on me here. I gotta make a call. Yeah, they did great, didn't they? They really did. So, guys, just let everyone know. Everybody hang tight. Let me just do this real quick. I want to do this. Get that out of the way. Come on. Okay. So, the boom. There we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. I'll be back. Go stretch my legs real quick. Well, hey. Good. How are you? Oh, that was a great thing, isn't it? I love those cats. The back. You probably never stayed. No, we didn't do that. Amy. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. No. And this morning they had their stream all set up to stream the same thing. So, no clothes this morning, and I wake up and they're bailing crazy shit. They're not gonna mod. They're not gonna mod for me. What are they gonna? Why are they in another channel? I'm in my channel by myself, driving this sport. I know what else come on for me. I can handle myself if I know, but I thought I had mod. I had no idea I didn't have mod until I didn't have mod.
Two men standing. Put us back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, your first witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Timothy Nuttall. Watch your step. And stand and face the court.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Sir.
Thank you. You can take a seat.
Sir, could you pull the microphone down a little bit closer to you, please?
Yes, sir. Or yes, ma'am. Excuse me.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
So my name is Timothy Nuttall. I'm 28 years old. I've been a firefighter paramedic ever since I graduated high school. I graduated in 2015. I took my EMT class and got my certification while I was actually still in high school. From there, I moved on to the BLS transfer side of EMS. There's 911 EMS, and then there's transfer, which is basically back and forth from hospital to hospital. I was brand new and very young, so I started on the transfer side, kind of learning the job. I started primarily in the city of Chelsea, Everett, Malden, Somerville, up there. And then after a little while, I got my feet wet in the 911 side. So I was running BLS 911 in those cities as well. And then I progressed on to become a paramedic. So
Why do you have such an interest in being a first responder at a young age?
I kind of grew up in a first responder household. My father was a firefighter in a local town. So we spent kind of a significant amount of time at the station when he was on shift. It's just kind of how I grew up. Kind of learning the ins and outs of public safety. That's just kind of how I came to be interested in the profession, and then I took it from there. So
I want to take us back just a little bit. When you first became interested in training to be a first responder, did you share with us your first training was as an EMT?
Yes, sir.
Can you share a little bit with the jury what that entails?
So to become an EMT, there are two sides of EMS, and then there are two sides of providers. There's EMT basic, and then there's paramedic. To answer your question, sir, to start as an EMT, it's about a 4-month process. You take classes. I believe mine was Tuesday, Thursday, every other Saturday. Learning just anatomy and physiology, basic pharmacology, and kind of how medications interact with the body and different disease processes. From there, you start learning basic interventions, backboarding, C-collars.
As part of your work in learning to be an EMT, you active in the field?
The initial training is, that's mostly classroom-based, but once you sit your national written tests and you're able to pass all that and pass practical, then you're able to progress into the field.
And did you succeed through the EMT training?
Yes, sir.
At that point, did you decide you wanted more training? You want to proceed through the profession?
Yes, sir. So after a little while, I worked for about 1.5 years in the field and decided that I genuinely enjoyed the work that I was doing. I then made the decision to progress to the paramedic level. That's a significantly more challenging academic portion. And
can you briefly share with us a little bit of the training that you needed to complete to be a paramedic?
Yes, paramedic training is about, I would say, generally takes people about 2 years to complete. There's about 1 year of classroom. It delves far deeper into not only diseases, but how they interact with multiple body systems, multiple different treatment modalities that we can pursue, multiple different interventions, a whole host of medications, far more medications than a BLS. As a paramedic, I have a much wider range of drugs that I would be able to select to treat different patients.
As you worked through your training and got this experience, you ultimately become employed by the Canton Fire Department?
Yes, sir.
What did they hire you as?
They hired me as a firefighter paramedic.
And so you were both a firefighter and a paramedic?
Yes, sir.
Does the Canton Police Department, in their units, do they include paramedics and firefighters in the same division?
The Canton Police Department or the Canton
the Canton Fire Department.
Canton Fire Department, the vast majority of the employees of the Canton Fire Department are paramedics. I believe there are I want to say 5 EMTs, but now as a requirement to remain employed by the Canton Fire Department, you have to become and maintain a paramedic certification.
So when you would go to work as a firefighter or paramedic, was it always the same, or did you get assigned as a firefighter one night and a paramedic a different night?
So we would cross-man trucks. We were always fire suppression personnel, but we were also cross-trained as paramedics. So for example, if a fire call were to come in the town of Canton, and I was assigned to ambulance 1 for the day, I would take all my equipment off ambulance 1 and I would transfer it to ladder 1, and then we would take ladder 1 to the fire call and operate as fire suppression personnel. If a medical call were to come in, I'm assigned again to ambulance 1, then we take on the role as EMS. I take my paramedic skills and put them to work in the town on ambulance 1.
Let me ask you one more background question about how the Canton Fire Department works. When there's a call, an emergency call, is an ambulance sent with other vehicles or alone to the call?
Yes, sir. It's typically the engine of that district and the ambulance of that district. Depending on call volume, that can change. But if all is not to use the word quiet, it's kind of a taboo word, but if all is everybody's in quarters, and there's a dispatch in District 1, it'll be Canton Engine 3 and Canton Ambulance 1, and they go as a unit together.
Mr. Nuttall, I want you to take us back, if you would, to the early morning hours of January 22nd, 2022. I want you to bring us a little bit before 6 a.m. Do you remember what you were doing?
Yes, sir. So that particular morning, I arrived at work earlier than I normally do. There was inclement weather that morning. So I left earlier than normal just to get in before the roadways got particularly difficult to travel, and to relieve anybody that may need to get out if they needed to get home before the roads got particularly bad. I arrived just before 6 a.m. I was walking in. I was assigned to ambulance 1 for that oncoming 24. I was scheduled to be there at 8 a.m.
Could you share with us a little bit about how the weather was as you arrived around 6 a.m.?
It wasn't great. I was driving. It's about a 35-minute ride for me to get to Canton. The roads were starting to they weren't great. They had been treated, but they weren't pristine. The wind was starting to pick up. The snow was starting to come down a little heavier, which is the reason that I left at the time I did.
And so I may have misspoke. January 29th, 2022, that morning, around 6:04, did you hear a tone or did you hear an alarm?
So the tones went off right as I entered the building.
Tell us what a tone is.
So the tone is the emergency alert tone. In the town of Canton, we have 3. We have 1 for fire, we have 1 for investigation, and we have 1 for EMS. The EMS tones went off and the lights came on. Whenever there's the tones go off, the lights come on as well. I was just walking into the building when the tones went off and the lights came on.
And is there information that accompanies the tone, information about the call that needs response?
Yes. So after the tones had cleared, there's an overhead dispatch, which is our dispatch center, communicates to us before we get in the trucks and on the air responding. Basic nature of the call. In that particular instance, we were dispatched to an unresponsive male in a snowbank with no real further information to follow up on.
So what do you do?
So as I said, I arrived pretty early that morning. But hearing that dispatch and that nature of the call, those typically tend to be more involved, both personnel-wise and work-wise. The crew that was working that morning was getting on the truck, and it was firefighter paramedic Anthony Flamati and firefighter EMT Matt Kelly. Matt Kelly has since become a paramedic, but at the time he was an EMT. So off the bat, that crew, not to say that they were at a disadvantage, but paramedic Flamati was the only paramedic on that ambulance.
What did you do?
So I made the decision. I checked with the shift commander, and I jumped on ambulance 1 to just give a second set of hands as being a paramedic myself, just being able to hopefully help if there was any advanced interventions that needed to be done or needed to be performed.
What
And
happened?
just a second set of hands.
What happens next?
So I got in the back of the truck. I was actually still in civilian clothing at the time because I had just walked in the door. So I got in the back of ambulance 1 in the patient compartment. The other 2 gentlemen were up front driving to the scene. I actually had to don my turnout gear because, again, I was in civilian clothing. I wasn't quite ready to go. So I had to put all my structural turnout gear on and then my can fire jacket. Once I was sufficiently dressed for the call, I started prepping all the gear that we might need for a call such as that, for an unresponsive male in the snow. In this case, it was our first in bag, our airway bag, and our cardiac monitor. Everything was all together. They were all in 3 separate bags. But on the way there, I just got in. I didn't know how their night had gone. So I just took a real quick look at everything just to make sure everything was there and everything was exactly how it needed to be. So I was able to just grab all 3 bags, put them on my person, and get ready to, so as soon as the ambulance was on scene, just step off and go to work.
Not knowing much information about what you're going to confront, what goes through your mind as you prepare before you get off the ambulance?
Just basic scenarios. I mean, again, unresponsive male in the snow could mean several things. Not having much to go off on the dispatch was, it left much to be desired in terms of what we might need. So in gathering all the equipment together, that can kind of cover all the major bases, if you will, in terms of what we were expecting to meet once we got on scene.
How was your focus before you get off the ambulance?
I was ready to go. A dispatch like that, any unresponsive male in the snow, it can kind of up the level because you just don't know what you're walking into. You know, it could be anything.
In the back of the ambulance, you can't see outside. Could you tell anything about the weather conditions based on the way the ambulance was moving?
Again, being in the back, as you noted, it just seemed to be taking a little bit longer than normal. I really had no visibility at all. Like I said, I was in the patient compartment. It's very limited visibility in the back, and it's limited visibility. There's like a peephole that's maybe 1.5 by 1.5 to kind of peek up front. But again, I was so busy getting everything together, I really didn't notice, but I did note it took a little bit longer. We were going not slow, but we were going cautiously.
When the ambulance finally stopped and the doors open, tell the jury what you see.
So as I mentioned, I had the 2 bags and the cardiac monitor. So 3 pieces of equipment with me. And I stepped out of the back or the side of the truck. There's a back compartment or a back door and a side door. I stepped out of the side door. And I immediately noted the wind had picked up and the snow seemed to be heavier. And I could hear like a distant screaming off in the distance. Wasn't exactly sure where it was coming from.
What was the visibility like?
It wasn't great. It was still dark out. The sun had not come up yet. The snow was coming down, as I said, heavily. And it wasn't great all around.
Was it cold?
It was cold. Yes, sir.
And so when you hear the screams, what do you do next?
I started making my way kind of towards the sound, following sounds. I couldn't see anybody yet. So I just kind of followed the sounds. And then once I was able to get around the side of the truck, that's when I was able to see a group of 3 individuals with Canton Police. And I started making my way over to them to see where the patient might be located and what was going on.
As you get closer, tell us what you see.
So as we approached the scene, as I said, there were 3 individuals and Canton Police were on scene as well. And then there was what appeared to be a human figure laying supine in the snow. I'd say about 6 to 8 feet, kind of where the sidewalk met the front lawn of a residence.
What does supine mean?
So he was laying on his back. From there, I made my way directly over to that individual and started checking for signs of life.
How do you check? Do you get close? Do you get down on the ground?
Yep. So I knelt right at his head. Typically, to check for any signs of life, it's just as you see in TV or anything like that. You check the carotid pulse, and you check for any signs of breathing or anything like that.
Where's the carotid pulse?
So the carotid pulse would be right in the neck. Like and just real quick, 2 seconds, you can check either side. They're on both sides. Those are the strongest pulses that you can grab quickly. So I just real quick went right to that gentleman. Like I said, I looked for any signs of breathing. I found none. I checked a carotid pulse, and I found none.
How was his skin to the touch?
He was very cold to the touch.
He wasn't warm?
No.
So after you touched his cold skin and you felt the carotid artery? Is that how you
Yes, sir. Carotid artery.
Did you come to any initial quick assessments or conclusions in your mind?
So I found, like I said, I checked for signs of life, the carotid, the signs of breathing. I found none. From there, we had ascertained that there is no signs of life. As I was checking that, the other 2 individuals on the ambulance came and met me, and they began doing the same thing just to check. I mean, sometimes you can look and you can miss. So the other paramedic, Anthony Flamati, started checking my work, and then we kind of went from there. But I found no signs of life in my initial.
So firefighter paramedic Flamati arrived to this person after you did?
Yes, sir. I was the first one to actually put hands on the individual and check for signs of life.
Did you later learn the name of this man?
I did.
And what was that?
John O'Keefe.
After you found no signs of life for John O'Keefe, did you get up and go to speak to anybody?
I did. So as being a second set of hands on the call, it's really not my call, like in terms of treatment modalities and how we want to progress. So after I found no signs of life, I kind of got up to kind of look around real quick. I went over to the individuals, the 3 individuals that were there, and just said, hey, I just have found no signs of life. We're going to see the next steps. And as I was saying that was when Anthony Flamati, who is the lead paramedic on this, made the decision this is a workable cardiac arrest.
Let me ask you 2 questions. The first is, as a paramedic firefighter, are there times when you're the lead paramedic on a call?
Yes, sir.
And so it changes call by call, but this one was firefighter or paramedic Flamati's lead?
Correct. He was the lead paramedic on this call.
There are other times when you're the lead and firefighter or paramedic Flamati is on your crew and you lead?
Yes, sir. So we typically switch off. We'll do one, and then once my rotation is complete, we'll do the next one. So it's patient for patient, typically.
When firefighter paramedic Flamati called you back and said it was a workable situation, can you explain to the jury what that means?
Yes. So in medicine, there is a term that is, you're not dead until you're warm and dead. Meaning your core temperature, your core body temperature has to be within normal limits for it to be considered a futile attempt at resuscitation. Noting that, Tony, the other paramedic, Tony Flamati, realized that this gentleman was very cold to the touch and that this was now a hypothermic cardiac arrest, or a cardiac arrest in a hypothermic setting, which means as providers, we have a duty to initiate life-saving measures, CPR, ventilation, and continue those efforts until we get him to a hospital and a physician is able to take over and they are able to monitor his core body temperature for a certain amount of time.
I want to ask you about a term you used. You said a hypothermic situation. As a firefighter paramedic treating a patient at the scene, you're not diagnosing hypothermia, are you?
No, sir.
So you're not making a medical diagnosis. You're just saying it's a hypothermic situation because of why?
Just because of the conditions. He was extremely cold to the touch. and he was in the elements. We didn't know how long, so taking the fact that he is extremely cold to the touch and he had been outside for an unknown amount of time, that quantifies it to us as a hypothermic arrest or a cardiac arrest in a hypothermic setting.
Is there anything about Mr. O'Keefe's fingers or hands or his face that gave you any indication if he had been there just recently or had been there for a while?
His fingers were quite cold. They were not well perfused at all. They were very.
Mean? I don't know. What does not perfused mean?
Sorry, there did not appear to have been any blood flow at all. Just because he was, again, presumably being outside, his fingers were very, very white. They were very stiff, which can be signs of hypothermia and frostbite. And again, touching the neck. So typically when you get cold, you kind of work back from your extremities in. So again, I noted his fingers were quite cold, but also when I checked his carotid, his neck felt quite cold as well. That just kind of tipped us back further down the road of a hypothermic cardiac arrest.
I see. When firefighter Flamati called you back,
yep,
where did you go exactly?
So when I was told that this is what we're doing, I turned around and I went right back to where I previously knelt, which was right at Mr. O'Keefe's head. And then I took over the ventilation aspect of a cardiac arrest. So I was in charge of the airway. So I began giving him positive pressure ventilations with that valve mask, which is just a glorified balloon that you can push oxygen through and down into your respiratory tract to get oxygen moving. While I was doing that, I believe firefighter EMT Kelly had begun CPR.
So is this fair to say it's a team effort?
Yes, sir.
A coordinated effort?
Very much so.
And depending on where you're placed, whether in the back of the ambulance or driving or leading, does everybody have an important role to play?
Yes. Yeah, we work in conjunction with each other. Typically, the most well-defined roles in a cardiac arrest in EMS is your airway monitor, which was myself in this situation, and then your cardiac and medication administration, which is, that would be Anthony Flamati, that would be Tony. Just because of my position at the head, I just took over the ventilation aspect, and that was where I remained throughout the call.
You said you went back to try to help Mr. O'Keefe, and you were giving, helping at the airway. Do you have to actually get on the ground to do that?
Yes, sir. I was kneeling at his head.
While you were kneeling at his head, well, let me ask you a more of a background question. Is it helpful to get information about the history of the person when you're trying to treat them when you happen upon a scene and you don't know the history?
Yes, sir, very much. Getting information on medications, history, and allergies is our top priorities in any call, not even this call, just really any your run-of-the-mill fall or chest pain. Typically the first questions that we ask: what medications are you on? What medical history do you have? And do you have any allergies? The medical history is important because if you've had heart attacks in the past, or just using a generalized example, if you've had heart attacks in the past, does this feel like a previous heart attack? It kind of gives us something to go off of.
As you were nailing, I want you to take us to that moment. As you're nailing, trying to help Mr. O'Keefe, did you have a chance at any point to look up?
I did.
And when you looked up, when you were trying to help Mr. O'Keefe, can you tell us who you saw?
I saw a middle-aged middle-aged female with blood on her face. And I, real quick, as I was in the process of providing ventilations, I said, do you know this person?
The person that you looked up and saw that was standing over you with blood on her face, do you recognize that person in this courtroom?
Yes, sir.
With the court's permission, sir, could you point out that person that you looked up and saw?
In between Mr. Jackson or next to Mr. Jackson.
I see. So when you looked up and saw that person and asked about any background, what did she say to you?
I hit him. I hit him. I hit him.
How clearly do you remember her words saying to you, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I remember it very distinctly.
You've been to a lot of calls over the years and since.
Yes, sir.
Would you say hundreds or thousands?
Thousands.
Do you remember all of them?
I remember aspects of various calls, but not all of them, no.
Do some stand out more than others?
Yes, sir.
Did this particular moment stand out more as compared to your typical or most calls that you've been to?
It did, just because of the setting. I mean, it was the weather, it was the unknown factors, and it was the attempting to try and get information and not really being able to glean anything from that.
After the defendant said to you, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, did you ask any follow-up questions?
I really didn't get a chance to, because following that, the individual just kind of walked away, or just kind of went in a different direction. I wasn't able to ask any follow-up questions.
Have you ever received any police training?
No, sir.
Are you a police officer?
No, sir.
When you're helping a patient, do you have any interest in detective work?
No, sir.
Do you have any interest in investigating potential crimes?
At that time, in this particular instance, because I was at the airway, that is a pretty critical aspect of a cardiac arrest. I was stuck there. I couldn't get up and kind of follow up on that at all. I was there doing that ventilation.
Is it your job to investigate cases or simply to get information to help treatment?
Just the information.
When you go out as a firefighter paramedic, do you have a purposeful cause?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
To save lives.
And is that your only focus?
In this instance, it was attempting to restore circulation and breathing.
At some point with your colleagues, did you lift Mr. O'Keefe from the ground?
We did.
When you lift him, what do you put him on?
So we put him on, it's called a scoop stretcher. It's basically just a hard plastic moving device with some seatbelts on it, just to get the patient up and onto the stretcher. And then from there, we can move from the stretcher to the ambulance.
After you lift him to the stretcher, tell us what happens next.
So we put Mr. O'Keefe on the scoop stretcher, and we were able to get him onto the stretcher itself and then off to the ambulance. From there, I maintained my role as the airway individual on this call. So we made our way to the ambulance. I got in the tech seat, which is directly behind where the stretcher locks in. So I had access to the airway again. I was continuing to provide positive pressure ventilations to Mr. O'Keefe, and we had put in an OPA as well, which is just a plastic hook, if you will. It just keeps the tongue from falling back into the airway, so we can continue to provide positive pressure ventilations. Once we got him in the truck and we continued that effort, we set up a suction system and we prepared to intubate Mr. O'Keefe. We prepared a suction system just because as I was ventilating outside of the ambulance, there were some secretions in the airway that I could see, and you could kind of hear it as you go to squeeze in breaths into the individual. You can kind of hear the secretions kind of getting like bubbly and stuff like that. So we knew we were going to need to suction him. So we got him in the truck. We really quickly suctioned him, and then we were able to intubate him successfully to definitively give him an advanced airway and give him better ventilations, get more oxygen into his system.
Now, you mentioned that he wasn't warm, he was very cold.
No, he was still very cold.
What does the team do to try to assist with that?
The most basic thing that we did, we turned the heat on as high as it would go. We also stripped all of his clothing off, just getting all of that wet clothing off of him. I didn't really have a role in that particular part of it, just because once you're on the airway, that is kind of yours. Nobody can breathe for him. So every time I squeeze that bag, he gets a breath. So I'm kind of tied to that airway for the duration of the call.
So when your colleagues are stripping the clothes off him, is your attention on the clothes or more on the airway in your job?
No, I'm maintaining the airway. If an endotracheal tube is dislodged for whatever reason, it is typically more difficult to get one in. So the integrity of that tube staying where it is and not being dislodged, that is another key aspect of airway management.
As you're doing that, do you notice what anybody else, any of your colleagues are doing to help?
Like I said, they were They were working on clothing removal. I believe they were also getting intravenous and intraosseous access on this individual to begin medication administration. But again, I was quite focused on that airway, just making sure that it was maintained and we didn't lose any tube. We didn't lose any end-tidal CO2, which is just another monitoring device that we use to confirm that that tube is in place.
How quickly do you get to leave the scene and start moving towards the hospital?
I honestly couldn't give you an accurate estimate. It didn't seem to be out of the ordinary realm, though. We were able to move within the flow.
In addition to Mr. Keefe being very cold, did you notice any other injuries on him?
So I noted that he had a hematoma right above his right eye.
Could you explain to us what that is?
Yep, it's just, for lack of a better term, it's just a big egg. He had a pretty good bump over his eye.
And you said his right eye?
Yes, sir.
Did you know how that hematoma was caused?
No, sir.
No idea?
No.
In addition to the hematoma above his right eye, what other injuries did you see?
There were also several scratches on his right arm, just below his shoulder and traveling down his right humerus. They terminated right about his right elbow, just above it.
Those scratches, have you also described them as abrasions?
Yes, sir.
Is there any difference in your mind, difference between scratches and abrasions?
Nope. These were they were deep and they were not bleeding, but they were notably deep.
Did you ever describe it as furrows?
I did.
And in describing those scratches, do you have any idea how they were caused?
No, sir.
Okay. And did you notice any other injuries on Mr. O'Keefe?
No, sir. Those were the only ones that we noted. As I mentioned, we suctioned a little bit of blood out of the back of his airway as well. I believe it was blood mucus, and saliva. But those were the extent of the injuries that I was able to note.
Did you notice anything about the back of his head?
Actually, yes, I did. I apologize. There seemed to be a little bit of matted blood around in his hair around there. Really didn't see anything too obvious at the time. He was also placed in a cervical collar as well, following intubation, and that was kind of there just to maintain his cervical spine. But there was, like I said, there was noted to be a little bit of dried blood on the back of his head.
At some point, did you finally make your way with Mr. O'Keefe to the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, sir.
And just share with us what happens when you get there.
So after we got there, we handed off care to Good Samaritan Medical's physicians and ER nurses. We were able to give a report to the physician of just basic what we've done, what we've given for medications, in my case, what he was intubated with and how he was being ventilated, how well he was being ventilated, and any other further pertinent information. Typically, we noted that Tony was the lead paramedic, so that is typically he kind of holds the room for a minute when we get in there and gives a big rundown, and then we back off and let Good Samaritan take over.
When the defendant told you that she hit him, did that have any significance to you?
No, sir.
Did it reconcile with the injuries that you saw before you that Mr. O'Keefe was suffering from?
No, sir.
And so at that point, was that information insignificant in perspective of your care?
Objection. Sustained.
Okay. What role did that information play in your care after the defendant told you she hit him? How did that contribute or not contribute to what you were doing?
It really didn't help at the time. Again, I wasn't able to chase anything down from that. I just kind of took it, noted it, and moved on with my aspect of the cardiac arrest.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity at any point to see any video of that morning taken from any source, a police car, dash cam?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, I'd like to introduce a video stream.
Okay.
I'm sorry. It is Cruiser 683 Stream 2. I'm going to ask to play a portion of it that's relevant to Mr. Nuttall, Ms. Gillum, if you would please move to 6:11 a.m. Please stop the video. Mr. Nuttall, do you see the red lights reflecting on the left?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what those red lights are?
Presumably those would be ambulance 1.
Yeah, so not what you presume. Do you know what they are, sir?
And those are the lights for ambulance 1.
Do you see the weather conditions as it's depicted on this video?
Yes, sir.
Oh, as you stood outside, was it same or different to how it appears in this video?
That is the same.
When you look to the left, you see a straight line about an inch or two from the left of the screen. Do you know what that item is?
Sorry, sir. Repeat the question.
If you look to the left of the screen,
Yep.
you'll see a straight item from the bottom halfway up the picture. Do you know what that item is
I
on the
believe
video?
that's a flagpole, sir.
Do you see a little bit of movement of bodies near that flagpole?
At the present time, no.
Okay. Could we continue to play, please?
Yep, there they are.
Could you stop, please? Did you see the first person in line now behind the person with in front of the person with the blue hat?
I'm sorry, sir. Can you back it up like 10 seconds?
Certainly. Keep going, please. Do you know who that person is?
I believe that's me, sir.
Okay. Could you please continue? Is this your first assessment?
Yes, sir. This is ascertaining any signs of life or breathing.
Is that you approaching?
Yes, sir.
Could you stop, please? After informing you return, is that after firefighter Flamati called you?
So right after that, when I turned around, that was when Tony said, "Hey, we're working this."
Okay. Please continue. Stop, please. And do you see a person come over to where you are?
Yes, sir.
Is it at that point or another moment when the defendant said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him"?
It was right there, sir.
Could you continue, please? Could you stop for a moment? There's no voices or noises from people coming through that audio. When you were there that night, throughout the event, was it silent or were people speaking? Did you hear people speaking?
There was, as I noted when I got out of the truck, there was quite a bit of screaming. It was quite chaotic. The wind was also a factor, but there were people around. They were speaking within themselves too, but there was screaming, there was wind, and there was different side conversations as well.
And when you were working on Mr. O'Keefe, were you having conversations with your colleagues?
Yes, sir.
They're not picked up on the audio?
No, sir.
Please continue. Sir, are you still at the flagpole?
Yes, sir. I'm kneeling at the head of the patient.
Are you included in that group of first responders?
I am not, sir. I have actually exited to the side with the bags. I believe I'm entering the ambulance at this point.
Okay. Thank you. We can conclude the viewing. With the court's permission, I'd like to approach and show a few exhibits to Mr. Nuttall. They've been shown to the defense.
Yes,
Thank you. May I approach?
yes.
Thank you.
No objection.
Okay.
Can I show you a photograph?
Yes, sir.
Sir, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, sir. Those are the scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Does that appear the same as when you saw his arm that morning, or is there any differences? And if there's any differences, can you share them with us?
That appears how they were to me at the time of the incident.
Okay. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes,
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
okay.
Here also.
I'm going to hand you a.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Pardon me, Your Honor. May we publish to the jury?
Yes,
Is that the photograph you just identified on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Showing you a second photograph, I'd like to ask you some questions about it.
can we take that one down, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, of course.
Please, Ms. Gilman?
Thank you. Does that photograph, do you recognize that area?
Yes, sir.
Is that the same or substantially the same area where you helped try to treat John O'Keefe?
Yes, sir.
Does that look to be a fair and accurate representation of the area?
It does.
With the court's permission, I would introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Okay, and there's no objection to any of these three?
None.
Okay, yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
With the court's permission, could I publish exhibit 2?
Yes.
And sir, that's what you recognize as the area where you were helping to treat John O'Keefe.
Yes, sir.
I've left one last photograph in front of you.
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize that?
I do.
Tell us about any differences between when you were there and what you see in that photograph.
The street appears to be plowed. There's bare pavement. The weather conditions are significantly better. It is also daytime.
If we could take down that exhibit 2, Ms. Gilman. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes,
I would move to introduce this as exhibit 3.
all right.
With the court's permission, I'd like to publish exhibit 3.
Sure.
Is that the photo you just identified?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we can take that down. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
Showtime.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I?
Yes, please.
Good morning, good afternoon, Firefighter Nuttall.
Good afternoon, sir.
Nice to see you again.
You as well.
Before your testimony this morning, how many conversations had you had with any member of the prosecution team in anticipation of your testimony today?
I believe it was 3, sir.
When were those?
I could not give you dates off the top of my head.
Give me a time frame within the last 3 weeks, within the last 3 months, last 3 days.
Within the last 3 weeks, I believe one the week after that, and then one last night.
One
last night.
Last night. What you did discuss, let's take them in order. First of all, who'd you meet with 3 weeks ago?
I met with Mr. Brennan and his staff.
And when you say his staff, who else?
I honestly couldn't tell you, sir.
Mr. Lally?
No. No, sir.
Male, female?
One female, one, I believe, state trooper.
Okay. Had you ever met State Trooper Tully previously?
Yes, sir. Actually, I believe that was him.
It was State Trooper Tully?
Yes, sir.
Whom you've met with several times, correct?
Prior to that, I believe only once or twice.
He was the one that he has formally interviewed you previously, correct?
I believe he arranged the meetings with Mr. Brennan.
Okay.
But beyond that, I can't speak to.
What did y'all discuss 3 weeks ago?
The first meeting, going in order, it was mostly just kind of an introduction. I had not met Mr. Brennan yet. I really didn't know him. So it was mostly that, and then just kind of seeing where we were at with testimony, going over previous testimony and in that sort of realm.
Prior to today, how many times have you testified under oath concerning the incident on January 29th, 2022?
Once at a grand jury hearing and once last year.
All right. As a matter of fact, last year in this courtroom.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you look over your testimony at the grand jury 3 weeks ago during that meeting?
No, sir.
What about the testimony from last year?
We did go over the testimony from last year. Yes, sir.
Were there any issues that Mr. Brennan or anybody else in that meeting brought up concerning any of your testimony?
There was just a question of how many times the I hit him came up. It was 3 times.
And were you advised that that's not what you said at your testimony last year?
No, sir.
2 times?
What was that?
You said it was 2 times last year?
I honestly can't recall, sir.
Okay, but you just saw that, or you just read that and went over that 3 weeks ago.
I believe so, sir. Yeah.
But you can't remember, as you sit here today, just 3 weeks ago, what y'all discussed in terms of how many times you previously testified that you heard the phrase, I hit him.
So previously testified possibly to 2, but it was 3.
Okay, your memory is clearer now than it was, for instance, a year ago when you testified.
Repeat that?
Sure. Your memory is clearer now, as you sit here, that it was 3 times you heard that, than it was a year ago when you testified that it was 2 times.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does your memory get better with time generally? Your memory. I'm not talking about the royal you. I'm talking about you.
In certain settings, I mean, there are certain things about different aspects that I recall better than others.
Okay. And does your memory tend to get better or does it fade over time? That's my question.
It can fade over time, but it depends on the context.
But in this case, you're telling this jury that your memory is better now than it was a year ago when you testified about the exact same circumstance, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You then met About a week after that, which would be 2 weeks ago.
Yes, sir.
Who'd you meet with then?
The same group.
And what did you discuss at that meeting?
Again, just prior testimony. And that was really the gist of it.
And tell me the specifics of the prior testimony that you.
Again, it was the how many times we had talked about saying I hit him. Again, it was 3 times. And then there was also the video that was just played for me.
If I'll take the video in just a second. If y'all had met 3 weeks ago and you indicated to Mr. Brennan that it was actually 3 times, not 2 times that you heard the I hit him, why did you need to discuss it again a week later to verify the 3 times versus 2 times?
Not sure, sir. That was just the way that the conversation went. And I just, again, repeated what I said and what I remember from that morning.
Well, tell me about that conversation. Did Mr. Brennan say anything like, well, are you really sure that she said it 3 times?
It was that morning what was said to you. And I said, I hit him. That was how it went that morning, and that was how I remember it.
Okay. And did Mr. Brennan say, well, that's not consistent with how you've testified previously concerning the number of times you heard the I hit him phrase?
Yes, sir.
He did say that.
He wanted to, he acknowledged that I had said it twice. However, again, as I mentioned, it was said 3 times to me.
So now you do remember last year that you only said that it was repeated twice.
One more time, sir.
So now you do recall that last year when you testified, it was inconsistent with how you're testifying today. Let me put it that way. Correct?
I believe I said I hit him twice on the stand last year.
Right. And if you're saying I hit him 3 times instead of twice, that firefighter Nuttall is inconsistent with your testimony today, correct? You
Yes,
agree
sir.
with that?
But that is how it went that morning, sir.
Okay, that's not my question. Let me see if I can do it again. So I'm asking you, if you testified last year,
Yes, sir.
that you heard the phrase twice,
Mhm.
and now a year goes by and you're testifying in front of this jury this year that you heard it 3 times, those 2 statements are inconsistent with one another, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you talk at the meeting 2 weeks ago about any other inconsistencies with your testimony?
Not to my knowledge, sir.
Well, you were there, and you
No.
say not to my knowledge, meaning,
No, sir. We did not.
okay. So it was just about the number of times that you heard the phrase, I hit him, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. You cleared that up in the 2 meetings, 3 weeks ago and 2 weeks ago. What did you talk about last night?
Mostly just making sure that everything was as it had been. I mean, and by that, I mean, it was 3 times and that we were continuously making sure that everything was the way that it had happened that morning.
Everything was the way that Mr. Brennan wanted it to be.
No, sir. The way that it was I remember it and I recall it happening.
Okay. So he asked you 3 weeks ago about how many times you heard that phrase.
Yes, sir.
You changed your testimony at that time and said it was 3 times instead of 2 times. We agree on that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Then he called you a week later or met with you a week later and again reiterated, making sure you stick with that testimony that it's 3 times, not 2 times, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then last night he called you just to make sure one more time you're going to stick with that testimony that it was 3 times, not 2 times, correct?
Yes, sir.
Hold on just a second. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. And when you talked last night, did you assure Mr. Brennan, nope. When we come in tomorrow, I'm certainly going to say it was 3 times, not 2 times?
No, sir. I told him I would tell my recollection of that morning.
Okay. And did you tell him that what my recollection is, I'm going to tell the jurors it was 3 times that I heard it?
That was what I heard.
Okay. Did you tell him that's what you were going to say today?
No, sir.
You didn't?
I told him I was going to tell him what I remembered from that morning.
Which was what?
I hit him.
Which is how many times?
3 times, sir.
And that's inconsistent with what?
I believe a year ago.
Okay. Now, you also talked about, I want to get back to the other thing that you talked about. You said that at some point, either in the meeting 3 weeks ago, the meeting 2 weeks ago, or the meeting last night, You were shown a video.
Yes, sir.
Which one of those meetings were you shown a video?
I believe the second one.
Okay. Were you shown the entire video?
No, sir.
Just the clip that we saw?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did y'all talk about in relation to that video?
Mostly nailing down who was who in that video.
Okay.
Being the other personnel on scene, where I was, and that was about it.
He showed you the clip that you showed. He showed you the clip that you just seen on direct examination, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you tell him where you were?
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Brennan ask you to define exactly where it was that you supposedly heard this phrase, "I hit him"?
No, I was able to give that to him, sir.
Okay. And what you told him was that moment when you see my client walk over sort of to the left of the screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you defined, that's the point at which she said, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him."
Yes, sir.
And that's in response to your question. I want to make sure I'm clear about this. You asked, "Do you know him?"
Yes, sir.
And she repeated the phrase 3 times, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him."
Correct.
Okay. We'll talk more about that in just a second. Did Mr. Brennan ask anything else about that specific video?
No, like I said, he kind of asked me to point out different individuals on the scene, and that was really the extent of it.
You saw that same video last year when you testified, correct?
No, sir.
You didn't see it last year?
Not to my knowledge, no.
In preparation for your testimony last year?
I did not.
Did you see it before your grand jury testimony?
No, sir.
Okay, so this is the first time that you've seen it.
Yes, sir.
And you were able to establish for Mr. Brennan exactly when it was that you believe you heard the statement based on your view about 2 weeks ago of that video.
No, that was the way that I remember it.
Right, but not a trick question. My question is much more simple. You were able to establish after than 3.5 years now, exactly where you were and where Miss Reed was and who else was around at the time that you believe you heard those 3 statements in order. "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him."
Yes, sir.
Okay. You testified last year as well that there is a normal protocol for removing clothing from a patient. And it's essential to just discard it and get it away from the patient so that you can concentrate on the life-saving measures that you're undertaking, correct?
Yes, sir.
That could be done in the ambulance. It could be done in the hospital. It could be done in situ out there in the field, correct?
Yes, sir.
But the point is you want to get as much clothing off of the person as possible so that you can assess that person's physiology.
Yes, sir.
It's not really a lot of care taken to preserve the clothing from an evidentiary standpoint in your view, correct?
And we're trained to try and, just to take example of a shooting, try not to cut through the entrance wound of the clothing.
Fair enough. I mean, when you're literally trying to save someone's life, your job is to get the clothing off and get it out of the way.
Yes, sir.
You're not sticking it in an evidence bag and sealing the evidence bag, things of that nature.
No, sir.
So it might end up on the ground.
Yes.
Right? Might end up with some debris on it.
Yep.
Might end up in the floor of the ambulance.
Yes, sir.
Could end up in the floor of the hospital or on the floor of the hospital. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if it's tossed in the floor of the ambulance, the clothing may well pick up debris from the ambulance.
Oh, yeah. Yes, sir.
Or the debris from the floor of the hospital or wherever.
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You testified previously at the grand jury in April of 2022, correct?
Yes, sir. I believe so, sir.
Okay. So this happened in January of 2022, that same year in the springtime. You testified at the grand jury, April 20th, I think it was.
Yes, sir.
Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay, I want to take you back to that testimony for a second. You testified at that hearing that Mr. O'Keefe was, quote, dressed appropriately for the weather. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
All right. It was obviously well below freezing at that time.
Yes.
That night that you responded?
It was.
We just seen the video. It looks cold as hell, right?
It was chilly.
All right. The wind was howling.
Yep.
It was snowing. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you testified that John O'Keefe, quote, had a heavy coat on and possibly 2 other layers of clothing.
Yes, sir.
In April 2024, you reiterated your very specific memory of and you even called it a puffy heavy coat that he was wearing, which was then removed so that you could assess his injuries, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Not to get too colloquial, but a puffy coat is like, it's got down and stuff in it, right?
Correct.
Looks kind of like Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Pretty distinctive article of clothing.
Yep.
And you testified last year that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing that clothing, which you had to remove or somebody had to remove in order for him to be properly assessed.
I did testify that way. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you mentioned that your memory of that big, heavy winter coat was as clear as your memory of other specifics in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
I asked you that exact question, didn't I?
You did.
And I said, your memory of him having that big puffy coat on, which stood out in your mind, was just as clear as the other specifics that you've testified to about the case.
Yes, sir.
About that night. And turns out you were completely wrong about his clothing, correct?
Correct.
Matter of fact, he wasn't wearing a coat at all.
No, sir.
He wasn't wearing a winter coat, correct?
Nope.
He wasn't wearing a heavy winter coat, correct?
Correct.
And he wasn't wearing a puffy, heavy winter coat.
He was not.
Yet you testified that he was wearing all of that, and that was clear in your mind at the time.
Yes, sir.
Did Mr. Brennan bring that up during the meeting 3 weeks ago?
He asked about what I had meant when I said appropriately dressed.
So you did talk about something other than just the I hit him, correct?
Yes, sir.
When I asked what y'all talked about, why didn't you tell us that?
To be perfectly honest, sir, I did not remember until right now.
So your memory is fading even after 3 weeks.
Yes, sir.
Got it. The fact is, well, let me ask you a different question. Did Mr. Brennan tell you what Mr. O'Keefe was actually wearing?
No, sir. Actually, I believe you did.
Last year, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
It's a short sleeve t-shirt and a little thin wool hoodie, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Wasn't wearing a hat.
No, sir.
Wasn't wearing, as a matter of fact, didn't even have a shoe on, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
And obviously, goes without saying, but I'm going to ask it anyway. That's not being appropriately dressed for the winter.
No, sir.
Yeah. You indicated that you did notice certain injuries on Mr. O'Keefe's person.
Sir.
Once you got him back in the ambulance, obviously it's lighter, meaning brighter lights. You have more equipment in the back of the ambulance. You can better assess somebody's well-being, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you indicated you had a, quote, much better picture of what we were dealing with, correct?
Yes.
You noticed once in the back of the ambulance that he had trauma to the right side of his head.
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, when you were pointing at it, I'm doing that on purpose because you pointed to the right side of your sort of forehead above your right eyebrow, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The majority or the worst injury that Mr. O'Keefe suffered was actually to the back of his head, which you indicated, you noted was quite matted with blood, correct?
Yes, sir.
I want to talk about the injury to the right side of his head as distinct from the back of the head injury for just a second. Before I get to that in detail, let me ask you, because I just sort of want to cover the bases. You noted the back of the head injury, correct? Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
You also noted the front right side of the head above the right eye, correct?
We did.
You noted some injury to his eyes. They looked blackened.
Yes, sir.
But primarily the right eye was blackened.
Yep.
And there was a golf ball size egg, I think you put it, over his right eye, often called a hematoma.
Correct.
And you also noted when you got his shirt off that he had scratches along the right side of his arm. Is that right?
Sir.
You indicated on direct examination today that you believe those scratches ended where? Meaning from top to bottom? And I'm not using anatomically correct language. So from shoulder to wrist, where were the scratches that you noted?
There were several. As I noted, they were on his right humerus area.
Tell me what a humerus is.
The right arm.
Biceps.
Right about here.
Okay.
No, a little further, like between where your bicep and your tricep kind of meet. Right about in there.
Okay. And what did the scratches look like?
They were deep, infamously referred to them as furrows. but they were quite deep. You could tell that there had been some material removed.
Okay. Material meaning skin and flesh.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Some biological material.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
And were they parallel? Meaning they were going in the same direction?
Yes.
Were there any scratches below the elbow?
There were. Yes, there were. They were not as significant as the ones on the upper arm, but they were noted.
Okay. And those were parallel as well?
Yes, sir.
And they looked like scratches to you. That's how you described them?
They did.
Last year, when you described those scratches, you curled your fingers up, exposing sort of the nails, and drew it across your biceps. Is that what you were using to describe what the sort of scratches looked like?
I just kind of used that as a landmark, to be honest with you, sir. It was just kind of how I quantified it in my mind.
Okay. But what you did was you did this motion.
Yes, sir.
As you said, there were furrows. And remember, there was an embarrassing moment for me.
Both of us, sir.
I couldn't understand the word furrow because of the accent, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's talk a little bit about the hematoma above the right eye for a second. That's basically damage to subdural blood vessels that causes acute swelling, right?
Correct.
And a very common cause of a hematoma over one's eye could be being hit or punched in the face. We talked about that.
There could be several causes for hematoma, such as that.
Obviously. I mean, it could be a golf club, a baseball bat, or it could be a fist.
It could be.
Okay. We talked about that last year. I asked you if the injuries that you saw on Mr. O'Keefe's face, including the laceration over his right eye, was consistent or inconsistent with a physical altercation, and you said it was consistent with a physical altercation as well.
Excuse me?
Objection to referring to past testimony before a question is asked.
So sustained.
Sure. Do you remember a laceration, in addition to the hematoma, about a 0.8 centimeter laceration over his right eye?
I do.
Tell me I'm using a word that maybe not everybody understands. I didn't understand it when we first started this thing. What's a laceration? What's the difference between that and a cut?
A laceration is they're basically the same thing. A laceration is just a deep cut.
Okay. So it's a parting of the skin.
Correct.
In other words, where the skin separates.
Yes.
And that can be from blunt force trauma, meaning something hits it rather than cuts it.
You can get
Sustained.
What are some of the causes of lacerations?
You can get a laceration, as you noted, blunt force, but you can also get a laceration from a slashing movement, from a stabbing. I mean, that is still a laceration.
What about a hematoma?
That is primarily caused by blunt force trauma.
Right. And the hematoma and the laceration were right next to each other, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you indicated last year, or let me ask you this way. Is that consistent or inconsistent with a physical altercation?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
I could not say, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
Well, last year, you indicate you can't answer that. Last year, you did answer it, didn't you?
Objection.
So I need to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
He's getting smoked, dude.
Dude.
He's getting smoked.
You get a nice little hematoma over the right eyebrow.
Oh, yeah.
That's kind of new, isn't it?
Well,
They
we
talk
see,
about
you
the-
see,
Well,
you
they're
see the
talking
pictures.
about it in court now, right?
What
Now
I-
they're talking
what-
about more stuff.
Yeah, what I'm liking though is the no sidebars, the objections that's standing right up and saying much better.
Yep.
Much better.
And see how the trial's flowing, right? This
Yeah.
is how it's
Oh,
supposed
yeah.
to go. I object from this ground. They say no.
He is catching Nuttall in all kinds of little worm traps. Like,
Listen,
you know,
real quick, everyone who's here, thank you so much. So much. Please hit the like. Please hit the subscribe. We love you guys. We have a lot of people on Twitter.
Yeah.
Go to Twitter, people. Please go to Seeking Justice on YouTube. We can use every sub. You know, that's how it works. So if you get a second, just give it a little thumbs up, subscribe. That is Mrs. O'Keefe. Margaret. Her name is Margaret. They call her Peg. My grandmother's name was Peg. Margaret.
Karen looks dialed in.
I don't like mentioning their name, any of them. But I did this so people at the beginning of the trial out here, they know. I'm not going to
Yeah.
mention it again.
Auntie
I'm
Bev
gonna
looks
play.
fucking-
I'm gonna play dumb with whoever that is. I don't know who it is. That lady, don't know. Margaret, don't know anything about nothing. Nothing about nothing.
So does your
Oh.
memory get better over time, or does it get worse over time, Tommy?
The trial?
No, does your memory?
Oh, it definitely gets worse.
Not
So many
this guy.
stuff. So much
Not-
stuff
not
goes on
this
top
guy's.
of it.
Not this guy's. Timmy, Superman, not all. I can remember things more clearly today than I could 3 years ago, sir. Without a
Especially
doubt.
back then, for traumatic experience. How does he not know it from back then?
Right. What a fucking piece of
This
shit.
guy. Boy, if loser had a freaking picture.
If you looked up loser in the dictionary,
Mr.
see a picture
Nuttall,
of
we are
him.
going to let you take a break with the applicant.
Oh, come on.
So this is
Sounds good.
the lunch break. There's lunch here for you. I assume, Tony, is it here? Okay. There's lunch here for you. We'll see you in about a half an hour.
All rise, please.
All rise. All right, bud.
Hey, we did good. So people were asking why is you at the courthouse? Well, we had a little technical difficulty. That's all.
Yeah.
I think we'll get it figured out tomorrow. I hope. You just couldn't connect to the interwebs. I don't know. Sounds like you're distracted. I can't hear you.
You there now, bud?
Yep.
Yeah, the law and crime was trying to take over the stream. Yeah, so here's what happened is I tried to connect the laptop to my hotspot on my phone.
Right.
It's too much. What I'm asking the tower that I connect to is the same tower that there's 200,
Yeah.
300 people out there.
Yeah,
Half of them
yeah.
are streaming. The other half are talking, taking pictures there's no bandwidth left. I can't get, and when the trial first started, I was like kind of the only one there, Mike.
Yes.
And I had all that bandwidth to myself, and we worked
Yes.
this up, great. But now,
Yeah.
as it gets more and more and more.
Mhm.
And even the guys, that's why they have those backpacks. They're like 4 cell phones in one. So I don't know, guys. I did all I can do here.
Well, if I can get the law and crime up tomorrow, which I plan on doing, you
We
can
can-
you can do your thing. So it's just really
Yep.
comes down to me or a mod that we have come on board, set it up for us.
Mike, I
Are
can
you-
show you. It's just you just listen. I think you may have a different version of
Yeah.
StreamYard.
Yeah,
I think
probably right.
I'm not sure yours works, or I'm not sure if you have permission.
All right.
You know how all the pictures are all messed up because there's things tied to it, like YouTube's tied to this, Twitter, this channel. That's like, and when a mod logs in, they may need permission to Facebook because this goes to Facebook.
Yeah, I don't.
Or they
any
may
of
need
that.
permission
I
to
don't-
Instagram.
I don't any of that.
But they need it, so I give it to them, and
Right.
they log in, and it takes their pictures and throws them around, and
Right.
it's a horror
So
show.
when am I getting that?
No, we're gonna take care of that beforehand. We don't want that. That's what we want to avoid. We figured it out. We figured out what we did wrong. That's the thing. Poor Shelby. Remember Shelby?
Yeah.
The poor lady's missing chunks of hair because of us, man. She's pulling her hair out. I feel so bad for Shelby. She did so much awesome freaking work, man.
You take it for granted. You take it for granted, right? You do. You do. You take it for granted, and then you're like, "Oh, we got to do it." Okay.
She
we
was
figured
fun
it out.
though. She wouldn't take nothing from you.
A lot
man.
of
She
a lot
was
of people
great.
are giving up. Hey, a lot of people are giving up their hotspots for you in the chat, Tom.
Yeah, that's here's the problem. It's not it's the tower we're all connecting to.
I think you're missing the joke.
I'm missing it. I'm old. You got to explain stuff to me. I don't understand.
Oh fuck!
How do
Oh,
you
my
get a
God.
tower in his pocket?
It's permission he had with.
Yes, that
probably
old
with
rusty
Mike.
one, right? That one that's kind of leaning down by itself.
So what's your biggest takeaway so far that you've seen?
I love the open. And in the
All right.
open,
Yeah.
he said specifically the zero evidence of a collision.
Right.
Even though the taillight smashed, it doesn't mean it was involved in a collision. I have T-Mobile and I have unlimited. So it's not like that. It's not like they're throttling me, I don't think. I'm at the point where I need to get Starlink, my own Starlink, a little satellite. I can do it with that. Pop it right on top of the car and be good to go. Actually, put it right in the sunroof.
Tomorrow, Tom will be back down there streaming it. But what we're
Starlink,
gonna do-
$350 for Starlink, and then it's like $100 a month.
That's not bad.
Well, yeah, but it's $350 and it's $100
So-
a month.
Okay.
I can do the $100 a month.
All right. Who wants to chip in for Starlink? Send it.
And
We'll get
it's
it
messed
done.
up because it works with my phone too. My phone connects to that specific Starlink.
Did you really get a price on it?
Yes.
All right.
Cherry's my girl.
Yeah, she's been hanging around the shop.
Cherry does so. I mean, again, Cherry does so much for me. I want to cry. I
Why?
don't. Why? Because I don't appreciate these amazing people in my life.
Oh yes, you do. You tell me all the time.
Mike, it's something different. It's hard to explain. God put these people in my lives, and I don't know how to even begin, dude. It's just
right.
Let me share this. This is pretty cool, dude.
Mass accountability is down at the courthouse.
Oh, good luck with that one. Hey, our
He's
boy,
up the back.
our boy's in trouble. Let's go,
Go bow?
don't go bail him out. What are you doing here?
Yeah, no, I'm good with that. I'm good with that.
No.
No, I'm good with the bow. Bow's
Dude,
locked up.
I leave him locked up. You
You see
don't
the
want to.
picture I posted? He's done,
Yeah.
dude.
So we don't. All right, we leave him in there. Okay. So this is the Starlink mic, right?
Right.
There's a roof rack. See, he mounts to the roof, and this is this for a backpack, right? That's $199. Unlimited service plan. $165 monthly price for this one. $350 standard hardware. It's $350.
Right.
And if you get the mini, it's $499. So it's the difference between $350 and $500. Yeah, I mean, you are your own internet. Broadband fax for Rome for 50 gig service plan.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's affordable, dude.
Yep, it is 580 right here. 548 plus taxes. And
Yeah,
that
dude, look at no contracts, 30-day
no
trial.
contract. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Standard backpack. Standard
Nice.
Starlink kit, $350.
It's not bad at all, man.
I don't need that ridiculous antenna. Just need that. That's it. Basic. What's this? $499.
Maybe I'm gonna email Elon right now, see what he says.
Yeah, we want to go to unlimited.
He's on my speed dial. I got him right here. Hold on.
Do you want to do the refurb? I get bunched around a lot. All right, look at the price goes. The price, Mike, $350, $499, refurb $350.
So, wow. That's not bad.
No, meaning all refurbished kits have the same devices, function, and warranty and standard others. So for $350, right, you get the whole kit, Starlink mini kit, and that was we saw it was more money. So it's still $350.
Right.
And it's 165 for the unlimited.
Yeah.
That's affordable. Considering what
you-
it is, right? Because guess what? I can dump my cell phone plan because you are your cell phone with this.
I was just gonna say that.
Don't need
See that-
T-Mobile or nothing else. I can
Right.
hey, I can pay. I'm sorry, people can pay to log on to my internet to use it.
That's
I
right.
can charge people to use my internet. And if I was a real dick, I would use my internet and go around and suck up everybody's data because they'd all try to connect to me automatically and
Jesus Christ.
own it all.
Why would you want to do that?
Why? Because
What?
I want
How much a month? It's $165 a month.
yeah, that's not bad, dude.
No. But you drop
Because
your
what, I
cell
mean, what do
phone-
you pay for a cell phone? 60, 70 bucks a month, 80 bucks?
I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know.
But guess what? You can dump your cable provider too. Get rid of that.
Really?
Oh, absolutely, buddy. And this is better. This is dude, this connectivity is 10 times faster than anything that we're getting from the cable providers right now. There's nobody on the network, dude. There's nobody using it. It's ours. It's fast, speed, cranking. Yeah.
Interesting. I like that, man. So you could deactivate your internet. And
New
this
account.
is a secure network too.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely, 100% secure. The minute it comes in, I'm sure they have a back door to it. They have to.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, unless this is this number here, Mike, that's the number you need to hack by the time I create a new number.
Right.
Good luck. What's
No,
the
just
business
on Sprint.
plan?
Yeah. So local. What's
This
local?
is business though. I'm looking for business. Best for fixed and mobile businesses on land. Best for maritime and global connectivity. Okay, so these are two different animals, I'm sure. So like if you want to go on the boat and you want to play a
Yeah.
good game, it's
Yeah.
$2,150 a month.
That's for the yacht. That's when you're cruising the Mediterranean.
Hold on 1 second.
Yep. You put me on mute.
Loves you, baby. Were you driving a big truck? No. Oh.
Put it on mute. Put it on mute. Put it on mute. Sorry. All of a sudden, he starts getting wacky dacky with some girl on the phone. Who knows? I don't know what he's doing. I don't know. I like the Starlink idea. Yeah. I don't know, man. Yeah. So, yeah, only half an hour for lunch. Yep. So, the girl from Note My Objection is on Law and Crime right now. Can't stand that girl. An idiot. Walk around, find out. Wow. Yeah, not all is he's getting smoked. Bow, they got a bow doll already. I love it. Oh God. I absolutely love it. Poor guy. Woke up in the streets this morning. Hey, at least he's gonna get three squares and a bed to sleep in tonight. I can't. Oh my God, I can't. Oh my God. Oh. What's up, Mason? How's school going, bud? Fucking this kid down in Rhode Island, man, he's my boy. He's good shit. Did some fishing with him, his family. Did some surfing with this kid. Some spearfishing with this kid. Kid's a baller. He knows Block Island better than I do. Him and his family. Yeah, so Mason, if you see Mason in there he is. Mason, Some kid. Fucking grades better be good, dude. I better not hear shit. Come down there. I'll come down there for a little talk. Take a ride in the car. Thanks, Z. Thanks for tuning in, man. Get all your frat boys going, will you? You still DJing? Yeah. This kid rips the DJ, man. These guys down in college down there, they party like at night. It's something they get out of a bar or whatever. They start another party at 8 in the morning. Legit. Fucking nuts, dude. How's your liver, dude? How's your liver? He's in there. Yeah, buddy. His dad's a fucking great guy. His brother's a great guy. His mom's a great guy. Yeah. I take it you had a good Easter. Are you home from school, too? I think he's on vacation. And he's new to the Karen Reed trial, too, by the way. So he's not really up to date, but I'm sure he will be. Seeing how the medical examiner from Brown University will be coming on board. One more week left. All right, then you're home. Cool.
Hey, bud.
All right, man.
Sorry, he got locked out of his house. His gates locked him out.
What? Who are you talking to?
My friend, I have gates for his house. So like when he pulls up, he hits a button and the gates open up.
Yeah.
And when he drives through, the gates automatically close.
Right.
They lock him in. So he hits the button, they go to open up, and he starts to go in, and then
so
he hits the sensor, and it comes back. So he's got to back up. Yeah.
So you gotta go back down there or what?
Yeah, I'll fix it later. I told him how to get around it real quick. But I have to do that.
Equestrians I'm on the ocean floating on a raft listening to you guys. Well, thank
she
you
got
so much for
Starlink. Does she have people on the ocean have Starlink?
Well, she's floating on a raft, so I'm sure she's close. So
Mike, this is interesting, huh?
It's a whole different feel than Lally just standing up sidebar after sidebar. It was almost like Bev was running both sides, the bench and the prosecution. And
see, I didn't see that. I didn't get that whole thing. I didn't get that sense.
This time around, it's not anywhere near as it's so much cleaner this year.
See, there you go. Yeah. Great information. Thank you for that. Every little bit of information helps with Starlink. If anybody knows, if anybody's a reseller for it.
Now, can you buy somebody else's
like just transferable type of a thing? Yeah. That's a good question.
If you find one that's not being used and people trade their car, whatever, they don't use it. They thought they would use it. Can you transfer it?
Interesting. Very interesting, huh? Satellite operators.
This is the future right here.
It's absolutely, man.
Yeah. This is what's going to take over Comcast and Verizon and all the shit.
Yep.
You guys want fucking satellite.
Plural. 9, 10 satellites. Gotta get 9, 10 satellites. You ever seen them?
Remember when the war started in Ukraine? What do you guys need? We need communication, comms. Okay. Be up in an hour.
And you know what else he did? Oh, you pissed me off? No internet for you. Shut them off. You shut them off in a heartbeat.
I know. You guys got juice, dude.
Oh yeah, Mikey. Guy has satellites. He's got his own rockets, bud. People with rockets tend to get noticed. Oh my God, Mike. Check this out.
What's up?
I go and I look for availability, right?
Yeah.
You guys check this out. Availability. You talk about taking over the world. Look at the availability map.
Oh my God.
Available is this, Mike? You think the United States is covered?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. Hello.
Look, all over the world. Look at Russia's not the only, only communist countries aren't. Holy shit, dude.
So yeah, I think he's got us covered
Yeah,
there,
I think
bud.
I think he's hit North America pretty much in his
Check.
pocket. What is he making a month on this right here, dude? I didn't even figure this into his wealth.
What's the cube? What's this cube?
That's like you see the
mean?
dark upside coming soon in this area right here.
That's coming soon. Pepperell Groton area.
Yeah.
Four Corners. Oh, look how close they get down, Mike. Oh, you're kidding me, right?
Yeah.
They don't get that close.
They do.
To the street, they know how close they need to get from
Sure.
satellite 10,000 feet up. Oh, no, I'm sorry. What are they? They got to be 90, 100,000 feet up.
Dude,
they're 100,000, maybe more than that.
They take pictures with satellites. What are you talking about?
I know.
They can drop a bomb in your asshole from fucking space, okay?
But they know exactly that from here to here to here to here is not covered. That triangle is not covered.
You don't think an engineer doesn't know this stuff, though? Think about it. This is exactly what they, this is what they paid to do. They love this
So
shit.
they need to send up 2 more satellites just for that to cover the whole 3, 4, 5. So these are cubes. So those are CubeSats.
Those
are what those are. I bet those are CubeSats.
They could be. See how Maryland? That could be CIA.
You see the CubeSats, right? The square ones that they just kick out of the rocket.
It could be areas that are like no-fly zones. It could be military test sites. It could be anything like that. I tell you what we don't need is a satellite for his fucking Julie Bagel's ass. You definitely see that from fucking outer space.
Ouch. That would hurt. Let me share this to you guys. This is what a CubeSat is, guys. Just so you know what we're talking about.
Hey, we got Tom's education channel set up this morning.
Here we go. The CubeSat. These are just square.
Those are just floating around.
Just hanging out up in the earth.
Yep. Fucking just floating
Solar
around.
panels, antennas. But you know what sucks, Mike?
What?
Is like they're gonna come back down to Earth one of these days. They're gonna come down hardcore. It's gonna be raining satellites.
Elon's just gonna send a rocket and blast them up to be fucking space junk.
So here's what it does, supposedly. You shoot to this.
Triangulation. Dude, they fucking send a beam up your ass in fucking a second. What? Imagine this. If someone was able to put a tracker on you and this thing tracked you, you couldn't hide.
Of course not. There's no
You
way.
couldn't hide.
No,
There's no
look
way
at this.
you
This is
get-
it, Mike. Look how beautiful that is.
What's because it's shiny?
Yeah, it's just the way it's constructed. Look at it. It's nice. I see this. I see things with an engineering eye, so I see things differently.
Okay.
Like this.
Say BX970. I'm pretty sure you can transfer to a new owner. Customer service is pretty good to deal with too.
These are CubeSats. Look how many they're ready to go. Ready to go. Let's go.
Ship them.
That's in the. They put that inside the rocket, the fairing on the rocket.
I tell you what, if we get this, you're gonna be the man down there. You'll be hawking Wi-Fi in the corner for fucking 30, $50 for 30 minutes.
Imagine that, man.
So I'm thinking some of these guys with the backpacks down there, I've already used the Starlink.
But yeah, that's what's in their backpack.
All right, okay, that's not because I was wondering.
And some of them aren't. Some of them are using. It's a square. It's actually just a pack, but it's 4 batteries in it. But some of them are using the Starlink, and they have the backpacks that are shaped.
Right.
So, yes, $350. Starlink. Specifications. There you go.
Man.
High performance. But we need one that's mobile. Flat high performance. And maybe what's enterprise? Enterprise gets you more bad data.
Are those things plug and play? Can you,
Yeah.
like, just get in and go.
There's everything in the box. It comes with everything.
Right.
But the biggest part is calling and registering it because it's got to be registered on their network above the satellite.
Right.
And then you have to set the satellite up so it's 140 degrees outside, which is easy to do.
Right.
Power supply, which I had this in my car, 12-volt network we have. And Starlink is, why is it that port? See that port right there? So different. It's not a network. That's an HDMI TV port, right? See that? That is different. That's a video port.
I think we're back in quiet. You want to take a look?
Yep.
Maybe not.
Negative,
No, maybe not.
negative,
All right.
negative. But we can see this is the stuff we got to look at. That's video. If that's an input, that means they need to get a new laptop because that's the input. See, it says Starlink input output. Find out specifications. All right, we don't need that. It's a mounting.
Are you ordering it?
I can order it here, I think. I think I can buy it. So I go pick it up. Micro Center has it, I think. Cambridge. Starlink. Negative.
Everybody's on Twitter is just crushing Nuttall.
Yeah, because he's not right.
He's not reliable. He just, basically he was saying that his
That's a big thing, Mike. I mean, that's 3 years ago, right? Think about, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what you did 3 years ago?
If you want to pick a specific thing, maybe, but the problem is he just talked to Brennan 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, and last night.
Mike, you ready for this, bud?
What?
When I was driving to Texas, I saw a car accident. Little
Right.
kid gets ejected out of the back of the car. He was in the
Right.
back seat, no seatbelt. Car got rear-ended. Window shattered. Kid gets shipped out the back. Kid ends up on the sidewalk, kind of in the street. And the mother comes and picks the kid up like, kid's no problem. Kid's not even crying yet. She puts the kids in the hip. And she's bleeding. And the baby's bleeding. And I'll never forget that. What color soda pop was on the ground? What color car hit him? Or what hit him? I don't know none of that. But there's certain things that will never change. Like what I remember of that lady and her baby.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yep.
So
Yep.
it don't matter, right?
Yep.
Certain things never change. That's what I think he's getting at. The specifics, who cares what color Coke can was there, if it was full or not, right?
Mm. Well, if you can, make it seem like obviously your memory gets worse as time goes, but Timothy, firefighter Nuttall, how does your memory get better as time goes on? Because last time you testified, you said it was only twice.
Yeah.
You testified that what made your mind think better than anybody else's mind would in 3 years from now? Oh, because I had, that's what I recall. And that's what I was talked to about Mr. Brennan about 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, and then last night on the phone.
And
now that he says it to me, maybe he is right.
But
what?
Let's give him a benefit of the doubt. Let's give this kid just for a second, okay? Follow me. This kid sees how much on a daily basis? One accident a day he sees?
Yeah, probably. Well, he's in a busy firehouse now, right? Brockton's probably.
Yeah. What's he see? What, one a day? Think he sees one a day, Mike?
Easy.
You think he remembers John? Maybe, because it was a cop, right?
Yeah.
A cop gets killed on his shift, and he tried. And I'll tell you, you know that guy at the Dynamite? He didn't make it.
Yeah, but he did make it.
No, he didn't.
Oh, he ended up taking a little bit longer.
He didn't make it.
So they got him back.
He made it, and then he
Stayed in the
didn't make
hospital.
it.
Yep.
It was his time. And who are we to take? Who are we to judge and take? You know, it's not up to us. It's whatever. So
Hey, at least they. I mean, you know what we were talking about, a long goodbye versus a
yeah.
short
Oh,
one.
hey, listen, been
No.
there, done that.
Seems like he got an all right one. Maybe he had a couple days.
Decent.
Yeah.
Listen, I picked up my dog. My dog dead right in my arms like that. Instant, just went
right.
instantly, just limp. Boom, lights out. Couldn't have been happier. Right when I picked her up, as I did all the time.
Check your mail on an X.
Yeah. Has everybody hit the like and subscribe button, please?
Wow. Poor guy. Thanks, Black Pill Gypsy, if you're listening, man. She just likes the posts. You're welcome, man. If you're not following me on X, man, you're missing out.
I didn't get it, bud.
Really?
Yep. I'm late here on this one.
Oh, you're right. Hold on a minute. Hold on. I got it.
Of course you
Here it
do.
comes.
I don't.
Here it comes right now. Sorry.
Here it comes. Boom.
Someone else got it.
Imagine that.
Post that, will you? Can you put it up
Oh, Mike, that's not rubbing it in. Oh, that's Mike. That's like 5-hole there.
Put it up there. People want to see it.
Like,
It's good.
that's a good shot, dude. That's a good one.
Oh, he deserves it.
That's a good one. Heads
Hey,
up,
it matches-
everybody.
so
Heads
it matches-
up. Heads up.
Oh.
Fucking dude
Oh,
locked up.
man.
I can't wait till JLR comes into town, right? He's gonna scream and they're gonna say, "You're all done." That's it. I'm sorry. I shouldn't laugh. This is bad. I'm going to hell for doing this. Oh my God. He's looking at me. But if you look left and right, he's looking at me. That dude is definitely looking at me. No doubt the dude get out of the he couldn't even say free. And they locked him up. They just dropped the hammer on that boy. Oh, I'm so sorry, but it's so funny. Oh, it's so bad. That is such a horrible thing. There's a lot of other horrible things, but that's pretty horrible. That is bad. Wow, man. That's ridiculously bad. You guys are horrible people for making me look at that stuff. Oh, but I love you guys. All right, let's do that. I love everybody here. You guys are the best. You really are. I don't know what I'd do without you guys. But that is a funny freaking doll, man. That's just ridiculous.
Might have some information about the jury, like the diversity.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hope it is, because we deserve that. Let's get this right once down, right?
Well, we gotta
takes it off the table. Give it a good cross section of America. All different colors. Mix it up.
I think Yeah, you're right on the money. You're right on the money with that one, Tom.
Cool. All right.
You're right on the money with that one. A little diversity.
Good.
Diversity doesn't make it any
Listen, it's the best thing you
more-
want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We talked about
I know.
about this
We
for
didn't
months.
talk. That's right. We
We
did
were
a
like-
couple times.
You gotta change the style. You gotta change the
Status quo.
It's just bummer. Hey,
No, guys, I'm staying here today. This is it. Because we're not allowed to go anywhere in the buffer zone.
yeah, tomorrow. I mean,
I can try.
What you're seeing is nothing. It's just people on the sidewalk.
And you know
Well,
what? I'm
we're
gonna
working on- we are
listen.
working on
There's
something.
more to
We are
there's more to come. There's a lot more to come. I'm gonna tell people about what I didn't tell everybody. Remember the thing I was telling? I said no, hold off.
No.
He wanted to put it public. I said hold off, don't do it yet.
Right.
Remember that thing we're talking, that document? Remember that? Do you know what I'm
How
talking
long
about,
ago?
Mike?
I'm trying to.
He wanted to send it public, and I said no. Because I was trying to do it again.
Oh yeah. So, Mendoza.
Yep.
So
I
you
was think
didn't
we should
go-
talk about that to these people and tell them what's up. We got some
think we
people in
should?
here. Yeah, I think we should maybe let them know.
That's your call, buddy. You do
I
whatever you
don't
want.
know.
I don't think it hurts either way. I mean, I think it's a good thing. I don't know, but you're showing your cards.
Yeah, no.
You know what I mean? That's the thing. Yeah. Next thing you know, that whole office is flooded with bullshit. You know. I don't know.
But look at
All
Bow.
right.
Look what
You ready
they
for
did
the
to
jury?
Bow.
Hey, here's my source.
Let's go. What we got?
All right, get your pencil ready, folks. Here's the jury breakdown. You ready?
Yep.
15 jurors. 15 white jurors. 3 black. Only 2 of the bunch look to be over the age of 45. Wow. So it's a young juror. And
Okay.
one juror looks to be as young as 18. All right.
Okay.
Interesting. So jury breakdown: 15 white jurors, 3 black jurors. Of only 2 of the bunch look over the age of 45, and 1 juror looks to be like 18. Breaking
Well-
news just came across the wire.
Nice. So that's a pretty that I mean that's kind of a
you know what?
there's a middle class middle road type of people. Their life's like half like same age as Karen. They could probably relate to Karen a little better, right, Mike?
Well, you're right. You're the same age as her.
Right.
She's
They can
40,
maybe relate.
right?
Yeah. I think that's a good call.
Let me get this out to Flip and everybody. Make sure it gets out there. Please retweet this, okay? If you get this.
Everybody retweet, get
Yeah.
ready, retweet. Everybody get
I'm
ready.
going to get Howie Kyle wants it. I'm sure.
Yep.
I'm sure Aiden's there, so he already has it. I'm sure.
He's just gonna open his eyes.
Well, he can't post it.
All right. I know.
Yeah. What else am I missing?
I'm looking.
All right. There we go. We got it. Hand pictures by the Commonwealth, right? I know. So the reason why it's tough at the we had an arrest for the first time.
Right. Dude, can you imagine? He didn't even get the word free out of his mouth and they friggin' locked him up. He couldn't even say free Karen Reed. Locked up. Done.
What wasn't he walking towards
I think he was just get out of his car, Mike. I didn't
right?
think he was doing anything.
Well, obviously he was recognized. You
Oh,
know what? We'll
they-
start the free bow movement right now. We're gonna get
No, we won't. No. No.
What? What?
Not worth doing. He ain't worth it. Let him sit in jail. He just isn't. All right, did you post it, Mike?
Just kidding.
Where's it? Where's it?
I gave it to you. What, the jury list?
Yeah, no, the breakdown. I'm looking for it.
I tweeted it out. I tagged you in it.
I'm looking.
Oh, you want to post it? You want to show it?
I don't see it.
Well, here, it's coming into your X right now.
That's where I'm looking on your page. It's not there, man.
Man,
Well, you got nut all over that thing, man. Poor guy. He's gonna end up like Nagel.
Should I? Nah, easy. That's too easy.
Joe Flipperhead Nagel. He's already got it pegged. Oh my word. Where is Joe, man? Is he busy? What's up with him? Where is he?
Yeah, I talked to him. He's on a new job site, some nuclear site. He needs all these.
Yeah.
I guess you're getting all these credentials to get like access in a new
Yep.
site.
Yeah.
So that's what he's waiting on. So he's pissed off the world right now. He's
Well-
going through all this training and fucking nuclear shit. He's like, fuck. Anyways, he still has time to fucking check in with our boys.
So listen, the whole thing with the nuclear thing, Mike, is it makes steam. They make steam. Okay. So guess what he does?
Steam fitter.
He puts pipes together.
I know.
Dude, steam will mess you up bad.
Burns.
Dead. Kill you dead. And what he does is so important because every single sterilizer is like a bomb. It's a literal bomb. It'll take out the whole entire wing. People don't know the power of a sterilizer.
And the background checks they got to go through to make sure. Listen,
Don't want. I bet, Mike. I was on a nuclear powered guided missile cruiser. It's a horror show.
Oh my God.
It's a horror show.
Yeah, I guess he's been waiting for clearance for like a couple of days now. Like he's like, fuck this.
I haven't mentioned much of his word. Have his name. Nothing. Left him alone.
Oh,
your friend there. Less paperwork. I hear they're going back in.
All right.
I still got it up. Right next to my Starlink.
Who is this fucking beak ahead on the TV now? Does that note my objection from TikTok?
Yes, that's who that is.
If none of these jurors are over 45 years old, we're golden.
No.
You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
really think so. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I like that idea. I like how they have that, Mike.
15 white, 3 black. Only 2 of the bunch look over the age of 45. So that means so there's nobody 80 up there. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Well, if you look at someone and you say she's 45 or he's 45, that's your cap. That's the oldest person, and the second oldest person usually hangs around together. So there you go. There's your cap. Everybody's younger than them. They're the oldest.
Right.
So by default, they're the old people in the court.
Right. That's good. I like this. Right.
Good.
And again, I don't know what the age bracket of last year was. If anybody in the chat knows,
I was gonna say they didn't even know what happened last year, and the chat will know. Chat, what did we have last year?
Yeah, what was the
anybody?
Remember? Right. I like the diversity of color too. I remember last year there was the Asian, was there one Asian person, Bronny, and somebody else maybe? I don't know.
It was different last year. I forget. Ronnie was an Asian guy, I think. Remember he had the bow tie?
I know, Philippine. I don't know what he was. I forget. Mr. Monk's. Yeah, the rest was pre-planned setup. It seems like it might be. Who knows?
And I'm sure there's stuff that we're not privy to, which is good with me too. I don't want to know everything.
Yeah, I'm good with that stuff. Yeah, if someone wants to make a better tweet of that jury breakdown and make like a jury bench with that, that's fine. Someone,
you just put blank faces on them, like just blank faces.
Yeah,
that'd be great.
have them sitting in the chairs.
Yep.
You know, so what it actually looks like. I'm sure,
Love
I'm sure
that
like
idea, Mike. That's awesome, dude.
Joey Bag of Donuts, or somebody could probably do it.
Yep.
Or-
Great
or,
idea, Mikey.
You know, get the visual. I just have
Mass
the words.
accountability is walking around the courthouse steps. I'd like to see that. Can anybody take a video?
They are, dude. I
Oh.
see. I was just watching it live.
Mass accountability. Let's see if I can. I don't know if you guys have subbed to him, but
I do. You need it?
hold on. I think I got it. It's on YouTube. Mass accountability. Got it.
He was just out back in the back room and stuff.
No, he can't go up back. He's
I'm
on the
telling you,
freaking
there was
side.
a-
Oh my god, he's
Yep.
gonna get popped.
Nope. He was down there. There was an ambulance down there with a couple cops. It was fucked up.
I can't. I'll get arrested, dude.
Yeah. you
I
can't
will
go
be
down
in
there.
the thing faster than Bow. I guarantee you. What's with
They
the
will
fire
wait-
trucks? What
They
happened?
were
Anyone?
wait. You got to get on mass accountability, man.
What happened, Mike?
I don't know, man.
Look at fire trucks, ambulance.
Do you
policemen,
want it
look
or
at-
not? Yeah.
I
So
got
this
it.
is just
Look at
streamed 51 minutes ago. Yeah. That's it right there. Yep.
what happened.
Bow.
Oh, that was Bow.
I don't know.
Gonna say.
Is that Aiden?
Yep. I got Aiden good this morning.
I'm gonna come back down here, and then I'm gonna walk through over here. I was surprised to hear Bow down here because he doesn't usually he doesn't stream a lot anymore. He's usually doing his live streams at home or in his little studio or whatever. So
And you know what he does? He streams me in his studio. That little guy.
Wow.
Yeah.
channel mode. Hold on. I'm gonna be able to put down the man.
Jesus. Come on, guy.
Yeah, Tom was threatened with arrest if he went down what Bow did.
I do have my body cam running too.
I remember
So if
standing right where he was when they arrested Aiden. He got walked out through there, and we're all cheering for him.
Yeah, they give you one. They said they give you one warning, and when I got my warning, the guy said, "Consider that your one warning. Next time you're getting arrested." And I'm sure that Mike, they all know.
Yeah, I know he's in the buffer zone, but he was filming as media, so I don't think he had any free Karen Reed stuff on or anything like that. Good, how you doing?
That's the problem.
So I don't know why he was so quick to arrest him. I saw the live stream. Nunziato was the smaller officer that started talking to him with the tattoo, the sleeve tattoo. That's Nunziato. He's been in one of my videos years ago. And then it was Hardman that arrested him, knocked his camera out of his hand, and arrested him.
Wow.
Sergeant Hardo.
Bow must have loved that. Let's go bail him out. He'll stroke. And then we'll revoke his bail.
So
Mess with him.
I'm not sure if it's the kid that got arrested or not. So I'm trying to document if it is.
Oh, yeah.
He's from not even
Guys, a lot of
around
my
here.
Karen Reed stuff is on my Twitter, my X account, which is Mass Accountability, and my Instagram, also Mass_accountability. So once I'm done here, I'm gonna go take a walk through.
This says goes to trial, Mike. How come he didn't get
Tyler, are you
arrested?
kidding me?
He is considered what they had a word for it. He's not press, but he's
Citizen
an
journalist?
He's an accountant. I don't know. So you know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
yeah. He did the same thing last year.
But how does he not get in
Dude,
trouble?
it's all how Hardman interprets it. What he thinks is a journalist right now.
They're usually much quicker with the bails in Massachusetts and all that, so I don't know what's going on. I couldn't believe I heard it was Bao. I thought it was one of the regulars that film. Oh yeah.
Like Tommy.
I'm shocked.
That'd be cool if we could take his feed.
Is that how mine looks?
No, this is awesome.
Really? Why isn't mine good? Mine
Yours is
sucks
bouncy
now.
a little. Yeah, yours is a little bouncy. I wonder what
not
he's
good.
using for Wi-Fi, dude. You should talk to him.
He's probably got
So this,
Verizon.
again, for the people that are just joining, a lot of people are joining. Here is the district court in Dedham and Superior Court, where Karen Reed is being tried, is across the street, and Bao was arrested right here at this crosswalk area. Oh, we're gonna find out right now. No, it doesn't look like Bao. I thought it might be Bao. That's why I was there.
All right, they're coming back on.
Okay, we pop that back up. Stop this.
I think somebody
Anybody has questions or anything like that, please get them over to us, cputom@gmail.com. Please do the like, subscribe. Like, subscribe, all that good stuff. You know what's going on. You guys are great. We love you guys. But yeah, the like and subscribe really helps. And you guys chit-chatting in the comments helps a lot too.
And they're gonna lay a basis for it, and maybe we'll see where they go with this third party call evidence. Catherine, I'm getting word that court is back in session. Talking all about this, excellent insight. Really, really appreciate your time. You were fantastic. And everybody out there, submitting them here on the One Time Show. We're going back live into that court at Massachusetts.
Kind of funny how they get to go and do like interviews and we don't.
Well, it's a whole different like law, I guess. You know what I mean? He's gonna pass of some sort, but it's just not a press pass, dude.
Weird.
You should look into it.
Yeah. Well, a lot of friggin' nonsense, dude. Took Aiden how long and finally she get a lawyer? After how long? Yeah. I haven't begun to wait. Why? I'm just wondering, when do we break out the short sleeves? I know you can't wear white after Christmas or something like that. No white after Xmas or Christmas or something. I don't know.
You can't wear white after Labor Day.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Is that the one coming up, or we just have that? That's Easter.
Are we ready to? Yeah, no, it's white. And then after
when do we do short sleeves? When we
Right
allowed
now.
that? We
Anytime
can do
you
short sleeve shirts, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You gonna turn the volume up?
Katie McLaughlin was also a paramedic.
Correct.
So she responded to the scene at the same time as you, generally, but in a different ambulance.
In a fire truck, in a piece of fire apparatus. She was
Got
in
it.
engine 3.
Got it. Engine 3. Okay. And she was with you generally, when I say with you, at the scene during the entire time that you're describing the events that you described with Mr. Brennan on direct examination?
For the most part.
Okay. She then left in a particular ambulance, correct?
Yes, she ended up driving ambulance 1 to Good Samaritan.
And ambulance 1 was which ambulance?
Ambulance 1 was the initial ambulance that myself, firefighter Kelly, and firefighter Flamati responded in.
So right after the scene you described, as you're leaving the scene, firefighter McLaughlin is in the ambulance with you and firefighter Flamati, correct?
She is driving. So the three of us are in the back in the patient compartment. She is up front in the driver's seat.
Once at the hospital, did firefighter McLaughlin go into the hospital with the other firefighters?
I believe so, yes.
So she was with you in the engine, she was, although in the driving cab, she was with you, ambulance in the driving cab. She was also with you right after the scene at the hospital, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she was also with you later after you cleared the hospital and went back to the station?
Yes, sir.
You had discussions with firefighter Flamati about the incident. That would be normal protocol.
Correct.
Almost like a debrief.
Sure.
You had the same types of discussions with firefighter Kelly, Matt Kelly.
Yes, sir.
I'm guessing that you probably had the same sorts of discussions with firefighter Walsh.
I actually don't know if I saw firefighter Walsh when we got back. The weather was right at shift change, and the weather getting back was also getting worse. So I honestly couldn't speak to that.
And you also had conversations with firefighter McLaughlin after you cleared the hospital and got back to the station as well.
She was part of the debrief. Yes, sir.
Okay. And all of you discussed what you did, saw, and heard, generally speaking, while at the scene, correct?
Those are more in terms of getting equipment wrangled, really kind of how they go. What did we use? What do we need? What are we going to have to restock when we get back?
Right. But there also was obviously discussions about what had just happened. I mean, you are dealing with a dead or dying police officer on a lawn, on a snow-covered lawn in a cold environment.
I honestly couldn't speak to that, sir. I honestly don't remember.
It's because you don't remember, correct?
Well, like I said, it's mostly those debriefs are usually, they're very
equipment, make sure that the ambulance is ready for the next call, etc. I'm asking about a general debrief with the fellow firefighters, male and female, that you were with at that scene. You're telling me that you don't remember debriefing and discussing the incident and your observations at the incident following that incident?
No, sir.
Okay. But your memory, you indicated earlier, gets better with time, right?
Yes, sir.
You don't remember it as you sit here today?
Ask the question again.
Sure. Do you remember discussing with firefighter Flamati, firefighter Walsh, firefighter Kelly, or firefighter McLaughlin, any of them, your observations and what happened while at the scene after you cleared the hospital and got back to the station?
No, sir.
Have no memory of that whatsoever?
No, sir.
When we left off before lunch, I was asking you about a hematoma and a laceration over the right eye of Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
I asked you, is being punched in the face, can that lead to a small laceration like you saw and a hematoma like you saw?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
Uh,
You answer that question?
I couldn't speak to how that injury occurred.
Is it consistent? Are those injuries, just those injuries, are those consistent with being punched in the face?
Those injuries could be sustained from numerous ways.
And
yes, it could be from that. It could be from others as well.
Okay, so that's what I'm asking. It could be, in other words, it's consistent
Yes,
with
sir.
being punched in the face, correct? Correct. Thank you. I want to ask you about this statement that you indicate that you heard that now is 3 statements, 3 phrases, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you heard this statement, describe for me exactly where you were. What were you doing and who was around you?
I was knelt at the head of John O'Keefe with a bag valve mask, delivering ventilations. Firefighter Kelly was to the right, and Firefighter Flamati was on the left side of Mr. O'Keefe, and the three of us together were working to perform CPR and ventilations.
And your job, and I hate to butcher it, but you'll correct me.
Yes, sir.
Your job was to do the airway, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'm picturing a big balloon-like apparatus that you put over the patient's mouth. And
Exactly.
Squeeze it.
Yes.
That's as opposed to, it's an advancement on just mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, correct?
Correct, yeah.
You were the airway person doing the squeezing of the bag.
Correct.
What was Tony Flamati, firefighter Flamati, doing?
He was starting CPR, and which that point was taken over by Firefighter Kelly.
Okay, so firefighter Flamati, when you say starting CPR, describe what that means. What is the physical act of CPR?
So you put both hands together like this, one on top of the other. You put it right on top of the sternum, and you begin doing chest compressions 2 inches deep, allowing full recoil for 100 to 120 beats per minute, compressions a minute to sustain a cardiac rhythm. You're manually making the heart beat with each compression.
Which means that is a rhythmic pumping motion, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if you see someone doing CPR, you're probably going to see their shoulders moving up and down and moving rhythmically, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember what firefighter Flamati was wearing? You had just come off of actually you were just coming onto a shift, so you didn't have all your foul weather gear officially, correct?
I had my puffy jacket.
Okay.
I had my Canton Fire jacket.
Got it. Firefighter Flamati, on the other hand, had a bright yellow jacket.
Correct.
Sort of reflective and a safety jacket.
Yes, sir.
And he was kneeling to your left at the time doing, have I got that right?
Yep, nope, yep, you got that right.
Okay, he's kneeling to your left at the time doing chest compressions. That's when you indicate that Miss Reed walked over and made the statement.
Correct.
And Kelly was there as well?
Yes, sir.
Kneeling right beside all three of you as firefighter Flamati was giving the chest compressions, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You indicated that the statement was in response to a question that you asked of my client. Do you know him?
Yes, sir.
Is that right?
Correct.
And she responded to you with the phrase that you've used. I hit him.
I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Right. So it's absolutely clear in your mind when that statement was made. You were knelt down over Mr. O'Keefe. Firefighter Flamati was doing the CPR, and Kelly was with the both of you when you posed that question.
Yes, sir.
It's a very detailed memory.
Yes, sir.
You indicated, Mr. Brennan, that sticks out in your mind. Is that right?
It does.
But that's not at all what you told Trooper Proctor on February 8th, just 10 days after this incident, is it?
I don't recall what I told Trooper Proctor.
I thought your memory got better with time.
I don't recall that meeting.
Okay.
I recall meeting with him, but I don't recall the extent of what was discussed.
You literally don't in that meeting in that formal interview with the lead detective on this case.
We discussed the case, but I don't, in his words, I'm not sure what
man, he's
he put down.
smoked.
What you said to Trooper Proctor on February 8th, 10 days after this, was you overheard Miss Reed say, I hit him one time to another female that she was talking to. Correct?
Objection.
No, I'll allow it. Did you say that?
I have no memory of this, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
Did you say that her statement was an answer to a question posed by the female or a discussion with the female?
Break that down for me, sir.
Sure. Did you tell Trooper Proctor on February 8th that what you heard was Karen Reed speaking to a female, not answering a question that you posed?
Again, I don't recall that specific question.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor on February 8th while you were rendering aid, and at the time you heard the statement, Miss Reed was actually praying over John, your words, praying over John?
I don't recall ever saying that.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
He looks rattled, dude. Rattled.
He's not liking. He's having a bad day.
Yes. He looks
see that?
rattled.
I thought
He was just.
I knew it was coming. I thought your memory got better with time. I knew
Oh
it.
my. Go.
Did
This
you
is
say
getting
that you
rattled.
observed Karen Reed to have blood on her face from providing mouth-to-mouth breaths to Mr. O'Keefe prior to your arrival?
I remember Miss Reed having blood on her face, presumably from attempting CPR.
Do you remember telling Trooper Proctor on February 8th that you saw her with blood on her face from CPR?
I do.
So you remember that portion of your conversation with Trooper Proctor, correct?
Yes, sir.
But the praying over John, praying over the victim, you don't remember.
I don't remember ever saying that.
And
ever.
And the statement, I hit him to another female, you also don't remember that.
No, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection if you were to look at a report
Yes, sir.
authored by Trooper Proctor? May I?
Yes.
May I direct the witness's attention to the second page, Your Honor?
All right, why don't you take a look at that, sir?
Dude, this is gonna happen all trial, folks. Get used to this. This look right here.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, did you have an opportunity to glance at the report that you were just shown?
Yes, sir.
Does that refresh your recollection about your conversation with Trooper Proctor that he put in a report?
It does not, sir.
So as you sit here, you have no memory of what you just read in this report from Trooper Proctor, the lead investigator on the case?
I have no recollection of ever saying that anybody prayed over anybody ever in this case.
You did see it in his report, though.
Right.
Sustained.
You've admitted under oath that your memory of the events at that time, from that time frame, January, February 2022, is faulty, correct?
No, sir.
In your April 2024, it's April 30th, 2024 testimony from last year. You were asked whether or not your memory was a little faulty, and your answer was absolutely, correct?
Could I have a page and number,
Where is
please?
that, Mr. Jackson?
Volume 8, page 151, lines 14 through 16.
Can you read the lines again?
Lines 14 through 16. I'll just allow counsel to get that up.
If we could pose the entire question and give content to it, please.
Okay.
May I?
Yeah, so do you intend to show the whole question?
The whole question that I asked and his answer, yes.
All right, and I'll give you the opportunity. I'll redirect Mr. Brennan if it's not. Go ahead.
Is it true that in answer to the question, quote, so it's fair to say your memory is a little bit faulty as it pertains to that time frame? Your answer was absolutely. Correct?
From last year?
What you testified to last year about conversations that you had with Trooper Proctor around February 8th of 2022.
Yes, sir.
And you would agree, as you sit here, that your memory is still faulty about your conversation with him.
With
Correct?
Trooper Proctor? Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
So you're not saying you didn't say that the statement was made to a woman, correct?
Objection.
Are you saying that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, next question.
Thank you. And you're also not saying that you didn't say to Trooper Proctor that you saw Karen Reed praying over John O'Keefe.
Objection.
So I'd like you to ask that differently. Did you say that?
I have no recollection of saying that ever.
Next question.
My point is, if you have no recollection of it, you're not denying saying it.
Objection.
Are you denying saying it?
Yes.
So you do have a recollection that you never said it. Do you understand the difference?
Oh, sir, I don't believe I've ever said praying. That's really not something that I would have said. I didn't see it that day. It didn't happen. I don't remember ever saying prayed.
You didn't
in regards
see
to
it
this case ever.
You didn't see it that day, and it never happened. That was your words just now, correct?
Break that down for me.
You didn't see it that day, and it never happened. That's what you're saying about the praying statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in that same exact statement, you also included the phrase, I hit him, correct?
No, sir.
In the statement that you made to Trooper Proctor?
The report that Trooper Proctor wrote?
Correct.
Again, I don't remember ever saying the words praying over him. I do distinctly remember I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Which doesn't appear in that report, does it?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain that, Mr. Jackson. You directed him only to page 2.
Understood, Your Honor. I'd like to show you a short portion of a video, the same video that you were asked to look at on direct examination. And Your Honor, I pray to the court, I can certainly mark it as a defense exhibit or for
So is this
identification.
going to be an exhibit by agreement?
It is.
It
Okay,
is.
So we now that, Madam Court Reporter, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I play a portion of that video for the jurors, publish it?
Okay. Which portion, so people know?
I'm going to start it at about, I want to say 6:55. Mr. Walt, could cue that up? Before you play it, can we have it on that screen as well, or is it only playing to this screen?
I don't know. When Ms. Gilman did it, it was both. Great.
There we go. All right. Before we play it, can I ask you a quick question about this?
Sure.
It appears that this is paused. Do you recognize this as being the same video that you were shown this morning by Mr. Brennan?
I do.
All right. Describe the scene.
So that is 34 Fairview Road. The lights in the background, I believe it is either right as we pulled up or right as we're pulling up.
Okay. Same dash cam video.
Yes, sir.
Can we scroll this to the 6:55 runtime spot, please? Pause it. Okay. Do you see the individual on the left? Far, far, far left.
Yeah, the jacket?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
Who's that?
I believe that's Firefighter Flamati.
You previously indicated that firefighter Flamati was on his knees providing CPR at the same time you were knelt down providing the airway.
This isn't when it was
That's
stated.
not my question. Is that what you said?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. You indicated earlier when you heard this statement by my client, you were very detailed. Firefighter Flamati was knelt down providing chest compressions at the same time you were knelt down providing airway support for Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
I had also said that at some point,
That's a
Firefighter
yes or no
Flamati
question.
had
Objection.
So I'm going to let the witness answer the question.
transferred CPR to Firefighter Kelly. Firefighter Kelly did take over compressions at one point.
Okay. That's not my question.
Okay.
My question is an easy one. Did you say that when Miss Reed walked over to you and you had this dialogue with her, she made that statement that firefighter Flamati was on his knees providing chest compressions at the same time you were knelt down providing airway support?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Firefighter Flamati, in your testimony, appears to be standing up right there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's play the video forward for just a second. Stop it. What did you see firefighter Flamati do just now?
Believe he just knelt down.
Okay. So at this point, he's kneeling for the first time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he's about to provide chest compressions as your memory serves, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go ahead and play it forward. Pause. Did you see my client in that photo? In that clip?
No, sir.
You didn't see her?
Oh, no, I did see her. Yeah. I don't see her on right now.
Right. She just walked off frame, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's go ahead and play it forward. Stop it. You see my client walk back into the frame?
Yes, sir.
At this point, you were watching firefighter Flamati. He appears to be now providing CPR, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And my client is nowhere near you, correct? At least for this clip.
No, sir.
Okay.
Correct.
And the clip that I just played before, the few seconds that I played before, nowhere near you, correct? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Let's go ahead and play it forward. Pause it, please. What do you see happening on the screen from screen right to screen left at this juncture?
We're bringing in the stretcher.
Okay, go ahead and play it. Pause it. Do you see where my client is right now?
Can you back it up 2 seconds? I'm sorry, I lost
With
view.
the court's permission, I need to ask the court's permission. Thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Pause. Did you see my client?
Yes, sir.
Where is she in the frame?
Behind that other individual.
Behind the SUV?
I believe she's in front of the SUV and behind the other individual.
Okay. I meant the SUV, that's the white SUV that's in
Yes, sir.
the far distance.
Yes.
That's the back of the SUV. She's behind it, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Not near you.
No.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play it. Go ahead and pause it. Do you see what firefighter Flamati is? Entire clip.
Chest compressions?
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Pause. What's happening now?
Where Mr. O'Keefe's on the scoop stretcher and he's being transferred to the ambulance stretcher.
So that's the entire time Mr. Flamati, firefighter Flamati, was giving chest compressions. It's captured right here on this video, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now Mr. O'Keefe is up on the stretcher, and you are no longer knelt down,
No, sir.
and firefighter Flamati is no longer knelt down,
No, sir.
and you're now following the stretcher with, it looks like, 2 or 3 other EMTs, correct?
I am not in that frame, sir.
Okay, so you've walked away.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's go ahead and play it forward. Where my client is.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and play it. Do you see firefighter Flamati or firefighter Kelly continuing to give chest compressions?
Yes, sir.
Which one is that? Do you know?
Believe it's firefighter Flamati.
Flamati?
Believe so.
Okay, so he's still doing all the chest compressions from start to finish.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what's happening right now?
Now we are transferring to ambulance 1.
And where's my client?
Right front and center.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
If I may have just a second.
When he says he needs a second, you don't want to give him a second.
With regard, just a couple of more questions with the court's permission. I'm going to change gears with regard to what you talked about on direct examination, the hypothermic conditions. You're not a medical doctor, correct?
No, sir.
You don't diagnose patients?
Sir.
You're not diagnosing that John O'Keefe suffered from hypothermia that night?
No, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Can you follow up?
Please. Firefighter Nuttall, the video the defense just showed you, did you notice any differences between that video and when I showed it to you, and that it doesn't have the time on it?
Yes, those were two different time frames on that video.
And when we spoke about when the defendant said to you, I hit him, that wasn't shown to you in that video just now, was it?
No, it was not.
So if we go back, will you be able to explain where you came from and firefighter Flamati came from and when you first went over to John O'Keefe?
Sure.
With the court's permission, Ms. Gilman, if you could start that video. I think it is 6:11, please. Now stop it there. Do you see that this exhibit has timestamp on the top?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please continue. Could you stop, please? Do you see the red lights on the left?
Yes, sir.
Is that when you believe that you first arrived?
Yes, sir.
And that note says 6:11:05. Could you continue, please, Ms. Gilman? Please watch to the left. Stop, please. Is that when you first arrived and walk over to help John O'Keefe?
Yes, sir. That's me.
I'll note that the timestamp is 6:11:21. Okay, continue, please. Stop, please. Did you see firefighter Flamati come after you?
Yes, sir.
Was any of this shown to you during those questions?
No, sir.
No. Continue, please. Stop, please. Do you see the defendant in that screen?
Yes, sir.
Do you see her moving from right to left towards you?
Sustained is to the form.
Okay, what direction do you see her running in that screen from right to left?
She's running towards where the three of us are grouped.
Okay, please continue. Stop, please. Is it at that time the defendant said to you that she hit him?
Yes, sir.
And you remember that?
I do.
Okay. I'm done with the tape. Thank you very much. Now, you were asked questions about your memory.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you were asked the questions about Trooper Proctor, when you were saying that you didn't remember, were you referring to the conversation with Trooper Proctor Or were you suggesting you didn't remember what happened that morning?
I don't remember the interview with Trooper Proctor. I remember it happened. I don't remember the substance of what was discussed entirely. I remember we discussed that morning, but.
Do you know if that conversation was recorded or just a conversation between you and the trooper?
I do not know if it was recorded.
You asked questions. I want to ask you about questions on Mr. O'Keefe, and you mentioned that there was some type of blood clotting on the back of his head.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You noticed there were abrasions on his right arm.
Yes, sir.
You noticed there was a hematoma on the right side of his head.
Yes, sir.
Did you see any bruising on his right knee?
Don't recall, sir.
Did it stand out to you that all of his injuries, all of them that you saw, other than the cut on the back of the head, that they were all on his right side?
Yes, sir.
Did you notice any hematomas on his left side?
I did not.
Did you notice any scratches or abrasions on his left side?
I did not.
Did you notice any marks that would be consistent with an altercation on the left side of his body?
I did not.
You were asked about the cause, and you said that you don't know the cause. You weren't there, were you?
No, sir.
You asked if it was consistent with being punched, and you said it could be.
Yes, sir.
Could it be consistent with being clipped by a car?
Objection.
Sustained as to the form.
You were asked questions about clothing,
Yes, sir.
and you had at one point said you thought that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a winter jacket. Do you have any memory that when you first got there, or when you first got there, do you have any memory whether there were any towels wrapped around Mr. O'Keefe's head?
I remember there was a white cloth of some sort on the scene.
Okay. And when you were asked about your memory regarding the clothing, was the clothing of what was utmost importance to you at that time?
No, sir.
And why is that?
I was, again, focused on Mr. O'Keefe's airway and ventilation.
Okay. And when you were asked about the clothing, do you remember if you added anything else about your certainty or uncertainty about clothing when you previously gave a statement or testimony?
I believe when I testified last year, I did note I had no part in removing any articles of clothing or anything like that. That was not my job in the back of the truck.
Do you remember any recognition of the fact whether you were certain or not about clothing?
Repeat the question, sir. I'm sorry.
Well, is there anything that would refresh your memory about what you had said about clothing?
Objection.
Ask a different question first.
You had mentioned that you had some difficulty about clothing. Do you remember what you had previously said?
I remember there was some difficulty of getting the individual's fingers through clothing just because they were so cold. They were difficult to manipulate. Just they really was not conducive to getting clothing off easily.
Okay. You met with me 3 times?
Yes, sir.
I had not met you before any of your prior testimonies, had I?
No, sir.
Do you remember meeting with me and discussing this case with me?
I do.
Do you remember me asking you to tell me what you remember?
I do.
Do you remember what I told you about testimony when you come into court?
Yes, sir.
What would I tell you?
I remember we discussed that just tell the truth.
Did I tell you that it doesn't matter? There is no side. Doesn't matter if it helps or hurts, that you just tell the truth?
Sustained.
Did I ever suggest to you that you should stick to a story?
No, sir.
Did I ever suggest to you you should offer your testimony in any certain way?
No, sir.
When I talked to you, did I ever ask you to say anything about your testimony to this jury?
No, sir.
Other than what?
Speak to the jury.
Did I need to tell you to tell the truth?
No, sir.
And in telling the truth, did the defendant say to you, I hit him, I hit him?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, sir. 3 times.
And in fact, do you remember, in addition to her saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, when you asked her the question, kneeling down over John O'Keefe's body, do you remember if you ever talked about other times that she said it, not to you?
I do not.
Okay.
The answer is I do not. Next question.
Okay. Do you remember testifying previously in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember at all discussing whether or not, after she left you, whether or not you and made that statement to you? Do you remember did you hear her speak to other people after you?
I heard her having conversations in the background, but that was not my focus at that time.
Okay. And during those conversations in the background, did you hear her talk about that same issue again?
I believe she said it several times, but the 3 times she said it to me were what stuck out to me.
Okay. And when she said it to other people, it wasn't directly to you?
No, sir.
So watch the form of the question, Mr.
And
Bowman.
when she said it
Stating the objection.
When she said it to other people, do you know who she said it to?
I do not.
I'll allow it. So the answer is I do not.
I'm sorry. Do you remember when she said it other times who she said it to?
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for this.
And again, everyone that's here, thank you all for being here. By the way, I'm going to keep going with this. Just want to make sure you all hit the like and subscribe button. Get this thing rolling. We're going to be here tomorrow. Same day, same thing, same place, same way. And we go from there. Yeah, Hank's having issues, isn't he? Real quick. He's not doing well. So you can tell by his voice with Hank. Yep. So they're trying to get to a certain point to ask questions, and they don't want nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with that. See, we're all learning things we never learned before. That's the family. That's his mom. Don't want to mention her name. Guy in the back. Ty with his moving his arm there, speaking. That's our really stellar Boston police detective, Kyle. Should see him. He's been running like the mile. He's been trying to run fast. So he's been doing sprints. Unfortunately today, and I had to come back here today in order to put the stream up. So I'm probably going to do the same thing tomorrow. So I may just stay here tomorrow. The buffer zone, they're really limiting us at the buffer zone. So like what we can do there we can't do anything. Like either way. But that's our friend Carl, Boston police detective, Carl Dougal. And runs up and down them stairs, great form. Looks like he can go right back to work anytime he wants. I mean, his gait's perfect. Doesn't drop his toe. Doesn't have toe drop. It's nice. Here we go. There's Nathan Reed. Anyone would want his brother. Mr. and Mrs. Reed. Front row, of course. Supporting their daughter. Amazing, amazing human beings right there. They're awesome. That guy sitting next to him, this guy ain't no friend. And Estes in the back. That guy sitting next to Mr. Reed, bad dude.
Sir, after the defendant came over to you and spoke and then left, do you remember hearing her make further statements?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember her making further statements similar?
I do.
To the statement to you?
Yes, sir.
Could you share with the jury what you remember her saying, not to you, but after she left you?
I remember hearing I hit him several other times. Again, not directed to me, just kind of off in the background. I'd like to reiterate, we were really focused on the patient at that point. We were trying to provide care.
Thank you, sir.
So now, after Mr. Brennan asks you a few questions, now you remember her saying, I hit him a bunch more times, correct?
I remember hearing it in the background several other times.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Never mentioned that on direct examination, did you?
I don't remember being asked about it, sir. I remember saying what was asked to me.
You were asked, did you ever hear the defendant, Ms. Reed, say anything about I hit him? And your answer was, she said to me, in answer to my question, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him 3 times, and that's it.
To me.
You didn't clarify that, oh my gosh, she's running around like a chicken with her head cut off, screaming, I hit him to everybody else under the sun.
It was, again, it was behind me in the background as I was providing patient care. Again, that was not my focus.
Okay, so you didn't really hear her say anything in the background because you weren't focused on that, right?
I remember hearing a generalized commotion in the background, but again, that was not our focus.
So generalized commotion is very different than hearing her say, I hit him to other people, correct? You'd agree with that?
Yes, sir.
So what you actually heard was the chaos and the commotion of a chaotic scene, correct? In the background.
In the background.
As you focused on your patient care, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, not specific words coming out of my client's mouth, correct?
To the question that I posed, do you know him?
You're right. We're off that question.
Okay.
That question, I got it.
Yes, sir.
Triple I hitters.
Correct.
But with regard to what Mr. Brennan just asked you, the generalized commotion, to use your phrase, in the background, you didn't hear any specific words coming out of my client's mouth, did you?
I heard I hit him. But again, it was in the background and it was not my focus.
Well, why didn't you say that on direct? That's kind of an important point. It's why you're here.
Again, if it was neglected on my part, it was not intentional.
Not intentional to neglect that part for the jurors on direct examination.
No, sir.
Certainly not intentional to neglect that part of your testimony on cross-examination.
No, sir.
But you decided to bring it up on on recross examination when Mr. Brennan is asking you questions again, correct?
It was asked of me. Yes,
And
sir.
it was after, of course, that your new statement that you've never testified to before, ever, is this generalized commotion included a bunch of I hit hims in the background, correct?
Sir.
And that comes after you saw the video that clearly shows that when you described having heard this statement, my client was nowhere around you, correct?
That segment of the video that you showed me?
Yes.
That was not the time frame in which she said that to me.
Well, that was the time frame when Flamati was giving CPR, correct?
He was doing CPR down prior to that as well.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Well, you just testified that you saw him standing up in a big yellow jacket and then kneel down and start giving CPR. We just watched that video.
But again, the clip of the video that you showed me,
Right.
that was not the segment in which he said that to me.
Well, that's what you're saying now, but what I'm asking is, you described a very distinctive scene, a very, very specific scene.
Yes, sir. I remember it vividly.
She said that I hit him, Frank, when Flamati was down giving CPR, and you were kneeling down giving airway support, and he was doing rhythmic CPR chest compression.
Yes, sir. That's what happened.
And then I showed you that very scene, didn't I?
Yes, you showed me that clip prior to that.
I showed you the very scene that you described where Flamati gets down and starts chest compressions and never stops until the gurney is taken off the frame of the camera to the end. Isn't that what I showed you?
That is.
Sure. I don't know if I can do it again. I showed you the scene where firefighter Flamati gets down on his knees, begins chest compressions, and never stops until that gurney is taken off camera, off frame, into the ambulance. That's the clip I showed you, correct?
That is the clip you showed me.
And that's exactly when you described your vivid memory from 3.5 years ago. That's exactly the scene that you described when my client supposedly said I hit him to you, correct?
Again, the clip that you showed me, that was not when it was said. That segment that you showed, that was not when it was said. It was said prior to that, when the three of us were together.
So Flamati was not giving chest compressions then?
He was. The CPR was a continuous effort throughout the resuscitation.
But we saw him start it. Officer, Firefighter Nuttall, we saw him start it. We saw him walk into the frame, kneel down, and begin the chest compressions, didn't we?
We did.
And at no point, at that time or after, did my client even approach you, did she, in that clip?
She did.
What?
Objection.
Just a question.
Sure. Do you need to see the that clip again?
Yes, please.
We're not going to show the video again. We've seen 2 videos. Which one is marked?
The
The
Commonwealth.
one with the timestamp
Right.
at the top?
It's the exact same video. One has timestamp, one doesn't. Just to be clear, you described a very detailed scene in which firefighter Flamati got down on the ground on his knees and began CPR.
Yes, sir.
We saw a clip that it played fully through.
Mhm.
Starts and stops, but it played fully through, correct?
Yes, sir.
That was true and accurate video of what happened that day,
Yes, sir.
that morning, correct?
Correct.
And from the time firefighter Flamati began his CPR, he never stopped. Went all the way through until the burn was taken off the camera, correct?
Correct.
You also described very clearly before you saw the video that the time when my client walked over and you had this dialogue and you heard this statement, it was during the time that firefighter Flamati is given the CPR, correct? You described it.
Yes, sir.
But when we actually see firefighter Flamati giving the CPR, as per your description, at no time did my client walk over and have a conversation with you, did she?
She did in the video.
In the portion that Mr. Brennan played you, was firefighter Flamati giving CPR at that point?
As I said previously
Was
as well.
he or was he not? Yes or no?
Objection.
I'm going to let the witness answer the question.
Firefighters Kelly and Flamati were trading off CPR. Tony started doing CPR, and it was passed off at one point to Firefighter Kelly. Firefighter Kelly at that time was a BLS EMT. Firefighter Flamati was a paramedic. They're going to move towards Firefighter Kelly performing CPR because at that time his skill set was not as advanced as Firefighter Flamati's, as Tony's. But they did switch off. That is a routine cardiac arrest. We switch off compressions.
But the video that Mr. Brennan showed you was earlier in time, a few seconds or a minute or two earlier.
Yes, sir.
You'd agree with that, correct?
I would.
And firefighter Flamati, PR, had he?
I don't believe so.
That's right. He hadn't. But that's the time that my client walked over your general area, correct?
Correct.
Before CPR was started, correct?
CPR was started immediately, sir.
Can we wrap this up?
I don't know if we can, Judge.
Give you a couple more minutes.
Do you understand the confusion?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right, a couple more questions on this. The video that Mr. Brennan showed you.
Yes, sir.
And you pointed to and said, oh, that's the time when she walked over and said the statement.
Yes, sir.
Remember that?
I do.
Firefighter Flamati was not even kneeling down giving CPR, was he at that point?
No,
The answer is yes or no?
No.
Okay, he was not. Later, as the video continues to run, at some point, we see firefighter Flamati enter the screen, kneel down in that bright, reflective yellow jacket, and begin CPR, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had previously said that when you heard the statement and she walked over to you, It was when firefighter Flamati was giving CPR, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at no point, you'll agree with me, we just played the video, at no point after he started giving CPR did my client come anywhere near you. Isn't that what the video showed?
That was the segment that you showed me.
You indicated on redirect, that Mr. O'Keefe did not have any injuries to the left side of his body.
Not that I recall.
Isn't it true that in addition to the egg on the right side of his head, he also had a black eye on the left side?
I remember that the swelling had started to, it's referred to kind of as raccoon eyes. It's a bruising of both eyes.
Do you remember
battle
saying,
signs.
Do you remember saying, in answer to the question, did it look like in addition to the egg on the right side of his head in the front, did he also have a black eye on the left side? Your answer is, if memory serves correct, yes.
Yes, sir.
So it's not true that he didn't have any injuries on the left side of his body or face, correct?
That swelling kind of migrates over time to both sides. That is a common occurrence for both eyes to be swollen.
Did he have an injury to the left side of his face?
He did not.
Did he have a black left eye?
Yes, he did.
Would you consider a black eye an injury?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you the question again then. Did he have an injury to the left side of his face?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. One last question. You indicated that it was a chaotic scene outside on that front yard.
Yes, sir.
Fire engines, ambulances, patrol vehicles, engines running, diesel engines, flashing lights, people screaming, people talking over the howling wind, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever see the homeowner come out the front door?
Don't recall.
You don't recall, or you didn't?
I have no idea who the homeowner is.
And you never saw anybody come out the front of the house?
No, sir.
That's all I have.
One issue. Briefly.
I want to see Councilor Tybar.
So there we go. What do you guys think of that, huh? Figure they come back from sidebar. Oh, here they come.
Sir, in Mr. Jackson's questions, he asked if you had ever said that you heard the defendant say, "I hit him," separate from when she approached you. Do you remember previously testifying that you heard her saying, "I hit him in the background," separately from you?
Yes, sir.
You remember testifying that before under oath
Yes, sir.
in court?
I do.
Anything, Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, just a second, Robert. I'm sorry. Thank you, Your Honor. If I may?
Yes.
Just a quick question, firefighter Nuttall. When you were asked to recite your memory of that day on February 8th, 2022, just 10 days after this incident, did you ever say that you heard in the background, "I hit him" over and over again?
I don't recall.
All right.
When you testified at the grand jury, last question, when you testified at the grand jury, did you ever say that?
I don't recall.
But again, your memory is better now than it was then. Right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Firefighter Nuttall, you are all set.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, your next witness, Mr. Brennan?
Thank you. The Commonwealth calls Kerry Roberts.
Chrissy, could I get a photo?
In the stand, I did have an exhibit I would like to introduce and
Okay.
play for the jury.
Okay.
And this is clip 2.
No objection from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
And you're marking this as an exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Do you have something for the court reporter to mark?
We can put it on a zip drive. We can discuss collecting all the clips and putting them on the same zip drive, or we can use different zip drives, whatever the court's preference is.
So we need something. So we need something physical. You can play it and then we'll mark it.
Ms. Gilman, do you have a separate clip?
Jim, is that right?
Thank you. I can have this marked, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, Ms. Roberts, please. Okay, thank you.
We'd like to play this first and then call Ms.
Oh,
Roberts.
okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Every day they come back to you and stuff like me. How much do you remember?
I remember it, but I question do I remember it because it's been relived so much. I mean, when I see the video of me driving from the waterfall, like what I just described, tapping the brakes when I crossed the intersection, Washington over Sherman Street, do I actually remember that I kind of slowly proceeded through that green light? No, I don't actually remember that. But I've seen the video so many times that you then question, did I remember on my own? Or was my memory jogged? But I also wondered, did I say, could I have hit him? Or was it told to me that I said I hit him? And I knew I never could have said that. So the closest I must have said was, did I hit him? And I know I said I hit him, but did I really say it as many times as law enforcement's claiming I said it?
Thank you. I now call Kerry Roberts.
Stand and face the clerk. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and herein to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
K-E-R-R-Y. All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready. Good
Thank you, Your
afternoon,
Honor.
Ms. Roberts.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to this jury?
Hi, my name is Carrie Roberts.
Ms. Roberts, where do you live?
I live in Canton, Massachusetts.
How long have you lived in the area for?
I was raised in the Boston area, North Shore, South Shore. I went to high school in Braintree and I moved to Canton about 12 years ago.
Do you live alone?
No, I live with my husband and 2 children.
How old are your children presently, this day?
My son is 13, my daughter's 15.
Do you work?
Yes, I do.
Without identifying specifically where, can you share with us a little bit about what you do?
I'm an executive assistant, and I've been with my company for 18 years.
Ma'am, if you could just move the microphone just a tiny bit closer. Thank you very much. You have 2 children, you're
Yes.
married,
Yes,
and you live in the area.
yes.
I want you to tell us whether you know a person by the name of John O'Keefe.
Yes, I do.
Would you be willing to share with us when you first met Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, I went to high school with John in Braintree. He played soccer, I played soccer, so we probably hung out in middle school, but we went to 2 different middle schools. And then I hung out with him more in high school. He was a year older than me. His sister was 2 years older than him in school, and his brother was younger, so at some point I was in high school with each of his siblings.
Did you at some point become friendly with John O'Keefe?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that?
When his sister Kristen passed away, and then her husband Steve passed away, they lived in my neighborhood. John took over for the children and moved into my neighborhood as well.
When John took in the children, did you offer any assistance or any help to him?
Yes, before John was even going to take over, he was going to potentially move in with his brother-in-law and the children to help out. And then when his brother-in-law passed away unexpectedly, John took over and I jumped in because I was a friend from high school that he knew and he had all kinds of people helping, but he sort of said, I'm going to lean on you for right now because I know you best. And I knew his parents and his siblings. And so I introduced him to my husband and we jumped in. It was, preschool drop-offs, preschool pickups for my son and his son. And just from then until the time of his death, we were just friends, very close friends. And we hung out all the time. The children hung out all the time. And he was the emergency contact list at my children's school to call if something had happened.
Were you close friends before he took over the care of the children?
No, I wasn't very close friends with him then.
Were you close with his family before he took over care of the children?
No.
Did your friendship with him develop after he took care of the children?
Yes.
You mentioned you have a son,
Yes, I do.
and is your son the same age as John's nephew?
Yes.
Was there any common interests or activities that engaged your son with John's nephew?
Well, they went to in-home daycare together. They went to preschool together. They went to pre-K together. Then they went to elementary school. They played baseball together since they were T-ball. My son plays hockey. Patrick tried hockey. He didn't like that. So we spent a lot of time at the baseball fields together.
As you spent a lot of time together and had mutual care of children, did your relationship with him grow closer?
Yes.
And can you share a little bit with the jury how close you became?
Well, John was a bachelor and he didn't have any children of his own. So when he took over for the children, he sort of, leaned on us to kind of guide him and, all the things to do if there's someone has a headache and, if there's an ear infection or, he had his mom and dad also helping as well, but I was right up the street. So if I would go to BJ's, I would call and say, can I grab you anything? If I would go to Walmart, any of the places I would go, I would call and say, do you need anything? Can I help you? Can I grab something for you? And he did the same. We just sort of all chipped in, helped.
As your friendship grew, could you tell us a little bit about your relationship with John?
John and I were very close. We spoke on the phone and hung out. He became very close with my husband as well because he was right down the street. But we just had a friendship, a very close friendship.
Tell us about the day-to-day activities and how you would try to assist John with the children.
Well, John moved across town. I don't remember when. I forget how many. Patrick, I think, was in 5th grade or 4th grade. And I would take him home with me on Wednesdays because John would be working. So it was more of a, you know, if he was at my house and my daughter needed to ride the other side of town, he would take her with him. We were just very close friends. We did a lot together. We would do baseball tournaments together. We would have drinks together. We would, you know, all the things friends do.
As you grew closer to John and helped with the children, did you become closer with his family?
Yes.
And who specifically did you become closer with?
Mrs. O'Keefe and Mr. O'Keefe, his parents, and Paul, I would see from time to time, but not a lot. He doesn't live in Canton. But Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe would be there all the time to help as well. And Mr. O'Keefe would take my son and Patrick, the nephew, out to Dunkin' Donuts all the time.
Can you tell us a little more about the collective effort of other people, including his family, helping John raise these children?
There was a lot of us that jumped in to help. It was not just me. There was a lot of Kaylee's friends' parents that jumped in and helped for Kaylee, his niece, and Patrick. There was a lot of us that helped out with Patrick. All of the community all came together to help him because there was this guy that just lost his sister and brother-in-law, and he stepped in to take care of these 2 kids, and he didn't really know what he was doing at first, but he got the hang of it pretty quickly.
You have a son that shared a lot of interests with his nephew.
Yes.
He also had a niece.
Yes.
Did you spend more time helping with his nephew or with his niece?
With his nephew.
Were there other people in the community you knew of who spent more time helping with his niece?
Yes.
And who was that?
Jen McCabe.
Did you know Jen McCabe?
I had met her once. John got a discount at Reebok, so he would take the kids, well, he would take anyone with kids up with him to get shoes, like sneakers for back to school or whatever. So one day he did take Jen and I up to Reebok, but other than that, I never talked to her on the phone. I never saw her out. Her children are older than mine, so we never really crossed paths.
As it relates to the night of January 29, 2022, how much earlier was it that John took you out with the children and Miss McCabe out with her children to get sneakers? How many years before that?
Years, like 6 or 7 maybe.
And from that time you met Jen McCabe in the years past, did you ever spend time with her again before January 29th, 2022?
No, I did not. I didn't know her.
Were you friends with her?
I was not.
Did you speak on the phone with her?
No, I did not.
So other than that one meeting, you were strangers?
Yep, that was the only time. I knew her. I knew of her. She has 4 girls, but I didn't know her.
At some point, as you were part of John's life, did you learn that he was dating a person by the name of Karen Reed?
Yes, I did.
And do you see that person here in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you point her out and describe an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She has a black suit jacket seated at the front table.
When did you first become familiar or know about Miss Reed?
July, I think it was, of 2020. John, we were having people over, and so I invited him, and he said, I'm going to bring Karen over. And I was like, I don't know who that is, but okay. He assumed I knew because he had been dating her for a little bit, but it was COVID, so we didn't see him very often during that time. So Karen came over that night.
And this is early 2020?
I think it was summer, so I think it was around June or July.
Briefly, just tell us a little bit about where and the circumstances of meeting John and Karen for the first time.
They came over to my house and we hung out on the back porch, had some drinks, there was music, kids were around, just a nice, normal summer night. We had other people over as well.
Over the next coming months, did you become more familiar with the defendant?
Yes.
Did you see her more often?
Yes.
And could you generally describe for the jury how you learned more of her and saw her more often?
She would take care of the kids a lot. Mainly, well, not mainly Patrick, but not mainly Kaylee either. She helped out a lot with the kids. So if we were at baseball, she would come to all the baseball games. Or she would drop off or pick up my son or Patrick if they were going to the golf course or the driving range.
Would you see her during events with your son and John's nephew?
Yes, we did baseball tournaments and.
So when you go to baseball tournaments, would that be away, an overnight type trip?
One of them was down the Cape.
Okay. How often would you spend time with John and the defendant?
Not that often together, but John would stop by himself. My husband would go out more with John, but I didn't spend much time with the two, not a lot of time outside of the baseball field.
Did you become friends with the defendant?
We were friendly.
Did you ever spend time alone to go out or socialize?
I did not.
Would you see her when you would pick up or drop off kids, or she would pick up or drop off kids?
Yes.
Did you ever speak to her on the phone?
Yes.
In relation to what?
Corresponding with the kids, pick up, drop off, mainly Ryan and Patrick, not about Kaylee.
Did you ever spend any important dates or times or holidays with John and Miss Reed?
No.
I want you to take us ahead to January 28th, 2022.
Okay.
On January 28th, 2022, do you remember that day?
Yes.
Generally, what do you remember about the day of January 28th, 2022?
There was a blizzard coming, and it was my daughter's friend's birthday. So we were going to be going out celebrating that night, but we did it on the early side because there was a blizzard coming.
What was your plan for that evening?
We went bowling. We got dinner, then we went bowling, and then I came home because I wanted to be in before the snow started.
Had you communicated in any way with John that day?
Yes, he texted me. My son had an issue at school. Patrick had been dismissed, I think, for a doctor's appointment. So he did text me to see how my son was doing.
Did you simply text, or did you get a chance to speak to him that day?
I believe we just texted.
Did you go out that night after bowling?
No, I did not.
Was your husband home?
Yes,
Did he go out that night?
he did. He went out with John.
And do you know where he was planning on going?
They went to McCarthy's, a bar in Canton Center.
Had you been to McCarthy's before?
Yes.
Can you just briefly describe what McCarthy's is?
It's a restaurant bar. There's a large bar in the middle, the seating on the left and the right. It's right in the center of town.
Do you remember about what time your husband went out?
I do not remember exactly. I don't know if I got home and then he went out, or if he was already gone when I got home. I don't remember, but it was he went out around the same time that I arrived home, which was on the earlier side.
How many times had you been to John's home, would you say, over the past couple of years before this night?
Oh, many.
Many times?
Many times.
Were you familiar with the house and the driveway?
Yes.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
Should I return to the podium and ask the questions?
You
now?
can ask them from there.
Thank you. Ma'am, I'd ask you to take a look at that photo in front of you. Do you recognize what is in that photo?
That is John's house.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how his house looks?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to move this to evidence, please.
Okay, any objection?
No objection.
6-6.
May I publish to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you. You can take it down. I've shown you a second photo. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, that's John's driveway.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how John's driveway appears?
Yes, it is.
I'd move that into evidence. No objection.
Okay.
Exhibit 7 so marked.
May I publish?
Yes.
Could. Thank you. I'm showing you a third photo. Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes,
And could you share with the jury what's in that photo?
it's the side of John's house looking up from the driveway.
Is there anything you notice on the side of the house?
The lights or the Ring camera.
Are you guessing, or do you know that's a?
No, I know there's one there
And how do you know that?
because I got a Ring camera and I could look and see who was at my door. And then he said, why didn't you tell me about these things? So he bought one.
I move to introduce this photo.
Okay.
No objection.
Thank you.
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Ms. Roberts, with the laser pointer, could you just point at the picture and show where the Ring camera is?
On this screen?
Yes, please.
Whichever one you can do.
Okay. Why isn't it working?
Nope.
It's on.
Okay, well, you know what, rather than use the pointer, why don't we can you describe where you see the Ring camera on that picture?
It's in where the two lights are under the top window.
Okay, thank you. We could take that down, please. How many times would you guess you had been over to his house?
I don't know. More than 50,000. I don't even know. A lot. It was weekly.
That night, you told us that your husband went out to meet John at McCarthy's, the bar.
Yes, he did.
Do you remember your husband coming home that night?
Yes.
Do you have any memory of about what time he returned?
I'm guessing, but somewhere around 10:30.
So I'm not going to let you guess. Do you know? Do you have it?
I don't know. It was around 10 or 10:30. I can't be exact.
Did you see him come home?
Yes.
What was the forecast for that night and the next morning?
There was a blizzard coming.
Was that part of the decision-making of going out or staying home?
Yes.
At that time, when your husband came home, did you look outside? Do you have any memory of what the weather looked like around 10:30?
I remember the snow started to fall somewhere around 12 because I remember looking out the window and I could see it starting.
And that was the beginning of the snowfall?
I believe so.
What was the weather out that night?
The weather that night, I think, was fine. It was cold, but it wasn't snowing yet.
I see. I want to move forward ahead.
then by the name of John Keith, did you?
Sean O'Keefe.
Yeah, he's about to cop, and it would be on post,
No.
so. He probably got a ride and passed out at someone's house, I don't know, but.
Yeah, no, we didn't lock anybody up or anything like that. And where does he live?
He lives on Meadow, down the second.
He lives on Meadow, Pleasant. Okay, and where is the wife home? You said your girlfriend?
With his girlfriend, yeah, they were out having drinks, and then she left, and expected him to come home at some point, and he never did.
Yeah.
And so I said to her, you know, my husband had been out with him earlier in the night, but then he obviously came home, and he has custody of his niece and nephew because their parents passed away.
Okay.
And so she's home with the niece and nephew, but they're old enough to be home, and so she's nervous because she never even called him.
Yeah.
So she's like, I feel like something happened, and I said, okay. Well, so call the area hospital, and you'll be happy. I personally think he probably, someone probably picked him up in the car. I don't know.
Yeah, where he didn't drive last night?
No.
No. Okay. Again, it's more, it would be driven by you. You would have to, call in a government patient, and talk to us, but I mean, as of right now, it's more, he didn't come home last night. Is this common sometimes to happen with him?
No, that's why. That's
Yeah.
he didn't tell me. That's kind of why she's more freaking out. So I figured I called the area hospital and then I would call Kansas police just to make sure they get picked up. Like I said, it's not a police officer, they don't respect people. If anybody could pick them up.
Yeah.
Please get it off.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't have any bullets in the party or something.
Yeah, no.
I don't know.
Unfortunately, I wasn't there. I was stuck here. But we didn't get any calls, anything like that. Nobody was arrested or anything like that. All right.
All right, well, thank you.
All right, no problem. Good luck. See ya.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Were you in your car when you called the police station and the hospitals looking for John?
Yes, it was.
Do you know at that point whether anybody else had called the police station?
No, I don't know.
Do you know at that point if anybody else had called any hospitals?
I don't know.
How long did you wait in your driveway?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Maybe like 7 minutes, 8 minutes.
What were the conditions like out that morning?
It was bad. It was in the middle of a blizzard.
When you were outside in your car in the driveway waiting, describe the lighting conditions for us.
It was still dark out. It was 5 o'clock in the morning and it was snowing. So it was not great.
How was the visibility?
Not great. It was coming down really fast at that point.
You said that night when you went to bed, the snow just started. Had snow accumulated at that point?
No, I don't think so. It was just starting to stick.
I'm sorry, that was the night before, but at this point when you were in the driveway, had the snow accumulated?
Oh, yes.
Do you know how many inches it was?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Enough that the plows are out.
As you were waiting for the defendant, did she arrive at your house?
She did not.
What happened?
Again, I don't know if I called her or she called me, but eventually we connected on the phone and she said, I said, where are you? I'm waiting. And she said, I'm at Jen's house. And I said, Jen who? And she said, McCabe, she's going to drive my car. And I said, okay, well, listen, they don't want cars on the road because it's so bad. I'm already in my car. I'll come there to Jen's house, stay there, and we'll follow each other and we'll go back and drop your car off. Did you look in the house for John? Could he just be in the house, passed out somewhere? And she said, no, she hadn't looked in the house. So I said, okay, now I'm going to come to Jen's. We're going to take the car home, drop it off. We'll check around the house. And then I don't know what the next step at this point was. I just wanted to check the house.
At the time you directed that you were going to meet at Jen McCabe's house and then drive to John's house, was there any suggestion by the defendant where she wanted to go?
I didn't know where Jen's house was. I knew the street. I had dropped Kaylee off or picked her up a few times. So I said, stay on the phone with me so I don't know which house it is. And so when I got there, I pulled in the driveway and there was some conversation about
Can I back you up and just ask you a little bit about the drive there? I don't
Yep.
mean to interrupt. When you left your house, you talked a little bit about the weather conditions. How long did it take you to get from your home to Jen McCabe's?
Oh, it's quick. Probably 4 minutes.
What was the driving like?
It was not good driving. That's why I didn't want two cars on the road.
Did you have any difficulty driving through that storm?
No, I mean, it was treacherous, but I was in four-wheel drive. I have an SUV.
You mentioned you didn't know exactly where Jen McCabe lived. Had you been there to drop off John's niece before?
Yes, but I didn't know which house it was because when I picked her up before, she was either getting out of the car at the driveway or waiting at the end of the driveway. So I didn't know which house it was.
I think I interrupted you, but were you telling us that as you drove to Jen McCabe's house, you were on a Bluetooth, on an open conversation with her to help with directions?
Yes, Jen and Karen were in Karen's car and I was on the phone essentially with both of them.
Do you know what type of vehicle the defendant was driving at that time?
A Lexus SUV.
As you drove over to Jen McCabe's home and you had some guidance finding it, did you hear any conversations in that open line with, or even any statements by the defendant?
I remember when I pulled in behind her car in Jen's driveway. And at some point Karen said, my taillight. And I looked and Jen she must have had the brake done because you could see that there was missing taillight.
When you say missing taillight, was it merely cracked?
No, there was a piece missing.
Could you see that as you were parked right behind the defendant's SUV or Lexus?
She must have been applying the brakes because you could see it, but there was a lot of snow.
When you saw that the taillight had a missing piece, did you say anything?
No,
Did you think anything of it?
no.
How long were you parked behind the defendant's Lexus while it was parked in Ms. McCabe's driveway?
Not long. We were just, I pulled in and then we stopped and then the next plan, at some point in that conversation as well, or maybe on the ride, because now we're heading to John's house to drop a car off. I pulled out of the driveway, Jen pulled out and I followed behind all the way to John's house. And at some point, Karen said, I left him at Waterfall. And I heard Jen say, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's.
Was anything else said about the broken taillight?
No,
You followed Ms. McCabe?
yes,
Where did you go?
to John's house.
Did you arrive?
Yes,
I want to ask you some questions about when you arrived and what you did next.
okay.
When you arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's home, you're in two separate cars. Who pulled into Mr. O'Keefe's driveway first?
Jen pulled Karen's car in first.
So Ms. McCabe was driving the Lexus
Correct,
and the defendant was in the passenger seat?
yes.
After you both pulled in, tell us what happens next.
We went, I wasn't sure if it was, at some point Karen showed us the taillight up close, but I didn't know if it was when we arrived or when we left. But we went into the house to look for John.
When the Lexus was parked by Ms. McCabe in Mr. O'Keefe's driveway, was it facing the street or facing away?
Facing where the basketball hoop is, not facing the street.
I'd like to approach.
Okay.
I'm going to show you a photograph. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, that's John's driveway. That's Karen's car on the left and John's car on the right.
Do you recognize both those cars?
Yes, I do.
Do you recognize that photo as a fair depiction of his driveway?
Yes,
Do you recognize it as a fair depiction of the motor vehicles?
yes.
Now, when you went there that night and you pulled in behind Ms. McCabe and the defendant, is there any differences between how that area looked when you pulled in as opposed to that photo?
Well, it was the early hours of the morning, so it was dark out and there was much more snow. And there was
Other than
snow
this-
coming down.
I'm so sorry. You want to finish?
Nope.
Other than the snow and the lighting, is there any other differences?
Nope.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
All right, there's no objection, Mr. Jackson.
No objection. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Okay.
And to help us understand, you see on the left is the house.
Yes,
There's a motor vehicle in the middle of the driveway, but it's the vehicle to the left.
yes,
And whose vehicle is that?
that's Karen's.
Is that where it was parked that night when you went into the house?
Yes,
And the motor vehicle to the right, you recognize that?
that's John's car or SUV.
Thank you, you can take that down. I'm showing you a second photo.
Okay,
Do you recognize that photo?
yes,
What is it?
it's the back of Karen's car.
Does it look like a fair and accurate depiction of her car as it appeared that morning in the early morning hours to you?
Yes,
Do you notice anything that's distinguished in that photo?
the piece that's missing in the taillight,
Which one?
the right passenger rear.
Do you know when, I'm sorry, do you know when this photo was actually taken?
I do not.
Although you don't know when it was taken, is that a similar depiction to your memory of how it appeared that morning at 5
Yes,
or a little after 5?
yes.
I move to introduce this exhibit.
Okay.
Objection. The court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Yes.
We can take that down, please. After you arrived at Mr. O'Keefe's house, what was the plan to go inside? What were you looking to do?
To go inside and look and see if he was passed out somewhere. So we went in through the garage and I started looking. I think Jen ran upstairs to Kaylee's bedroom and I just started looking through the living room. Basement door was locked from the inside, so I knew he wasn't in the basement. And then I checked the other living room. He has a big house. Then I went to the top of the stairs to check his bedroom.
As you looked around, what was your mood?
What was my mood?
Yes, were you calm?
I mean, I was worried, so we were, at this point, Jen had already established that they went to her sister's.
Sustained.
Okay.
Jen had already,
Hold on, Ms.
I'll
Roberts.
ask the question better. My apologies. How many rooms did you look through in John's house?
1, 2, 5 or 6.
Did you see Miss McCabe looking in rooms as well, searching?
She went upstairs when I was looking downstairs.
At some point, as you were looking, did you see the defendant?
Yes,
Was she looking with you?
she was in John's room.
What was she doing?
She was just standing there when I came up to the top of the stairs.
Did she say anything?
No,
Did she do anything?
no,
Was she searching?
I don't know. She was in the room.
What happened next?
At some point, Jen earlier had said,
Well, let's not talk about what was said. Okay. Let's
Well,
just talk about.
the plan
best
at
you
this
can,
point
your-
is to
your
go to
memory of what
34
was
All
done.
right, Ms. Roberts, I know that I'm just going to ask you to wait for a question
Okay.
because we can only get one person at a time. So next question, Mr. Brennan.
Again, my apologies. And so as you're looking through the house, you don't find John. What happens next?
the plan was to go back to Jen's sister's house.
Who made that plan?
Karen wanted to go back there.
Well, tell us a little bit about that. How did that conversation come up, and share with the jury what was said?
And the car ride to Meadows, Karen said, I left him at Waterfall. And Jen said, no, I saw you pull up in front of my sister's. So then Karen said, we need to go back to your sister's. And I said, no, we're going to go to Meadows and we're going to drop the car and we're going to look there. Then we'll go there if we don't find him.
When you were at the house, Meadows, John O'Keefe's house, and you didn't find him, was there any further conversation about what the next steps would be?
I said, let's go. He's not here. But I didn't know where Jen's sister lived. So we got into the car. Jen was in the passenger seat. I was driving my car. Karen was in the back seat.
Did you
And Jen
begin,
was giving directions.
did you begin your way towards Meadows?
Yes,
And it was Miss McCabe who was giving directions?
yes.
As you began driving to head towards Meadows, in addition to trying to drive, were you doing anything like looking or searching?
Well, yeah, we were looking on both sides of I was looking on both sides of the road in case he was walking home.
Did you see Miss McCabe searching?
Yes, she was looking out as well.
Describe a little detail about what you saw Ms. McCabe doing.
She was looking out the window as we were driving. So was I, as I was driving.
And where was the defendant during that time?
She was in the back seat.
Was there any conversation, comments, statements?
Well, she would be in the back seat, and then she would be in between Jen and I, in the back seat, and then in between Jen and I. She was just very frantic.
Okay. Was she saying anything?
The specific, I mean, there was conversation on the way there.
Okay. Was she looking as well? Did you see her looking out the windows like you and Jen?
I don't know if she was because she was in the back seat.
As you drove to Meadows, what was the visibility? The same or better or worse?
No, it was poor.
Did you make your way towards Meadows?
I did.
As you finally got to Meadows, was the house on your left side, your side, or on the other side?
Are you talking about Fairview or Meadows?
I'm sorry, Fairview.
Okay. The Fairview house came up on the left-hand side.
Before you got to the house, is there a tree line between that house and the house before it?
Yes. There's a cluster of trees and bushes.
All right, take us back. I want to talk about that morning. As you're driving and approaching Fairview, tell us what you hear, what you see, what's happening.
Jen's giving directions, and it was really bad driving. I was white knuckling because it was getting slippery. Karen wouldn't put on her seatbelt, so because she was in between us again the whole ride, and then sitting back. But she was worried because we weren't finding John.
Were you having words?
Yes.
Tell us.
I said to Jen, where are we heading? And she said, my sister lives on Fairview. And I said, where is that? She said, off of Chapman. I said, oh, okay, near Spring Lane. At some point, Bella's mom came up.
Tell me what that means.
I didn't know who it was, but it was one of Kaylee's friends, Bella's mom. The directions, at some point, Karen was talking about Bella's mom to Jen, saying she never liked me. I didn't know who this woman was that they were talking about. But apparently, Bella's mom lived near where Jen's sister lived on Fairview.
Did you learn any more about the relevance of Bella's mom?
No. Oh, well, I think John had dated her.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
So as you approached Fairview, tell us what happens.
As we approached Fairview at the house, you mean the house or the street?
Yes, the house.
The house. Jen said, my sister's house is right up here. And I said, okay. And as we approached the house, Karen from the back seat is now screaming, there he is, let me the F out of this car. And she's now kicking the back door to get out.
When you heard the defendant scream, there he is, and started kicking the car door, did you see anything?
I did not.
Did you see anybody?
I did not.
Did you look?
I looked.
Was there anything that impeded your ability to see far?
No, it was just snow.
How far could you see when she was yelling, there he is?
How far could I see?
Yes.
I mean, the visibility wasn't great.
Okay. Was she pointing or giving any direction?
No, she just said, there he is.
Okay. What happens next?
And then I unlocked the car. I looked over, I didn't see anything, and I unlocked it so she could get out of the back seat. I looked at Jen and I said, she's crazy. And then I turned around and watched, and she ran over to a mound of snow.
When she started running, before she got anywhere, did you see anything at that point?
I did not.
Were you looking?
I was looking. She said, there he is, so I'm looking around to see where he is.
And you could see nothing?
I did not.
Did you see her run around or directly?
She ran right over to the mound of snow.
Could you tell what the mound of snow was from the car?
Once she got to it, yes, it was. Once she got to it, you could tell it was a mound of snow that was the length of a body.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to stop you there, Mr. Brennan. I need to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please. Regarding. All right, so Ms. Roberts, we're gonna have you come back tomorrow. Okay. Jurors, we're going to break for today, so we're going to send you home. The same 3 cautions that I'll tell you every single day. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation in this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Please be extra careful with your social media. Okay? We'll see you tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, hold your books, put them on your seats.
Yeah, put them on your seats. All right.
All day.
So, first day of court in the books. What are we gonna do about that, right? Wow. Yeah. That's the judge. And why am I hearing this again? Hold on. I'm trying to be responsible because I'm not sure if the camera is gonna capture a juror or not, and I don't want to inadvertently. Oh,
Motion to continue. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chrissy, I didn't mean to do that.
and whatever that was, the motion. So that's that. Been a day, I tell you, it's been a day. Man, I don't drink, but if I did, today would be the day. Close that. Anybody have any questions besides, like, I got a whole page of stuff here. Funny they talk about a shoe in the snow. It's funny they talk about that because I happen to have a little experiment I did. See if I can find it real quick. Watched. It was when it was videos. Hold on. I just saw it recently too. I sped through it, so it may not be in my videos, but I'll get it here real quick. It's in my recent ones, I know. I did a little experiment, which I put a size 13 shoe out in the snow. Exact same as they had the night. Same type of storm. And I kept the camera on it, and it's time lapsed. A size 13 sneaker in a 2-inch snowstorm. So let me show you real quick. We can go over this tomorrow if you want. I did this. This is what I did here. Let me back this up. I'm going to leave these out here for the snow to build up on them. I'm going to keep checking back. No, it's not there. This is not a Fairview. But yes, definitely interested in how this is going to look. Definitely. But yep, two size, almost 13, the 12 and a halves, I think, on the bigger side. And I mean, I don't know how you missed that. I could take that one and throw it in the field out there and see if we could see it from here, which I'm sure we could. But I mean, yeah. You guys all see that, right? They're telling you that his shoes that were in the front yard were missed by all the cops that were there looking during the day with the leaf blower. The sun was out. So if I fast forward it to the day, time lapse. So this is the next day. How do you miss those shoes? Kim, thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah,
You
yeah.
guys know.
I just saw something. Somebody hit a deer, right? When you hit a deer,
It
the
wipes out.
freaking So this is the result of the snowstorm. So, yep. All right, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I thank every. So, there you go. If that's what you think, that's what you see right there, ladies and gentlemen. They're telling you they did not see his shoes. Both of them. How? I did all sorts of experiments. I drove backwards 32 miles an hour I'm sorry, 24.2 miles an hour for the whole length of the road, as a matter of fact. And I'll tell you right now that she didn't hit him going backwards. I'll tell you right now, know it as a fact. Did all sorts of experiments. So, yeah. All right, everybody. I want you all to have a wonderful day. I'm not sure. Today worked out pretty good. I kind of like being here instead of being on the ground because it was an hour and 7 minutes to get there, to see her drive by for a second. And I'll tell you, that's not a good spot you want to hang around. It's just not. I don't like it. I don't feel safe there. Not people wise, vehicle wise. It's in a spot where somebody can be coming along. God forbid this doesn't happen, but they're going to see the protesters on the right-hand side and they're going to be curious. And they're not going to see the car in front of them. And when they hit, they're going to just veer to the right into the fencing to hurt people. And I don't want to be there because I just have this vision of that happening. I don't know how to explain it, but we don't want that to happen. We don't want to happen. And can we all really say a prayer for that guy at the diner? That I guess God wanted him more than we wanted him. So the guy at the diner didn't make it, unfortunately. But we tried. Sometimes you get rewarded. Most of the times you don't. So I don't know. I do know one thing. I know you guys are the best. And with that said, thank you, Cherry, and her group of mods to help me hang out today. Needed that one. Much appreciated, Cherry. And yeah, not sure about tomorrow. Maybe I'll stay here and see how it goes tomorrow in the morning with Mikey. Try that tomorrow, I think. But yeah. So with that said, we'll definitely see you guys all tomorrow, 100%. And in the meantime, I love you all. Have you a wonderful day. Talk to you later, guys. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry. Let me stop this. Sorry. I have 16 people I need to thank. So sorry. My goodness, where's my head? Nemo, Became a member. Thank you so much for being a member. I tried to do members only this morning for like before the stream. Didn't work out too good. Yeah. Thank you, my friend. Thank you very much. Please pass Pepper. Don't lose sight of the mission. You can't control the chaos, but you can fight for justice. Today it's about Karen. That's Jelaine. Own it. Pepper, you never said that thing so smart. I love that you see it like that. Thank you for keeping our heads on straight. Really. So that's morning. Thank you so much, Welsh Girl. Snack Fund. Super Sticker. Thank you so much. And Patty Paralegal became a member. Toochman came a member. Yes, sir. And Bongo from Quincy. FKR. Thank you, Tom and everyone. Add the snack fun. Thank you, Bongo from Quincy. I'd like to meet you someday. We'll have coffee. I'm right up the street. That'd be pretty cool, huh? Donna, $20. Let's go. FKR. Kristen in Manhattan. You are adored and appreciated. Hope your day is brighter. Well, it is now. Thank you, Kristen in Manhattan. I'm just, it blows me away at the reach and how far that everybody's coming from. It just blows my mind. I don't even know how to say it. I figure I'd get a couple hundred around here. Yeah. No. Couple zeros on that. And Kristen from Manhattan. Wow. Thank you, Kristen. That means a lot to me. Thanks for all you do, Tom. Stay safe. FKI. I've got a lot coming down the pipe, too. That's just the thing. I got so many irons in the fire. Thank you, DW. Tom, because of your coverage of the supporters, the trolls will target you for reaction or to get you booted. Ignore them completely. Don't engage. Well, one of them's in jail. One of the bigger ones. He's in jail. He can go home now. But he can't. He's got to come back and get a ring. Thank you, Faye. Ian Merritt, $5. Thank you, Tom CPU, Mike and Mods. Karen Reed is factually innocent. Isn't that the truth? I love that. That's the best statement ever. Factually innocent. Factually innocent. It just rolls. Factually innocent. Love it. And Mary Jo gifted 5 memberships, guys. I love it. You guys are the best. I love you all. And again, the members only stuff. I'm trying to maybe do stuff in the morning before court for you guys. Stop that. So that you guys get extra behind the scenes type of stuff. Maybe a little more, a little less. We'll see what happens. We'll play it by ear. 5:30. What's at 5:30, Catherine? There's a meeting, right? Slackman's meeting? Tell me there's a Slackman's meeting tonight. Tell me there's a Slackman's meeting tonight. Give me time to get pizza. 5:30 Slackman's meeting, right? That's what's usually at 5:30. Check. Today would be the 22nd, wouldn't it? Today's 22nd. All right, I guess we're gonna do the select board meeting. I guess, unless you guys want to go and do it somewhere else. It's up to you guys. You guys want to come back, take a break, come back, selectmen's meeting later on, or am I too much ugly for the one day? I know, man. It's been a lot. Anybody. All right. We'll see what happens. How's that? That threw me for a loop today. That just So fucking close with that. I don't know why he didn't hang on. I don't know. Yeah, I'm really has been a long day. I'm thinking the selectmen's meeting's gotta stop. I can't. I gotta go sleep. So with that said, I love you all, and we will definitely see you tomorrow. Tell your friends this is the place to be. Breaking news all the time. And I will say that I will say one of the places that me and Mike get some of our information. We'll just say it's a supermarket, okay? Me and Mike will go in, we'll get a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and we'll walk out the supermarket. It's funny who shops at the same supermarket. We're just gonna say that. And it's just your fingers crossed. Oh man, your fingers crossed. So we have Kerry Roberts for the defense tomorrow to call, right? No, I'm sorry, for the prosecution's going to finish up with her. Is that what's going on here? And we're going to find out what color John's house was painted and how many coats of paint he put on it, and what brush he used, and what technique he used for strokes and stuff. Yeah, we're going to learn everything we don't need to know about John's house tomorrow. Did he have a keypad on the outside of his garage? So I have a blank sheet of paper. I have lots of them. But questions, guys, questions. If you have questions, send me a link, cputom@gmail.com. And with that, we'll see you tomorrow. Night, everyone. Get some rest.